Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. All right. Hey guys, welcome. It's a beautiful Saturday today for some blazing sales. I am General Worm 549. Welcome. Today we're going to be doing a great event, the Blazing Sales Players Tournament. So, 20 teams playing for some awesome exclusive cosmetics, gold trimmed hats. It should be a really good set of games that we see coming up here. 12 matches, some elimination games to start, a second round pooling, and then it'll end with a 3-game finale. I'll have a couple of co-casters come in and join us here in a little bit, but let me show you guys what we're going to be looking at here to start. Set of rewards that we've got. 3 separate sets of hats, different sets of trimming. Like I said, they're going to be exclusive to whoever wins the tournament here today. My understanding is they may show up for the other tournaments later on down the road, but for at least for this one, this is confirmed. Awesome stuff. People are excited. So, I'm going to pull my casters in here. I am joined by the wonderful captain of the Bloodbath and Beyond team, Stoat. Stoat,
Hey,
how's it going, buddy?
Doing great. I'm excited to see some open competition on the salty seas.
Good stuff, good stuff. This should be really good. I like the teams that are coming in here to play. It seems like there's a lot of talent that we'll get to see, a lot of high-end gameplay. So, I am quite excited to see everything that's happening.
These could easily be the sweatiest matches this game has ever seen, General.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. I know that there were some practice matches earlier, and those looked sweaty just by themselves in those scrimmages. So I'm expecting nothing but the best today.
We're gonna see levels of sweat heretofore undreamt of.
Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I am also joined by the oh so lovely Toasty Stamp.
Hello.
Developer from Get Up Games and a good friend of mine. How are you today, Toasty?
I'm very excited to be here. I'm looking forward to see, all these people come together and really fight for a title here. There's some nice rewards on the line, so I'm hoping to see some new tactics, some new abilities, some sneaky plays. Yeah, excited, very excited.
Good stuff. I mean, I love this game a lot. For the people that aren't here or haven't gotten to see too much about this game and they're coming in kind of for the first time or just heard about it, Blazing Sails is a pirate battle royale. The general gameplay elements include trying to keep your own ship afloat. There is a respawn as long as your ship is alive, and that's what keeps you in the game. Last ship standing is the winner. So, a lot of looting early on, then combat usually, followed by end circle gameplay, and trying to end up as the last ship standing. I love this game. It's great. I think it's very well put together. Very well balanced too, which is a huge, that's huge for battle royales nowadays, for the way that weapons play together, the way that major mechanics are set up. So I'm excited. Toasty, I'm sure you're excited because this is a great showing for the game. I think overall, being able to get a good tournament like this where we've got a lot of talent playing together, I think it's going to be fantastic.
I couldn't have said it any better myself. Like you said, we had a tournament a while back with some streamers, and that was really just like, the bottom of the iceberg. Now we're going to see the top of the iceberg, the top level plays here. We're really excited to see how the most recent changes are going to influence new tactics and how we're going to see actual top tier gameplay. Going to show us a lot of details on how we could improve the game. Like you said, balancing is awesome. Balancing feels really good to install at the moment, but there's also small changes left and right that could still improve the gameplay. That's what I'm personally hoping to see the most out of this game, is how people use the game to their advantage to get the edge. That little edge can be a big difference on long term. There's so much going on, so really think that using your ship's abilities, using your ship, your team's abilities all together, communicate, work together, can really bring forth a great scene.
Yep, couldn't agree more. This has been, like I said, this has been one of those things I've really been looking forward to. I've heard a lot of other people that I've talked to, that even folks that aren't participating have told me that they're very excited for this tournament. Like, They want to see the way that other teams play it. They want to see it at a high level, right? Teams that have been practicing quite a lot, especially as of late, and the way that they kind of bring their own tactics and gameplay elements into this game. So, that being said, I should have the latest set of updates for the standings here. I'm going to see if I can swap it real quick. I need to bump it a little bit. It looks like it's a little bit off on my screen, but let me fix that for you guys real fast. And then you'll be able to you guys will be able to check out the bracket itself. Sizing was a little bit of an issue today, so this is a last minute adjustment. I know, my apologies. So this tournament is going to be broken up into 3 stages. First stage being a 5-pool elimination, 1 round for each. Broken up for the most part by region, and also just split out so that it's just whatever was most compatible for the teams that couldn't fit totality in their own region. So a lot of really good teams in here. I gotta ask you guys both, Stoat and Toasty. First, who do you think is going to win the tournament?
My team on the Bloodbath and Beyond crew is definitely a favorite to win.
Of course. Of course, that would be where you're going to go with this. Like, how can you vote against yourself here?
I think the hardest part of this whole tournament is going to be deciding which golden hat I'm going to wear.
Oh, of course you would. Of course, that's what you've got to decide. How about you, Toasty? Like, what do you think as far as like the teams that are out here? What stands out to you? The way that they play and their...
It's really, really tricky. There's a lot of teams that I know. There's a lot of teams that I haven't seen as much on the servers. Maybe individual players from those teams, but not as a group. So I'm really excited to see what that, unification can bring to the table. There is so much potential here. There's a lot of strong teams that I have played against and I have lost against a lot of times. So I'm excited to see them lose. I hope they lose. We'll see. Who's gonna be the winner? I can't tell you. I really can't tell you at the moment.
Oh, how vindictive of you.
That we, the casters, are the winners. No matter what, we will take it down in some way. We'll have a great time, and I think that's most important.
You know what? I couldn't agree with you more. I think like I said, this has been the thing that I've been the most excited for in a long, long time. So let's just take a crack at it, because the game should be starting up pretty soon here. First round, this should be in the EU portion of the bracket. We've got 4 teams. It's Just Rush, Pampa, I think it's Pampa Prakuje, Winner, Chicken Dinner, and Blinding Light. So who do you guys like here? What are your thoughts on this first round matchup?
I mean, it's tough to say. I personally have a lot of games against the Just Rush crew, and they are not to be trifled with. Possibly some of the most dangerous boarders in the entire history of the game on that ship, and they live up to their name. I will say that for sure.
I agree with you. I haven't seen too much out of the other teams that are on here for sure, but yeah, Just Rush to me definitely one of the teams that, as far as their ability to play with the weapons, and kind of their accuracy in general, as well as their general boarding strategies, I think very, very, very strong. Those will be things that I think we'll definitely be watching for as general gameplay mechanics are set up, and how they end up setting their own scenarios in each of these fights.
Yeah,
we can go through the rest.
Their gameplay with the guns is magnificent. They have really good aim, really snappy. But how that translates to actual ship fights, I don't know. We played against them yesterday, and they swapped ships mid sessions, in between some practice rounds. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna go with now in the end for the tournament. Are they gonna play with the junk ship or the brig? It's a lot to decide. We'll see. Definitely strong players though.
I'll be surprised if I see them on anything but a junk ship.
That's a good point.
Faster, favors their aggressive play style much better.
Yep,
Just
good
Rush
point.
is not just a name.
Yeah.
Very, very true. For the folks at home that aren't too sure, two different ship types that you'll see in this game. You'll see a much larger, stronger ship called the Brigantine. 4 cannons on the sides allows it to get a lot of broad fire. Its slow speed and low agility makes it a little bit harder to maneuver, but it is definitely a more defensive ship and plays to tactics that are a little bit more casual. Or maybe not necessarily casual, but maybe a little bit more on the end where you're not looking into getting too much into the gunplay or into that stuff. You want to be able to have a cohesive unit that is doing a lot of the ship combat very, very, very quickly, very strongly, and at a distance. The junk ship, on the other hand, front cannon on it, and then 2 side cannons, very quick, very agile, allows you to get into fights and out of fights, sinks very quickly, though, once it starts to take damage. So, loss of crew, damages to the ship, end up being those types of situations where you end up having such a disadvantage once you do get there that the boarding kind of falls to the wayside. It's definitely a trade-off system as far as your aggressive tactics versus trying to keep your own ship afloat. You'll probably see both sets of you'll definitely see combat in both realms, depending on which ship is chosen, which team decides that they're actually going to play one way or the other. And that'll really set the tone for a lot of what's going on in each of these matches. For the moment, we're just waiting for this first match to get set up. It looks like they're getting all the teams into the pool right now. I'm just waiting for the go-ahead before we can dive into it. It should be just about any second now, and then we'll flip over to that screen. So what do you guys think? Recent changes in the game. I would say the big one being this last patch gave us a slower sinking Brigantine. Brigantine I've always kind of considered secretly the stronger ship, but a 30% difference in the sink speed I think makes it a much stronger opponent to be against.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's difficult, right? It's tricky because I think personally in most lobbies when you're playing with a lot of random people, not like pre-made groups, the junk ship is just really strong. A lot of teams aren't very well, coordinated, and it's easy to catch a mistake on them. And the junk ship is perfect to sneak up on them, show them your power and take them down quickly. If you run into people, you can easily turn away and get out of there. However, with the brig, I feel like the tactility is much closer there, and you can get more done and punish harder.
Yep. All right, and it looks like we've got the first match ready to go. We're getting in just a couple seconds late here. So this is match number 1. Ships that we have in here: Pampa Prakucha, Just Rush, Winner Chicken Dinner, and Blinding Light. So we're at the Trident spawn right now. It looks like we've got... And yes, we will have to check these ship names as we go. Pampa Prakucha, retreating from Trident already. Combat already starting on the island itself. You can see some gunfire coming from the top straight down. You'll see on Trident a lot. This is a very fast-paced, aggressive area to spawn. Usually a lot of combat, and usually coming in this vertical format. Trying to get eyes on where the fighting was going on. But it looks like we've got our first kill already. Mephisto getting a kill on Henry right off the bat. Portal going on. Someone is now moving over towards Kraken Keep off of that portal. Second ship moving towards Lunar at the moment. This I would expect from the coloration to be Just Rush, which it is. And they're going to go to Lunar. Lunar being one of the newer islands in this game. There's no portals to it, but a lot of spawn spots and typically some chests that are there.
Yeah, Lunar's a really good loot spot. It's very, it's a double-edged sword because it's got no warps to it, which means you you know, what you get is what you get. You can't warp to the other islands and check those too. But it also means that people aren't going to warp in right in front of you and surprise you and take the loot that you've so hard worked to collect.
Very true. I mean, the nice thing about it is it's very clustered. So once you get there, you can pick up quite a lot of it quite quickly. So it looks like Pampa has
Blinding Light-
opted. Go ahead, Stout.
Blinding Light has collected some very dangerous weapons. One of the members has a jaw blade, which is the best melee weapon in the game. Another one of their members has fish gun dragon pistol. So this is going to be a dangerous crew to contend with.
Very interesting. We've got Winner Chicken Dinner. They just picked up, it looked like their second chest up by Buccaneers. It's on the short end of the island. Didn't look like there was anything too much in there. Maybe some upgrades. Upgrades, though, for a lot of these ships, very critical to making sure that combat ends up being to your favor once cannons are involved, really. That sound that you're hearing. Go ahead, Toasty.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think it's very interesting how the spawn selection has gone in this map. It's really all far apart. There's some people up north, west, east, and south. They're really going safe on this one. I think that's gonna be a slow fight, even though that might be, you know, counterintuitive to some of their tactics. But it's interesting to see how far they've all tried to spawn away from each other to get, you know, the most loot as fast as possible without having to worry of getting boarded or attacked already.
Yeah,
Placement is everything in this. Everybody's playing it real safe because they know if they take that early fight and one of them gets eliminated, that person's out for good. Their time in this tournament is finito.
Yeah, rushing into this conversation was obviously, or into the actual game, made it a little bit hard to go over. But this first round is a one-game elimination, so teams will be looking one for the win. First place in each of these pools will move on. Second place then will be dictated based on the score. Most of that will go into, you know, its total team score. That's kills, damages, repairs to the ship. All of that will kind of come into play for it. You see Blinding Light here, actually. They got the south spawn over by Swamp. They're now going to Marauder's Maze. I'm going to check real quick. It doesn't look like there's a chest in Marauder's Maze, but this is a good spot to go pick up a lot of common loot at. So they should be... Ooh, they're opting to not drop anyone there. I think they may just be a little bit confused on what their strategy is. This might be that hesitation that you were talking about earlier, that they may just be feeling like they need to just scope everything out as they move. They may be concerned they're going to get jumped. Those junk ships, obviously, not the best for trying to get away once you do get caught in a combat situation.
Talking about getting jumped, Just Rush just met up with Winner Chicken Dinner. They're shooting cannonballs from quite far away, but they're poking. They're poking. Excited to see how they're gonna close in without losing their sails or getting trapped here.
Looked like Just Rush was going to let him go, but it looks like they've decided to take this fight. It's very dangerous with the junk ship. That front cannon means you can't let him get behind you. If you try to run, you've already lost.
I'm seeing from chat, chat saying someone needs to be turned up. Can you guys let me know who needs to be turned up, and I'll try and make that work. Unless you're talking about me, in which case I can definitely turn myself up. No worries. Shots coming in now. The purple fire that you're seeing right now is coming from Just Rush. That's anti-sail cannonballs. They deal damage directly to the sails, reduces the ship's speed when they hit. Those can be repaired pretty easily, but we'll just need to see how they end up playing into this. The typical combat between junk ships is usually in this chase format, where one ship will try and wear the other one's sails down just enough to get close, knock them out from, or knock them into a locked spin with a trap shot, which drops the anchor, and then usually will turn into a boarding situation. Okay, third party looks like they're about to get involved here. This is Pampa crew.
Take the wheel.
This is the Pampa crew rolling in now. Just Rush looking like they're changing targets a little bit. This should be a good engagement here. Trap shot coming in. Pampa's now locked in place, anchored down. They have a basic capstan, no upgrade there, so this is going to take them a minute. Boarders are already on board. Not sure which crew is actually on there. It could be both of them, to be honest, but it looks like it's probably Just Rush pushing this.
Yeah,
Guzman
first
landing
see
the first kill on Henry, and Mephisto getting a second one on Jamie. They've cleared 3 of them, leaving 1 person on to repair. If they clear this here, they could just pull the cork and go. Guzman's going to get taken down by Jan, though, and so that'll save them from having to deal with getting corked and possibly cannoned out.
Jan is the
Winner,
first
chicken
person to
dinner.
get a crew in this or get a kill in this lobby that is not on Mephisto's.
Ooh, Mephisto sets off TNT, gets 2 kills off of that. Well done. So dropping TNT there to get the kill. He actually cleared 2 of them and then finished the 3rd one up. Just Rush now crashing into the side. This is where you'll start to see some of this aggressive gameplay. They drop a TNT as well, and now they're all full board. That TNT was pretty close, so they're going to take damage themselves. If they end up getting third-partied here, this could be trouble.
They still hit the trap shots on Winner Chicken Dinner as well, putting those out of
Ooh.
commission. So this might
Good
be a
play there.
quick swift of one ship to the other. Looks like they're backing off a little bit though. Probably want to get some upgrades or some loot from the Pompa crew.
So Pompa is now done. They got cleared off of that last bit of combat. The boarding was just way too much, way too quick. The extra TNT obviously dealing damage, making them sink faster there. Here comes another trap shot. This is... Ooh, and a TNT to follow it up. That usually plays really well with the boarders because the TNT deals a lot of player damage before they get on board. Combat coming in. Guzman getting 1 kill on 5-7. Guzman getting a second one on IX Forces, clearing the top. They're trying to get Capstan up, and this is a question of whether or not you get the cork pulled on you or if the combat continues. Borders still jumping on there from Just Rush.
This is
Winner
bad
Winner
news
Chicken
for Winner
Dinner
Winner
may
Chicken
be in
Dinner.
trouble. They're about 80-90%. This ship will probably sink here. Guzman with a good 4-man takedown. That is the end of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. He is so good with the guns.
That
It is
is
so
disgusting.
hard to get away from him. So Just Rush clearing 2 ships from the lobby, back to back within about 2 minutes of each other. That leaves us with
Meanwhile, they
1.
have taken no water at all. Yeah. Interesting.
Blinding
Blinding
Light.
Light is quite far
Man.
out, trying to find a safe spot maybe.
They could be trying to save themselves to get some points here. Not a bad tactic in some realms. Knowing that you get second place does put you in the lottery for making it into the next round. You just have to get the points there.
And it's not looking good for them in that front. 0 points.
Well, the plus side is that Just Rush clearing the other 2 ships means that there's a possibility that they could just try and weasel some points out against Just Rush themselves. The other 2 ships in this lobby obviously didn't do too much, so it is just a 1v1. If you keep it at long range, you could get a lot of points off of the cannon fire and on just repairs. In theory, you don't have to kill anyone and you could still get the points for it. Now, that being said, they could still win, right? The fact that Just Rush obviously punished 2 ships back to back makes it seem like it's a little bit of a daunting task. But Blinding Light could just sit here in zone and get lucky on a portion of this fight and just still get the win. Like, we can't count them out. Absolutely not.
Can't count them out for sure.
It does look
I'm a
like
little
Just
bit
Rush
curious.
has found them, though.
If I know Mephisto, though, whatever happens, it won't take long.
They've got eyes like eagles. They see you from very, very far away. They'll spot you in an instant and hunt you down. There is no escape from them.
No. Now, so one thing that you will see here, and we hadn't seen it previously with the other ships, TNT attached to the front. This is a very, very strong tactic. The only problem is it's a little bit risky because it is something that you can fire off of the front. It's one of those things you can get with small arms fire to blast off. That's anti-cannon shot coming out. It looks like it missed just a bit, caught the sails. TNT hitting, trap shot missing. A second trap shot missing on the other side, but Mephisto looks like he is now on board. He's got 2 down already by himself.
Huge block!
Ooh, Reinhardt took advantage of a
Nice kill
great
for
block there.
Reinhardt. That was a huge save.
Yeah, if
And
you're going to get the points here, you have to survive much longer. Trap shot barely missing there as well.
Every kill they get gives them tremendously valuable points as well.
Yeah,
Another
but you see what
TNT
happened
went
there.
off there.
The TNT on the front of the ship got sniped from the top of their crow's nest from Just Rush. But that's
snap.
what we were talking about. It's very dangerous to put a TNT in front of a ship. If it's not the right moment, it could just be shot down and you'll take damage for it.
Absolutely.
He landed that fish. The cross-ship fish gun launch.
Ooh, and this is a dangerous play here. The trap shot missing, though. The question is, will they get on board? They land a second trap shot. This is usually where you see, ooh, that's dangerous. Front cannon will now be touching the back of the ship. Borders will come off on both sides. Guzman getting one killed. Deuce getting another. Belamonte and Guzman clearing 2 more. So right now, Blinding Light with 1 person up. They're taking cannon fire as well. So if he ends up going down, which he does to Belamonte, this could be the end of... Oh, yep. This might be the end of Blinding Light as it stands. They've now been corked as well. That water level is going to rise quick, and I would say that this is probably over.
Yeah, quite indeed. Just Rush didn't take a single point of damage here, which is quite a
That's
maneuvering
actually
skill they had.
ridiculous.
That was really well played on both sides, nonetheless.
Yep, no damage on the inside. So, and that's it. So, Just Rush cleans up the entire lobby by themselves. Wow. Not quite what I was anticipating for how that first round was gonna go, or that first pool was gonna go. If I do say so myself. Just Rush now going to go automatically into the next stage of the tournament, but that doesn't leave a lot of space for Blinding Light to actually make their way in. So we are now waiting for the second game to start up. It should be coming up here soon. As soon as I get an okay from everyone else. Oh, it looks like I need to increase my Discord volume. So people are struggling to hear them. Hopefully this helps a little bit. So my apologies, guys. This should clean up a little bit better. Okay, so Toasty or Stoke, can one of you guys give me something so that I can make sure that we sound all right here?
Hello. I am now talking.
Okay,
So we can
I think
get
that's
the-
pretty close.
Yeah,
You
sure.
should come in
Yeah,
just a
I'm
little bit lower than me, but it should be right there.
Meanwhile,
Cool.
only thing I can think of is lasagna. I really want to eat lasagna. You know, some days you're like, I need that lasagna.
All right. So I'm going to flip open the standings. Right, obviously we're waiting to get the update on this one, but the second portion of the pool, second set of teams, we've got Fast and Fishy, Death's Daughter, the Derpy Bird, and Kyoru. These are ones I'm not too familiar with. None of these teams are ones that I've played against too often. I do know that Potato's crew is on the Fast and Fishy because of his obsession with fish ammo. Obviously, the name kind of a giveaway there. Beloved in the community, I think, for a lot of that. But I haven't played a lot against them. I don't know if you guys have. What are your thoughts on this next portion of the pool?
Potato's definitely a crew to watch. Potato has been in the game since the very beginning and has probably some of the most experience out of anybody in the entire game. I don't know his crew as well, but I've played against them. They're very coordinated. They've played together a lot. Definitely very dangerous.
To add to that, I also think Death's Daughter has some players that I've definitely played with before and were very, very skilled indeed. So I think that's another crew to keep an eye on. But yeah, personally, I'm always rooting for the small guys, the ones I haven't seen play before. I hope they pull out something new and exciting. So it's definitely going to be a cool matchup once again.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. This has been, I mean, these are crews, like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with them, but obviously, you know, you're putting together a team that you want to be able to play with and practice with. You're going to get a lot more competitive when you're getting as much practice in as a lot of these teams have. So it's good to see that, you know, it's made up of members of the community that have been around for a long time, as well as ones that are probably a little bit newer and probably just haven't, you know, a lot of short-term experience with the game and are really enjoying it, because then you get to see a little bit of everything in terms of tactics. I would
will
expect.
say, sorry.
No.
Pixel
Go ahead,
Penguin's in chat, and I haven't played against him before, but he doesn't seem to like his own chances because he says, "quote We're here for a good time, not for a long time."
You know what? I can appreciate that, but hey, in this, I would just say don't sell yourself short, especially if we're going off of just how this first round went. Just Rush came out really strong, didn't give any of the other teams a lot of chances at points. Now, if there is a team that stands out in this one and does the same thing, that second place could just be a stay alive for as long as possible and rack up points, and you just make it, right? Only one team out of the second place pool, or I believe only one team out of the second place pools won't make it, if I am correct. I have to go back and double check. I'm just making sure that I said that correctly, but I believe we take the first place from each of the pools and then a second place from two. Oh, no, sorry. All right, so I take that back. Only 2 second places will end up making it then, one on both sides.
I believe round 2 pools will be 4 first place crews and 4 second place crews.
In 4 second? Okay. I am just screwing that a little bit up, so that's my apology. So
but there will be 5 second place crews competing for those 4 spots. So
absolutely. So there should be, yeah, and to me, the way that looks as far as how do you come out of your pool and get that second place finish and you know, come out of that second place finish and really solidify yourself, is you have to either get wins or you hold off to the last minute, then come in and get some points. You got to do one of the two. So it looks like the lobby is coming up. I think they're waiting for guys to come in right now, and then we will swap over into that game. Lobby just starting. Oh, Wix, my hero. You press P when joining a spectator. You can hide the spectator UI. Yes, I was kind of wondering that. I was just in the dark, I guess. Silly me.
It will
That's
also
really
remove
exciting.
the kill feed, though.
Oh, it will?
I believe it does, yeah. That's the one trade-off.
Yeah. We'll see.
you can always
I
leave
might
it off
give
and
it a
then
try.
turn it back on to check kill feed.
Yep. I think. Right? I think so. We'll find out. I'm still only seeing one person in that lobby, so we're just waiting for it to start up so that we can join in.
I believe we're a bit ahead of when Pool 2 was scheduled to start still, so.
Okay. And that's fine. So, I was going to say, let's go ahead then, and let's dive into some of these other pools, just since we have the opportunity. Pool 3, Karm Freepov. I know them. Chizara, obviously, helping organize a big portion of this competition, and a very strong Russian player. He's put together, obviously, a crew that he feels like he plays with a good enough amount of time that, you know, they're very fluid. The other ones I'm not too sure about. I feel like there's a lot of crews here that I just, in general in this competition, that I am not too familiar with, to be honest.
I know.
Yeah, but that could be the surprise that we've been waiting for. You know, it'd be a bit bland if we knew, oh, these guys are definitely going to take the crown. I think having some underdogs in there really is going to, you know, brighten up the day and show us the new gameplay, the new stuff we've been waiting for.
They may be underdogs, but who knows? One of these crews we're not familiar with could surprise us, come out of nowhere with the crazy plays. So
yeah, maybe they'll just change the username and or sneaky peeky.
That could be it. We could just be, they could be just changing up their username every time, and we've just not known who it is. Like, that's totally a tactic. I can see that playing into everything. Since we're sitting here, I'm going to just run down my list real quick on my channel so that I can get to everyone that was making plays here. I appreciate the follows from everyone who's gotten to jump into this here today. Let's see. Barbara Kelly, Sal Please, Jaws NT, Epic Trepic, Trish Cone, Philip Dude 1, Tonums 9, Down to Quest. Hey, love the Down to Quest channel. Love you guys. Thanks for the follows, all of you guys. 10 gifted subs from Toothbotto. So make sure you guys are throwing your appreciation out there to Toothbotto for gifting out some subs, and also make sure to use your tier 1 emotes. Not Ian gifting a sub to Rango as well. So hey, definitely enjoy the emotes, guys. Make sure you thank the folks that are passing you down the subs. Love to see it. All right. Where are we at?
Fire the right cannons!
Show off the hats for you guys again. I see people in chat talking about it. So I'm going to show off the fancy gold lined hats again. 3 styles. So this is, again, an exclusive cosmetic for the team that ends up winning the tournament today. Definitely going to be a really cool thing to actually show off. Like, you get the clout from playing in the tournament and winning, right? But you also get the clout from having an exclusive cosmetic for a while. I know Stoat is all about that exclusive cosmetic. I know he's itching for it.
Looks like the next game has just started, so let's
just started?
hop in
Perfect.
and, yeah.
All right. Let me get that started. All right, and for those of you wondering, we will be playing on fog-free maps today.
That's what I like to hear.
All right. The ships in for this match. This is Death's Daughter, the Derpy Bird, Fast and Fishy, and Kiaru. As you can see already, we're down at Swamps, and there's already 3 ships that have spawned all down there together. 2 of them spawning on... Or, sorry, this is at Buccaneers. My apologies. 2 of them spawning on opposite ends of Buccaneers. I'm not sure if they've gotten into combat yet. It looks like there was some looting, but they may have both backed off. Some melee combat happening on the south side of Buccaneers here. Gotta get that kill feed up real quick. That's Potato getting a kill on the Mighty Axe, and obviously, while respawning not a big issue, it does add to your respawn timer for later, and that's one of those things that is going to be a little bit tricky to balance if you end up taking a lot of deaths. You don't want to be the liability to your crew when you actually need to be around to do repairs and all that stuff. Gotta make sure you're up at the right times. So the
Very
2 ships
true.
that are up here, we've got Fast and Fishy on one side, and on the other side, oh, we just lost them. Where did they go? Lost the other ship. They vanished. Oh, here we go. They're at Bird's Reef right now, and this is Death's Daughter retreating on the other end of it. They will be driving right past another team who's coming in towards Buccaneers. This is Kiaru. They're rolling in from Lunar. So it looked like they just did a quick looting. This is still early game, and so surprised to see ships really rolling past each other. You can see that a chest just got picked up on Bird's Reef. I would assume that that was just based on the timing of it, probably picked up by Death's Daughter's team.
Yeah, I think the reason they didn't engage here is Kiaru, there was only one person on board, so it was probably much safer to just deviate and avoid all conflicts. You don't want to get boarded or attacked when your crew is out and about looting.
Definitely true. Yeah,
Jinx.
so we'll see.
Well, you have to
Oh,
fight now.
I've been
no
had.
More,
Yeah,
no more Worm.
yeah. Caster's gone. Get him out of here. So we've got Derpy Bird here. They did roll in from Icy, so they did a little bit of looting. I think they dropped off most of their crew to do it. This is the team with Pixel Penguin on it that we were talking about earlier. So you'll see that right off the bat, ships start out pretty basic as far as what they have on there. Upgrades can go on to the cannons, the steering wheel, the capstan, which is what controls how fast the anchor comes up, as well as swivel cannons can be put on the ships in 3 positions. And that's regardless of whether it's a junk or brigantine. You'll see here that there is one cannon upgrade on the Derpy Bird already, being that silver on the side. It goes up to this would be the tier 2 cannon. There's a tier 3 as well, and that's where it caps out. So once you hit that tier 3 status, it usually means that that ship is going to be pretty well stacked for combat, and that's what a lot of teams will be looking for, is these upgrades early on. We're still not seeing a lot of combat, which is a little surprising considering how close quarters all 3 teams were, but I think they're just opting for the loot first so that they don't fall behind.
Goes back to what we were saying last match, is that nobody wants to risk the 3rd or 4th place finish with 1 round in the first round of pools. If you get 3rd place, then you don't progress to round 2 of pools.
So you'll see on Fast and Fishy here, they're running a little low on battle drinks. Battle drinks used to heal yourself in combat, so that can be critical in boarding situations. But they've got a decent amount of wood already, and some decent combination of cannonballs. Since we've got the option to show it here real quick, and there's no real combat happening, starting from the bottom left, those are your normal cannonballs. They deal 5 damage to the ship, reload in a couple of seconds. So they're your basic go-to, very long range. Heavy cannonballs next to that, they deal double the damage, reload a little bit slower, have a way lower trajectory, so they're harder to hit at long range. Anti-cannon throw chains on them that make it so that you have to remove the chains in order to turn the cannons at all. The green is the trap shot, which is used to put the ship anchors down for other ships. Purple is anti-sail, which you use to fire at ship sails in order to slow them down. And TNT is an explosive that, when fired and or blown up just in general, will cause both player and ship damage. So you will see a lot of trap, I would say, in combat. Trap, TNT, and heavies will usually be the close range favorites. Long range, you'll usually see anti-sail and regular cannonballs.
TNT is tough, though, because it's so heavy. You can only carry a few of them at a time, bring them back to your ship. Very limited supply, so you got to choose when to use them, because if you use them at the wrong time, you could not have them when you need them.
Right, and it looked like we may have been having a pursuing moment here, but maybe they just opted out at the last second. Derpy Bird were being chased down by, I think that this is Kiru. They were more or less right behind them, and a junk ship chasing a brig 9 times out of 10 is an inevitable trap. The junk ship will almost always make that catch up, and without a cannon on the back of the brig, if you don't have a swivel, which it didn't appear that they did. Well, they do have one now. Without that swivel, though, brig, for the most part, defenseless to a junk ship rolling up behind it.
It is interesting. Last in round 1, we saw 4 junk ships, but this time we got 2 brigs and 2 junk ships. It's interesting to see the decisions that these different crews make and what ships can be best for them.
Oh, look, and it looks like they're continuing. It's hard to tell. I'm a little bit concerned about whether or not this is loot first mentality, or if they're actually just trying to make a passive swing. But it looks like Kiru is going to be trying to get an up-close play here. They do have sight on the Derpy Bird, and they have someone up front at the cannon, so they could make a play here. They do have a tier 3 cannon up front, so you will see a lot of fast cannon fire from there. They have trap shot loaded, so they will probably be looking to anchor a ship as soon as they get the chance. Broadside
Also,
cannon
you have to give it
fire.
to the snipers here. The snipers shooting down from Lunar towards the Derpy. I hope they hit one. It's beautiful to see.
Oh, yep. Look at right there. He's trying to port back now, so he's clearly just trying to get back before things become a little too hectic on his own ship. Anti-sail coming in here. I'm not too sure about that decision as they're putting shots on. Look at this. Trying to get the broadside on with the brig, but I think they just turned the wrong direction. You're not going to be able to get that speed of the turn. Edmund, though, managing to get a kill on Raptor.
That was a crazy cross-ship snipe. He doesn't even have a sniper. That was a musket shot.
Ooh, and out of nowhere, we do have a 3rd ship. I must have missed them. I just, out of the corner of my eye.
Ooh,
This
I
is
didn't
Fast and
notice that
Fishy
either.
looping around Wilson's now and they probably will make a play for this Seagull crate and then try and intervene. Third party in here, like in most battle royales, is very, very critical to making sure that you get those sinks in scenarios where you don't have to put your ship at a lot of risk.
If either of these ships circling each other overcommits, Potato's going to mess them both up. Very, very...
Ooh, and you did hear a call out there, an enemy... You did hear a call out there for enemy ship in the southwest, so they do know that the Fast and Fishy is rolling up on them. Kiaro is now getting cannons off on both sides just to try and defend themselves. Oh, and as if we weren't talking enough about third parties, meanwhile, at the back of the pack, Death's Daughter now rolling up into the fight a little bit late, so we should have a great set of circling ships here.
Interesting how Death's Daughter is only at half sails. Looks like they don't want to get too close too fast, so they can still back out if they have to.
Right. So, and you're seeing part of what makes the brig so strong in the scenario is while they are too slow to to keep a ship off of their back, their ability to swing and cover two broadsides with very, very strong cannons allows them to kind of deter opponents and push them towards other portions of the map. Trap shot coming out here now, landing on the brig. They will now pin them in. Now, they're stuck on the backside. They may get broads. Let's see what comes out from the Derpy Bird. Oh, it looks like they landed trap shot, and that's going to make things a little bit... That's going to be a little bit unfortunate, because they're not going to get any damage off of that, really. Lazerda getting a kill now on Trillion.
Teammates or bots got a double block on that crew. Stunned two of them with the block mechanic.
That sounds like someone's been corked. They have.
Oh, no.
So Derpy Bird's corked right now. They've also taken damage. They're 80% under. No one getting the pump. Oh, this is disaster. Oh, this could have been avoided. And man, you hate to see that.
I'll say this for them. They had a good time, but not a long time.
Meanwhile, here comes the combat scenario between Death's Daughter and Kiryu. A lot of this is a pug spin here. This is a pug spin that we're seeing.
Yeah, members of the Death's Daughter were missing because they were engaging on the Derpy crew. So
yeah, they're trying to get back. They got some nice weapon upgrades, but trying to make it back with the loot. Very dangerous.
They're unfortunately boarded. Edmund getting a kill on the Mighty Axe here. Kiar getting a kill on Lazerda. Here comes the Cork. Oh, a last-minute stop. There is a Sword of the Sea in play today. This is getting a little wild, but man, they do have holes to fix. They gotta get this pump rolling.
They have to.
It's not gonna happen. And that's it.
Too late. Oh no.
And now Death's Daughter out of the fight as well. Two ships down in about a minute of time, back to back again. So Kiryu managing to get the better of that conflict, but here we go. The Fast and Fishy, they've got full speed behind their sails too. These junk ships with full speed can really get over to other ships very quickly. Anti-sail now coming out. You see there's a little bit of damage already, so this is going to make maneuvering and getting away here really difficult for Kiryu when you've got a full speed junk ship coming right at you. Anti-cannon now locking them down. Get ready to see some boarding. 2 off of the ship, 3 off the ship. All 4 now going for the board on Kiryu. Now there is holes on both ships, but I think Kiryu has the heavier holes right now. Edmund getting 2 kills on Reverend and on Temp. So that means that Fast and Fishy now down 2 people.
They may have lost the upper hand here.
Yep. Here comes a counter board now. They've got one hiding. Now, can he hold off long enough for his team to respawn? They're getting 1 back. It looked like that would have been Reverend that they're going to get back first. Zone is also closing. For those of you that are wondering, ships that are outside of the zone will take damage while they're out there. Now, the players themselves will also take damage as long as they are off of the ship. If they're on a ship, they're fine. Kiryu now going for a TNT. Well placed, well played. Good damage with that. Now, repairs coming in on the Fast and Fishy. You've got to be quick to that. They do all have player damage as well, as Potato goes down to Shin, and Chuli gets a kill on Rango. Trap shot now coming down, 2 going on to board. Let's see what ends up happening. This boarding scenario really important here. Reverend getting a kill on Shin.
Kiara's
Pump's still
basically
rolling.
guaranteed to move on at this point. They've got an obscene number of points that even if they get second, there's no way they don't make round 2.
I don't think
Reverend getting
they have to
another
worry
kill
about
though
that.
on Chole. Well, it depends. Like they've gotta
Yeah.
get the kill here.
Fast and Fishy taking a lot of water though, but they have been recovering.
Yeah, they're about 20% under. So this is a one of those scenarios where you just have to make sure that you're containing the damage. I mean, Kiro now has holes as well. I'm not sure what all they took those from, but they do have some holes. They've been a little bit better on the water control, and the holes are not nearly as large. Rango getting a kill on Shin. Edmund getting 2 kills now, one on Rango and one on Temp. So Fast and Fishy dealing with some troubles here. They're continuing to take damages there on the outside of the zone.
Yeah, a lot of Fast and Fishy
Kiara
members are dying, but this Kiaro is definitely on the back foot here.
They are
Potatoes dry
really
and coming
close
for the
to
offensive.
drowning.
Yeah, they've got a lot
They're
of water.
almost full of water. Yeah, about
Oh, and
80%,
so-
I'd say.
Yep. This could be the end. They just really have... You got to take advantage of that pump. You got to take advantage of the repairs here.
Interesting
On top
that
of that-
neither ship is opting for the zone. They're taking this fight way out here.
It might get worse. Fast and Fishy about to hit land.
No, I think they're trying to play the corner here. It looks like they're going to try and get the jump on the other side of the island. Now, they have to get around this rock, which seems to be their nemesis right now. All right. So we're seeing a wounded Kiro limping away from this fight in a pursue from Fast and Fishy. Heavy coming out as well to deal some extra damage. The zone is all the way on the other side. Reverend is now, it looks like, on board. He's got a kill on Ed. No. This is a reverse board. So Reverend getting a kill on Edmund while Fast and Fishy was being boarded.
Oh man, Kiaru's going to use this rock to avoid some potentially life-threatening cannonballs.
Yeah, I like the play to get around the rock here for sure. That kind of positioning is going to be critical in order to survive just long enough to actually pull out a win here. They are taking
But will it
so
be enough?
much water. They're going to go. They are going to sink. And just like that, Kiaru
Wow.
not able to get away from the zone damage long enough to get out of that.
But
That was an
I-
amazing fight.
Yeah, that was very back and forth. I think Kiaru will still make it to round 2, though. Look, Edmund has 2,000 points by himself.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I would say that that safely puts them in. I mean, this is still, that's on the top end of the bracket. I would say that safely puts them in on the top end. So,
It'll be interesting to
Well-
see how the rest of these games go.
yeah, that was really, really well done in terms of both of those ships in that entire pool. I mean, the combat was fantastic. I would say that was a good way to, like, kind of align everything if you are Kiro. Like, you got to get in there. You got to start some of the fights. You got to be engaged enough that at the very least, if you do lose, you give yourself a chance. You have to give yourself a chance. So that's it for Pool 2. And Fast and Fishy going to come out and really come... Or they're going to put themselves in there with Just Rush. And that's going to be an interesting lobby. Both of those teams did a good job of really cleaning up their fights, and they looked pretty polished. So that should be a really, really good setup for round 2. Round 2, obviously, being a 2-game competition. So we should see a little bit of 50-50, I think, from both.
It was interesting in that fight how much both crews went for boarding, and that just goes to show what we were saying about the junk ship playstyles. It's all about getting in, getting on, and slaying out. Very much
Yep.
that fight was determined by the pirate to pirate, and not so much the ship to ship. So it can go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's critical to point out that, especially on those junk ships, pump management, really, really crucial. You saw that Fast and Fishy took a lot of damage early on, but having someone at least pumping, even if they weren't getting the repair done, pumping out that extra water bought them enough time to finish the repairs and finish recovering from that counterboard that they had to deal with. Got guys respawned, and then were able to continue to push the offensive.
I gotta say, I can't wait for round 2, seeing Just Rush and Fast and Fishy both in that same pool in the next bracket. They have similar play styles of, rush forward and get on. Seeing them go head to head is going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Okay, and I do have the updated standing, so I'm going to pull that in there, and then you guys can see it. It doesn't look like... It does have the point total differences as well, so you guys will be able to see how that looks. And there we go. So it should be updated now, and you'll see from this picture, obviously Blinding Light pulling in the second place in that one, and the finishes will be tied into how the second places were working. 715 points for Blinding Light. It's not going to do it for them, I don't believe. Like, that's going to be a really difficult, fight to be had to try and make that into that round. Kiaru putting themselves in a great position.
It's not over till it's over. There's 4 second place crews, or there's 5 second place crews in 4 spots, so only the lowest second place crew will be pushed out. So who knows?
Yeah, very true. So, I mean, yes, we have 3 more pools that we're going to have to look for to really see who's going to come out into those. But definitely behind the 8 ball, if you don't get into enough combat, you definitely have to kind of wager a 50-50 on that of how much damage you want to try and deal, how much you want to get involved in, while still maintaining, the integrity of your ship.
I mean, they had Blinding Light had a rough go of it as far as points. Everybody else was fighting, and they looted all of Haunted Swamps, went for Krakens, looted all of Krakens. Not, set them up great for endgame, but it was not a very high point earner.
Couldn't have phrased it better myself, Stoat. But you know what? I agree. There's a very hard concept, I think, for a lot of players in this game to understand, which is that balance between looting enough and making sure that you get into combat and deal enough. The reason why I mention that is because while you may get in and say, oh, we are going to just loot out, we're going to be so stacked at the end, you want to know how you really loot out in this game? Like, if you really want to just buffer your numbers, you loot for a little bit, fight another ship, then you steal all their loot as well, because they were the guys that were doing the first strategy.
Indeed.
Yeah, and that kind of gameplay really allows you to just scoop up all their resources, all of your own resources, and that gives you a really good advantage getting into those late circles. Now, obviously, you put yourself at risk because you do have to engage in those fights, so you definitely got to balance it out.
The other interesting thing is this is the first event of its kind. I don't know how much Blinding Light considered the points when they made their game plan. It's interesting to see how much of an impact that's ending up having.
I see Pixel in the chat right now saying, oh, 100%, even we wanted to get in on a fight. Good time, not a long time. So definitely doubling down on that commitment. I mean,
they gave it
really well done. Yeah, I mean, it was still good. I liked seeing the combat. The combat did look great. Now, I would say all of the teams that were in that fight, for that second pool, did a great job of boarding and really getting into... They got into the front bottom deck of both ships each time they engaged each other. That's for all 4 teams that were in that lobby. Each one just happened to get a really good dive in. So we're waiting for this next lobby, and let's talk about this matchup as well. So this is pool number 3. I actually lost my screenshot that I had up of it, but pool number 3.
Take the wheel!
Karm Freepov, Valhalla, the Nervous Wreck, Mandalorians. Again, Chizara, we know him well enough. We've seen him stream. He's a good member. He's a member of the community that really is active all the time. That's going to be a tough crew to beat in my mind, at least in that pool.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's they're definitely a dangerous combo, and they've got a lot of experience together as well. That team synergy can oftentimes be difficult to overcome if other teams have less experience working together.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that there's a lot of, this is going to be a very interesting bracket in my mind. I think Chizara's team on Karm Freepov really, really strong. The other team that I'm very curious of, because it does seem to be like a little bit of an interesting combination, is the Nervous Wreck, which is the Con Live and his team that he will be running. Haven't seen Connor too much lately, but I mean, his plays with the musket used to be very, very, very strong. So my memories of him are a lot of me dying and a lot of him being on the sending end of that.
Wait, is this the con or is this a
The
different
Con, I believe. I believe this is the Con. I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure it is. In any case, we will find out. But in all of those situations, these crews are like I think that this is probably the pool that has the most. What do I want to say? Probably the newest members of the community. These are all teams that I've seen these players around. At least for the couple crews on the Nervous Wreck and on Valhalla, they're teams that I haven't seen until like the last maybe few weeks as much, right? But does not mean that they're out of the action, does not mean that
Fire
they're
the right
weak.
cannons!
And I'll be very curious to see just how that plays out.
Very interested. And by the way, confirmed, this is a different Connor. But I'm sure
It
he's
is a
very
different Connor?
dangerous too.
He probably is just as dangerous then. Yeah, sell me on that easily.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm probably gonna cut out here in a second to get a warm-up game in with my crew before we drop into.
Yep, definitely do, and you will be
Broadcast.
missed on the broadcast, but we'll be watching. Don't you worry. I'll have plenty of not so nice things to say about you once you're offline.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Of course
All
not.
right. All right. Good luck with the rest of the games. I should be back on after my pool.
All right. You'll have a good one, Stoat. All right, Toasty. So it's just you and me for a minute here.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're gonna
us
have.
in a jacuzzi. Honestly, next time we should do this from a jacuzzi. Imagine just sitting there, right?
do
Bubbles
we have to
around
choose
you.
a neutral ground then? Since I'm in North America and you're in Europe, do we have to get a yacht or something? Is that how we have to plan this out? I don't
A
know.
yacht? That'd be amazing. Imagine us
It
in
has to be a boat.
jacuzzi
This is a boat game.
on a yacht, right? Casting the game live. That'd be amazing. In costume,
agree.
of course. Both of
In
us
costume, yeah. Listen, the
With
next time
the
I've
new
talked.
hats,
Oh, see,
with the new
I-
hats, showing off. This is how you could look like if you won. This could be you.
I was-
You could be in the jacuzzi with us on the yacht in the Mediterranean.
I was thinking
If you
about
would.
doing something like that for this competition in the first place. I just didn't have time to put together the costume. But man, I could sell me on that easily.
I've already got my tickets booked. I don't know when the next tournament is, but I already have my tickets. Looks like we have a little bit of delay because of the previous games going a little bit faster than we've been planning. So we'll be still about 15 to 20 minutes out before the next game starts. So you
Okay.
want to go over the other pools in this for now? 'Cause we were
Yeah,
doing that
that's
before,
actually what
but
I
then
was-
The game got called and
Right.
Yeah.
So, and we'll talk a little bit more about the tournament and talk a little bit about these teams in these other pools. So there's what we've seen so far for the folks that aren't too aware is those last two matches that we just watched. Those are the two European teams that we've seen so far. The next one will also be European based, but then after that we will get an NA EU mixed and then an NA team after that. So for Pool 3, right, that's going to be the EU team that we just discussed. Pool 4 will be Stoat and his group against a lot of the other EU teams that are in there. So it's Bloodbath and Beyond versus Dedicated Wham, the Black Pearl, and Karasis.
Take the wheel!
do you think the ping is gonna make a difference here? Do you think the NA crews are gonna be hindered by the distance by the ocean in between us?
I don't think so. So those games, I think, my understanding is that it'll be one game on EU and I think one game on NA for pool number 4. Well, no, I think they said it's going to be EU explicitly for the elimination portion. So, elimination game will be on the EU side of things, and you will see that there you will see that I think that most of the NA players, though, their connection to the data centers in EU actually negligible. It does not have that much of an impact.
Yeah, but for those really, tight plays, we would see a small difference, right? There is
I think
a
you
little
will.
delay nonetheless, and that could be the difference between hitting a shot and not hitting it.
Okay, and I actually did just get confirmation, but it is the 5 first place crews and 5 second place crews, so the bottom 2 will get pushed out, right? There will be a 2-team drop, so it was the inverse of what I had said previously as far as how teams are going to go forward into that second round. I personally, just because I know the teams in pool number 4 pretty well, Bloodbath and Beyond and Karasis, to me, I think are the favorites. I'm actually, so here, and I'm going to do this, just since we're partially through this, let's go ahead and set up a poll here as well, or we'll set up a prediction. For those of you guys that are using my points, let's do a pool 3 prediction real quick. And I will try and get on this, or Ian, if you're listening, if you can try and jump on these for me for the next one, like when I pop these up, that'd be awesome if you could help me get these before the predictions go, or before the pools go out.
Yeah. I'll remind you.
Yep. So
this soundtrack is so good. Every time I hop in game, it catches on to a brain cell. My single brain cell is like occupied with.
You know what?
I'm so bad at this game.
Yeah, because you're so occupied with the soundtrack. Listen, I hear you on that. It's one of those things that when I hear it, you've heard me do it on stream. I just immediately get to the do 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 do, and it just sticks.
It does stick.
Like, how do you get away from that?
I don't know. By playing. By
Right.
playing, you just have to feed your own addiction to the song, and the only way to do that is by playing.
Okay, and I'm getting this poll out to you guys now. And I want to know what your thoughts are on who's going to win in this next pool. We'll set it as a 3-minute timer here so you guys can go ahead and dive on it. But it's a who is going to end up winning this for pool 3. We've got the choices of Karm Freepov, Valhalla, The Nervous Wreck, and Mandalorians. While we're diving through that, let's dive back into the pool 4 group real quick. Obviously, like I said, Bloodbath and Beyond, I think, very strong team, like NA based, so there may be a little bit of... I think there will be a little bit of lag, but I don't know if it's going to matter too much because I know the way that they play is much less against the boarding perspective. But I also really, really like Karasis. That's the team with Ombo on it. And for the folks that don't know who Ombo is, Ombo streams, great guy. Really, really strong with the Dragon Pistol. I've never seen someone hit so many ridiculous headshots as he can. Dragon Pistol being being the only non-legendary one headshot kill weapon in the game. And that guy can land it like it's no one's business.
Yeah, it is tricky sometimes to hit the headshots though, but if you hit it, that's such a good feeling, right? Getting the one kill, one bullet, one kill, that's just satisfying. I see why it's such a fan favorite. It is a powerful weapon, and you can wipe a person instantly.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong weapon. My own personal opinion, especially, is that the Dragon Pistol itself, while it is very strong, it does have the downsides of it's got a long reload time. as a secondary, which is usually something you want to be pretty quick so you can get multiple shots off and kind of finish off your kills. Obviously, doesn't matter if you land a headshot, but it has that negative, and it also has the negative of not having a very far bullet velocity, or not having a very high bullet velocity. So it doesn't travel quite as far with as much of a straight line, making it a little bit hard to calculate those trajectories.
Yeah, especially if they're, you know, a little bit further than you're comfortable with. Hitting a person on deck might be easy, but, you know, getting like a clean headshot off from a distance really is tricky with it. Which is why it's so impressive when you do hit one.
Votes are finishing up here for the pool. Don't forget to toss a vote in. We want to see, what are your guys' thoughts on who's going to win pool 3 here?
You have to remember, we have a delay. So when you say we're about to close in...
That's a fair
is...
point. Joke is on me because it is on a delay that is longer than the voting period. Ha ha. It is in though, so not a ton of votes went in for it, but it looks like the couple votes that did, they're between Nervous Wreck and Karm Freepov. I am looking though to check to see when we can get into this next match. It looks like they had an issue where they have to rehost. The server, it appears, crashed. So they're trying to get it back up and running and get everyone into it so we can get started. So while we're taking a moment to hold, or for them to reload here, I'm going to do a quick run through for the folks that are in my notifications. Pixel Penguin, thanks for the Prime sub. Spectre, thanks for the follow. Hey, C, thanks for the follow. Harukin, thanks for the follow. And for the Prime. Appreciate it. Mighty Axe, thanks for the follow. And Corral. I'm trying. Corral 0, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate all of you guys. Absolutely. New servers coming up. It looks like they're getting the people in now. So we should be ready to go in a couple seconds here. And I apologize. I do know that some folks said that it looked like the chat box on the other window is a little bit blurry. So I'm trying not to use that window too much. I will bring it up every once in a while, but the chat overlay I think is just a little bit funky. So my apologies. It also probably doesn't help that it's on a 5-minute delay, so anything that you're seeing is not going to match up with what you're actually typing in that time frame.
You're from the future.
Yeah. I'm talking to you from the future.
Through the last 2 games, what do you think was your favorite moment so far?
So, favorite moments so far of these last 2 fights. I don't think enough can be said about that attack from Just Rush on all three ships in the lobby. That back-to-back that they had very early on to clean up those first 2 ships was really, really well done, and very well executed. Landing trap shots can be a little bit of a tricky art, one that I appreciate, ever so much more because of how often I go for them and how, unique I try and make those. But landing trap shots can be very difficult because of the trajectory. They're very heavy, and so they don't quite get that travel speed that you want to catch up, and they're very hard to hit on junk ships especially. So catching those and making sure that you position yourself afterwards in a spot where you can put shots on before they get their capstan up, that was a really well done scenario by Just Rush to land the trap shot, roll up behind them because they took a great angle of attack against. I'm trying to think who it was that they rolled up on in that situation. I want to say it was Winner Winner Chicken Dinner that they rolled up on, but getting behind them and then immediately anchor turning into it so that they could get behind and land front cannon shots. Very well done. They also hit a couple of really good TNT in that situation. Set themselves up very, very well.
I think from the second game, my favorite moment so far was the way the Fast and Fishy, they really coordinated the whole game, in my opinion. What happened is they really brought people together at one point kind of set them up to fight, and they just left. They took the sneaky way out, so that they had their fight. Some ships went down. They came back, right? Cleaned house, and then of course, we went into that massively impressive battle between Fast and Fishy and Chiaro. I think that was a really tactical moment and a well played on their end. They really saw the opportunity to get a fight going, but then decided to not partake into the fight just to play it safe. Because it is an elimination round. If you die right there, you're done. That's it. That's the end of the road. Yeah, I think that was a very impressive moment as well. Maybe a little bit sneaky, and
But I think
Vicky?
sneaky, you have to be able to. You got to be able to make the sneaky plays in this. It's not everything's not going to be a safe play. So you really can't just put yourself in those scenarios all the time and just get the the big win fight whenever you dive into it.
Looks like
So-
we're about to start the next window. So let's hop over.
Yep.
See what that brings.
So here we are. This is pool number 3. This is Valhalla, Mandalorians, Karm Freepov, and the Nervous Wreck. Early on, we've got ships spawning at Trident, and you'll see we've got one already backing way off of it. They are picking up chests, but it looks like they just dropped people off and left. Teams are going to be fighting here on the top, over by the portal to Buccaneers. 2 of them are on one side, following up on the guy that is diving down to the bottom. Chests did get picked, and so someone will have some pretty decent loot and or upgrades here. I think this is our runaway man right here. He's got the dragon pistol.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Great weapon, like we talked about before.
Huh?
I wonder if there's going to be an issue for Karm here, because they are missing a player somehow. Looks like one is having some issues to connect.
Take the
So there are
wheel!
currently only 3 people. Hope to see him hop in as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great position to be in when you're down a player like that.
Especially with
Kane
the
getting a
playstyle.
kill. Yeah, Kane getting a kill on Truminator here, though, and it looked like that was who picked up the chest. So that has to be upgrades. Like, he went straight to it. It didn't look like there was too much there otherwise. So, still sitting at Trident, kind of zooming around the north side of it, we have the Nervous Wreck here. They're in the base white sails, black top sails, but with the paw prints on the side or on the sail design. The team that we saw Bolton from the south of Trident here in the junk ship, Dragon Sails. This is the Mandalorians here with the red Dragon Sails and the bull top. Zooming out to see if we can get a sight on the other one. So over here at Lunar Landing, after stopping in from Trident as well, we've got, this is probably Karm Freepov, yep, with the black Raven sails. And we're missing a ship. Or maybe not. And here we are, and this is Valhalla here with the black lion sails. TNT already strapped to the front. Interesting play, considering that this is early game. Like, you could get that shot off by one person just looting on an island. TNT not the easiest thing to come by either, and it's very heavy, and so it's not something. It fills your inventory very quickly, so you can't carry a lot of it, and it's really hard to like bring tons of it back. I don't know how I feel about spending it early on to put it on the front of the ship.
However, it cannot be stolen. Haha. If it's in
You're
your
not
inventory of the
ship.
Players
Yeah,
can't
can't
just steal it.
Yeah, so that's definitely it. To be totally fair to them, you can't really do anything about TNT on the front as far as using it as a counter weapon. Although, I take that back. Technically, you can shoot TNT off of the front in order to damage the crew that's already on there. It doesn't deal ship damage, but it does still deal crew damage. So here we have the Mandalorians. They're now going to Raiders camp. Probably going to drop people off to common loot here. They dropped 2. Oh, and they're actually doing a full anchor. So we expect the full crew to come off then if they don't pick up the capstan. One already has a shoulder cannon. So that's a great
huge.
boon right there. Yeah, that'll be doing them some real wonders as far as combat is concerned. Shoulder cannon being a legendary weapon, fires cannonballs, works just like a swivel cannon for the most part, deals 1 less damage to the ship. But it's a one-hit kill if you land it on an opponent. All right. And taking a wild, long range shot. I want to make sure that we capture this in case something happens, but I don't think that this is going to hit anybody. Oh, maybe it will. That was a very well-aimed shot, just a little short.
It was very close, actually. From that distance, it's really tricky.
Yeah, that's a very difficult spot. If you're the nervous wreck, you probably just heard the splash and nothing else. Another shot coming out. This one going all the way. This will probably go past Trident, to be totally honest. It's going to catch the top of Trident. So not nearly as much danger from that shoulder cannon shot, but still fun to watch. It's not like you're really losing anything. Now, the only problem is that shoulder cannon is loud, so you're not really going to, you're kind of giving away where you're at. Especially when you have Karm Freepov literally parked on the other side of Landlubbers right now. Or, not Landlubbers, this is, oh goodness, I'm blanking on the name of this portion. That's alright. But you've got Karm Freepov very, very, very close. They're right on the other side here. Like, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from you. Firing that shoulder cannon could give you away enough that they decide to backdoor. They just have to really roll around that corner.
Right, but there's such an aggressive crew, and missing a player at the beginning might have put them a little bit back, They had to go for extra loot to get their 4th player equipped and ready to go. That might have been a huge difference for them to not take a fight right there.
So over here, though, we've still got Valhalla. I'm looking at their loot right now, and they've got a decent amount of wood. They do have at least 20 battle drinks, so they should be well looted. Now, remembering earlier that I said that their TNT they put on the front of their ship, you see that they don't have any in stock right now. They do have everything else, but no TNT available. That's going to make combat at mid to close range a little bit difficult for them if this gets shot off the front of the ship.
What I am noticing compared to previous game is that people are anchoring a lot more. In the previous game, a lot of teams were never parking anywhere. They would just have one person on the ship at all times, going around from island to island. This time we do see a lot of people taking their time, parking somewhere, drop the anchor, get loot, take their time to get all the loot even, and then move on to the next island.
That's a good point. So this is a very slow developing match that we've seen so far. Nervous Wreck, obviously, pulling up to Lunar now. They're going to find that most of this has already been looted by Karm Freepov. But they drop people off, and they are in a brigantine, so they are going to be moving slower. They had back sailed down as well, so they're not really zooming anywhere. You'll see that they do have eyes now on the Mandalorians, who are also... They look like they're taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach here. Cannons aren't loaded, but they do have a tier 3 up front and a tier 2 on the port side. Tier 3 capstan, so critical to if you get trapped, that tier 3 capstan will get you away very quickly. Cannon fire now coming from the broadside, just normal cannonballs so far, towards the Mandalorians. Takes one shot, they're getting some shoulder cannon shots back and some swivel shots. It looks like those may be missing.
Doesn't have a lot of upgrades themselves either. They only have one upgraded cannon, tier 1 steering wheel, tier 1 capstan, so maybe being able to take down the ship here, to take down the Mandalorians, would be a huge gain for them to get the upgrades from the other ship and get them a lot more solid position with their boat.
So the problem that I have with that, though, unfortunately, is that with the Brig, it is definitely a ship that is granted much more of a boon the more upgraded it is. The ceiling for the Brig is much stronger because you get so many more cannons, and so that increases your DPS dramatically as your reload speed goes down. Gotta get those cannon upgrades. With only a tier 2 cannon on the port side, I don't know if that's enough to give you the firepower you need to beat a team that has a tier 3 capstan, because you can't get the trap shots off as much, and a
Yes,
tier
exactly.
3 front cannon. You've got to really take advantage of that combat. It might be better for them to wait for a third-party opportunity.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Looks like
meanwhile,
both
as
teams are not really interested in fighting anyways.
no, the
They're taking
Mandalorians,
distance.
yeah, the Mandalorians definitely looking a little bit hesitant to try and take this fight, even though I would say they have the advantage. Zone also closing in here, so it's not the best scenario for the Nervous Wreck to have Zone at their back. They are driving right at the Mandalorians. A really, really, really ill-advised play if you can't turn the broadsides to them after. Junk ships that, with their agility and speed, definitely can take advantage of brigs in that scenario before a brig can really react, because they're just that much faster. They can get into the turns fast, they can get around the ship fast, and they can get their front cannon on you before you can really do too much with a brig.
Right. Meanwhile, Karm was coming over closer to both the Mandalorians and the Nervous Wreck, but decided to back off in the end anyways. Seeing that there wasn't going to be any fight happening between those, I think they decided to back off and wait for a third-party opportunity.
Now, an
Third-party is
interesting...
ever so strong.
Oh, absolutely. And a very interesting player. So, Karm Freepop also with a shoulder cannon. So, 2 shoulder cannons in this match on 2 different ships. They also have, and this is something, like I said, very, very interesting the way that it's set up. There's a tier 3 right cannon instead of a tier 3 front cannon. Now, some teams do opt for taking this tier 3 side cannon because they try and take advantage of the speed that the junk ship has. Instead of going for positioning directly at the ship, they will take a more hit and run approach, where they will try and dance circles around the brig as it tries to line up a broadside on them, and rather they will go for the fire cannon shots as we do a rotation with them. Now, if you match up the rotation, it's huge. It's a fantastic play. If you don't, you end up in a real tough spot. Looks like just
Ooh.
some shoulder cannon shots hitting the top of the side of Kraken Keep here. Oh, and team's getting really close. So Karm Freepov now in an engagement scenario with Valhalla. Valhalla taking the first shots. Heavy cannonball coming out, normal cannonballs coming out. But Karm Freepov is going for the anchor, so I'm expecting combat here for sure.
Ooh.
Karm Freepov now rolling up behind. This is not the spot you want to be in if you're Valhalla. You can't let a ship roll up behind you. Their sails also against the wind. Not a lot going in their favor right now. Karm Freepov also going against the wind, though, and it doesn't look like either team adjusting. Okay, here we go. Sails being adjusted on Karm Freepov. They will get that speed reduction down as low as they can. Try and get the catch up here. Now, here comes the anti-sail. This is kind of anticipated. Goes through. This will reduce some of the speed from Valhalla. Oh, and they're just losing the angle right now. Kraken Keep kind of getting in the way here. I like the play here to cut all the way around the island. You can actually do a swing and get your strong cannons forward if you're Valhalla. Oh, they're still not really opting for it, though. I think they're just opting to run. This is very
Meanwhile,
dangerous now.
The Mandalorian and the Nervous Wreck are also taking a few shots at each other. Once again, decided to back out. They need to. They're all waiting for a prime opportunity.
Okay.
Something needs to happen to get the fight going. Ooh, that trap shot would have been the trigger we needed to get the thing going, to get the ball rolling and hit the strike.
Agreed. If that trap shot had hit, we would have guaranteed seeing combat. Now, one thing that you'll notice about Karm Freepov versus a lot of other teams, they have what I would consider a dedicated cannoneer. Some teams tend to opt for just the flexibility of having everyone be pretty good at everything. Some teams, myself included in regards to how I play the game, will usually have a dedicated cannoneer. Roman, or Massacre as he is in his game tag. Strong on the cannons, good player in totality, a very strong cannoneer as well. Missing, though, another trap shot here. These trap shot are going to be very, very critical. Gotta land these.
Right, the problem with that tactic though is that if your cannoneer goes down, maybe your teammates don't have the practice, don't have the, you know, the muscle memory to get the cannons loaded and hitting. That could be a huge downplay if your cannoneer happens to go down, which on a junk ship very often happens. You're very exposed on the front cannon. Not a lot of places you can go to you know, dodge a shot, heal up real quick. Unlike the brig where you have a lot more cover.
Yeah, I'm also not a huge fan of this chase right now. So typically a junk ship chasing a junk ship goes in favor of whomever is the pursuant. However, this time around, there are a lot of heavy cannonballs coming out from Roman, and the accuracy wasn't quite there. A lot of them just fading off to the right, and there's not a lot you can do in that scenario to kind of bounce back from if you're Karm Fripov, because you're just taking free swivel damage for, you know, in trade for a waste of heavies. It's really unfortunate. If those had been a little bit more to the left, that could have been a catastrophic difference, but that's one of the few times that where you see, you know, missed shots really having a severe impact. So, trap shot hitting there, though, from Karm Fripov, and now they're going to take the offensive. Here comes a great TNT shot to land on Valhalla. They've really got back into this fight quick. 2 TNTs, usually about 2 and maybe some heavies is the death sentence for most of these junk ships. Those 2 going to be really, really brutal, and here we go. Finally, the fight we were waiting for. Nervous Wreck now rolling up, getting shots on as well. Your Valhalla, you're in some deep trouble, literally, and they are going to sink. What a quick turnaround on them.
That was such a risky play by Karm Fripov, parking in between the brig and the junk ship, very much ignoring the brigantine, only getting those TNTs, those trap shots on Valhalla, and very much bring them to their knees, giving the Nervous Wreck the opportunity to finish him off.
Oh, definitely. Definitely a risky play. One that, again, using from earlier, not an advice play. Oh, what a beautiful trap shot. That was so close. Just barely missing the back end of Karm Fripov. The Nervous Wreck putting up a good brig fight here. They're really just keeping things in their wheelhouse. Keeping the junk ships at a long distance, just blasting off some broadside normal cannonballs. Keep them at long enough distance that they're a little bit off balance. If you can land those shots, they have to keep someone on repairs so that they don't take burst damage sinks. So I like the play a lot. Now this I'm not too keen on. Driving straight into the side of a junk ship, ill-advised. Now here comes the trap shot. Here comes the possible board. Anti-cannon landing. Now 2 shoulder cannons, obviously, for Karm Fripov, since they stole that other shoulder cannon. And now they're just wailing on the Nervous Wreck.
Also note there were some players in the water still trying to get loot from the Valhalla ship. A lot of people are not on their ship while they should be.
This might be the end of them here. So they've got dangerous. 2 guys down repairing, and I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up with that kind of DPS from 1 gold cannon. The shoulder cannon also coming in really strong here to put damage on players. Meanwhile, Mandalorian's taking a really great aggressive angle here. I like this play. Rolling along and just keeping this tight angle to fire. Now, they're not landing shots directly on the brig, but instead intending on focusing on Karm Fripov. Love that play. It's definitely allowing them the ability to get extra damage in, and if the brig happens to come back, if Nervous Wreck bounces back from this, that puts Karm Fripov in a very, very, very vulnerable position. Another trap shot coming in, though, from Karm Fripov. Well placed, and that's going to pin the Nervous Wreck again. They're about 60% under right now, almost 70%, and the water is continuing to rise. That pump doing some work, but they're taking holes left and right. They've got to get out of where they're at.
Karm Fripov just parked up right next to them, taking shots. Again, pretty much ignoring the other team. They focus on one team specifically, take the risk.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this. So 2 TNT coming out there from Karm Fripov, though. That's 2 TNT less than they would have normally in this. They are going to be in a little bit of a weird situation here fighting against the Mandalorians if they don't have any TNT. Now, the question is, does the Mandalorian have TNT as well? They do have some in their back pocket, so they will be able to fire some. Nervous Wreck somehow getting away from this, but they're barely going to end up losing it. Pump just not able to keep up with that damage. It was pretty constant. The 2 TNT making things really difficult. So now we're down junk ship, Karm Freepov, and the Mandalorians. Mandalorian's now parking, it looks like. Getting the capstan up. I like the capstan turn there. That was a very, very good play. Now, you got to watch for this trap shot. It should come in any second now from Karm Freepov.
Right, I think they're going to hold on a little longer. They have one person looting the Nervous Wreck. So they might hold off a little bit longer to engage the actual fights until their teammate is back with more upgrades and the resources they need to really fight back on the Mandalorians here.
Yeah, and you can hear them pumping and repairing right now. So they're doing their best to make sure that they don't get caught flat-footed. Now, that being said, Karm Freepov also doing repairs right now. They had a little bit more water to clear since they were getting third-partied out of that by the Mandalorians. Both ships just taking long-range shots at each other, and it looks like not really coming up with too much success. Hard to hit these junk ships when they're going full speed, and especially when they're doing circles. Cannons take that type of... they carry that momentum as they go, and so if you're firing cannons off, really have to deal with, targeting almost much farther ahead so that you can pinch that momentum into the other ship. Curving the bullets
circling around each other, you do see a lot in these late game fights where neither team is in a great position compared to the other, and something just has to happen to break the circle.
Oh, here comes the trap shot, but you know what? They were stopping anyways, which is really funny. Oh, here comes TNT from both ships, and they both landed. Good shots from both. Now, that'll hurt. Ooh, there's a second one. Shazara getting a kill on Shroominator as well. Heavy coming in there. Now, I expect another TNT any second here. Trap shot comes in instead. Great spot, though. Now, if you're the Mandalorians, you're in deep trouble. Ship is now spinning the wrong direction. You almost have to get away, or you will sink here.
They were able to rise the capstan, but will it be enough, though? They got hit by a trap shot.
Another
Once
trap
again,
shot
they're
hit.
not going to move forward.
That might be the end of the Mandalorians.
Yeah. Well, they're all right on water. They're about... Okay, no. They're about 80%.
No, the holes are just becoming too much. That heavy cannon shot hitting about the same position. Gonna keep doing player damage. Monomatrix also getting a kill there, and that is the end of the Mandalorians. So
what a beaubeautiful fight between both ships.
That was a really good one. Man,
this pool was surprisingly interesting.
Yeah, it was a very interesting setup from start to finish. It started off very slow. I think a lot slower than we anticipated overall. Just considering the teams that were in there, but I mean, it definitely escalated towards the end. They all decided to get very aggressive, but admittedly, it was, I don't want to say expected, but it definitely went in favor of Karm Freepov late just because of the way they were playing that and the way they handled that late game scenario. I thought that the Mandalorians were gonna be able to get on the end of that there and just take advantage of the third party, maybe run that TNT into Karm Freepov, or get a TNT shot off, cut it in tight, take advantage of them while they were, preoccupied. Didn't manage to do it, and I think that really did cost them a little bit in that, in that engagement. Because when it came down and it was all said and done, to the same point that we were talking about earlier, when you have a dedicated cannoneer, that guy's practicing his shots all the time, and you can't really do too much about that when they're just really swinging at you.
Yeah, you do have to give it to him. Karm Freepov made some huge risks, and they got rewarded for them multiple times during this one single game. It was a risky maneuver, parking between the brig, the junk, later on as well, ignoring fight and cannons from the Mandalorians to be able to take down the Nervous Wreck. It was a huge play. It was a huge risk. I don't know if they calculated that or not. They were very close to dying a couple of times. They were able to pull out on through. They really have the timings right of when to leave a fight. They take the risk, they park there, they do the damage, they keep track of everything else, and can escape quite safely sometimes, It's risky, but it's been working for them. So I'm wondering if we're going to see the same tactic happen later on in the semifinals. Because
I think you will.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be
It's
more
one of
risky
those.
because we might see a lot more calculated trap shots that came from across the horizon. Um,
Yep.
I
So
don't
for
know.
those of you that are seeing it though, we are taking 4 teams for that finals. So it is the 2 first place finishers and then the 2 second place finishers. Obviously, it comes down to just how you plan that out, and so the strategy is going to be a little different when teams do go for that semifinal fight. I think, at least for strategizing how you want to play it.
Yeah.
If you end up in a pool that is very, very strong, it might be worth playing very conservatively to try and get yourself pushed forward, right? One false step could cost you the whole thing. If you end up getting 4th or 3rd, whoop, you're done. Second place, at least now, it will end up being a guarantee because that'll get you into either the 3rd or 4th slot in the finals. But gotta definitely make sure that they're being very particular, and I want to see if that actually ends up being something that perpetuates itself, like between the semifinals and the finals, because it is a 2-round game in the semifinals, and in the finals it'll be 3 rounds. So I have the updated standings here now. Obviously we've moved Karm Free Pav over, and we'll be looking at the next bracket with Blood, Bath and Beyond, the Doted Wham, the Black Pearl, and Caresses. I'm gonna step away for 1 second, and I will return.
I'll keep you guys entertained in the meantime and tell you the beautiful stories of when I went fishing and almost sank my boat. I think you have to stick to the boat team here. It is a tricky game. It tends to swing one way and then suddenly one thing happens. Maybe ill coordination between a teammate or a misunderstanding can really change how things are played out. And I think so far all teams have been very, very well coordinated. We've seen a lot of beautiful plays happen, and the only thing I can hope for is that the next matches are gonna bring that to us as well. Also, I want to highlight here how much points Pyro have gathered in their second place in Pool 2. 4,304 points. That is massive. That's huge. I think they can be very comfortable having a score like that. Blinding Light, 715 points, which might not sound like a lot, but looking at the statistics and the score of the previous game, I think that is not that low. I think that's quite decent. More teams are taking the safe route of staying on the edge of the map, waiting for everybody to come close, come together, and take advantage of being the 3rd party or 4th party, even in this case. Yeah, definitely exciting stuff. The matches have been truly masterpieces. There have been a lot of teams that have been surprising me. A lot of teams that I didn't know personally, but have been coming out on top and doing wonders. So I'm happy to see that, and I'm hoping to see more of that.
So I think that one thing to bring out there for sure is like, and I'm sure part of the notice there was that that last fight, right? That Brig lasted a long time considering how much damage they were taking. Like a lot.
Right, and this is what we talked about earlier in the stream. The recent changes to the Brigantine being slower in taking water might be, might give them more of an edge, might give them more opportunities to come back from a fight that didn't go the way they were planning to.
Yeah.
Fire the right cannons!
I think that the comeback potential is just so strong with the Brig because you do have such a slow rate of sinking, and with the pump running, it's very easy to to make up a lot of that damage that you have. But it's definitely one of those things that I think that teams are getting a little bit caught up. I mean, we've seen it happen, I think, with both of the Brigs that we had on there. But when they're getting into some of these combat scenarios, they take a ton of damage, and then they really can't do too much to get back into it. Like, they do get a lot of they do get a lot of opportunities to get away, but because they spend so much time having to repair, they kind of miss out on most of the combat. They are missing out on points at the beginning, but they definitely are missing out in terms of getting into the early fights and taking advantage of third parties. Like, you lose so much of that strategy that you could be employing.
And that could be important if you do end up with second place, because all those points that you're potentially missing out on might be your downfall in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it might actually, I hadn't actually thought of this before, but it could be interesting. If you think like, hey, my pool, very strong people, I don't see myself winning, you could just aim for second place, take a junk, just try to maybe do a sneaky play where you just keep dropping people on others' boats, get the kills, get points, and be safe till the end of the game, and go for second place. That might not be a terrible tactic.
So, and you bring up an interesting concept that happens, I think, a lot in casual lobbies that we haven't seen too much of here, and I'm wondering if it's that reserved, don't want my ship to sink in the first round play. But one thing that more often than not does occur is that teams will usually drop people off of their ship, and usually like I'm being chased scenario, or just when they do like one of those little rotations, like Captain Kamon, who was on the Mandalorians, I was totally anticipating seeing him do that. Very well known for being a long range boarder, diving off of his ship, swimming all the way out to another ship, jumping on them, and then, you know, being a nuisance to them the entire time. But we haven't seen a lot of that. Not a lot of long range boarding.
It's surprising. Yeah.
Fire the
Like
right
you said,
cannons.
in pub games, this happen quite frequently. People just chasing for a long time, and people hopping off, getting on top of the ship behind them, and take one or two people out.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a surprise, and I mean, I'm wondering if that'll be something that we see later, but it's definitely something that I am very curious, you know, for later. Obviously, because I see you in here showing up in my stuff, I am going to make some quick call outs to everybody. Yeah, don't worry. I see you, fam. So let me get to my notifications before we jump into this next game, because it looks like they're still loading people in. Scotty Dave, Max Power, thanks for the follows. Tooth, thanks for gifting us a tier 1 sub to Stoat. Stoat, make sure you thank the wonderful gentleman for his gifted sub. Toasty with 10 gifted subs. So for the people that got those, hey, make sure you thank Toasty for being such a generous soul. Actually, double down. Yeah, you had 20 of them, you fiend. So make sure you thank Toasty. Great co-caster, good friend of mine, and, you know, obviously great friend for everyone in the community as well. And Denora H, also thank you for the follow. So pool should be coming in. I mean, we're getting some good votes in here, and it does look pretty mixed for the most part, but at least at this point, from when I'm looking at it, 7 votes for Bloodbath and Beyond as the strong favorite here. I think that might be well warranted. Votes coming in for Black Pearl, Carassus as well, and 1 vote for Dedicated Wham.
Take the wheel.
I'm very curious to see how this plays out. This is a pool that has 2 teams that, like I said, I know very well. They play 2 different styles. Bloodbath and Beyond made up of most of the crew that I usually play with. Very strong brig team. Very, very strong brig team. Don't want to just like underscore that too much, but like you don't see a lot of good or a lot of brig play, a lot of dedicated brig play. So that'll be a difference, like a different showing, I think. Carassus, obviously, on the other hand, much more of a dedicated junk team. They like to board. Like we said, Ombo, very, very strong with the Dragon Pistol. And so you've got 2 teams that play 2 wildly different styles there. Like, it's gonna be different. I like the junk ship in a lot of these conflicts, but the the brig in the right hands with a crew that's very coordinated will usually beat the majority of teams. Poll ended, by the way. 7 votes for Bloodbath and Beyond as the favorite. Second place being 5 votes for the Black Pearl, 3 votes for Karasis, and 1 for Dedicated Wham. I did just move in the updated standings. If you guys are taking a look at it, we've got confirmed now Kiaru making it into the next round for the semifinals. So good for them. It's Just Rush, Fast and Fishy, Kiaru, and Karm Freepov now currently marked down. That'll be a good grouping. I'm really excited for that. Okay, it looks like the lobby is filling up, so we should be getting into this any second. I'm waiting to see the spawn selection screen pop up, but we haven't hit that point yet.
Yeah, sorry, I got quickly pulled into a call here. That was quite important.
Well,
But yeah, like you have been saying, this is another exciting, very exciting match. I think this is the one that most people have been looking forward to. At least from the
I
people
know it is.
I hang out with, you know.
Yeah, from the people that I've talked to so far, this is the curious fight. Like I said, this is 2 different styles, and so you get to kind of see how they clash a little bit, right? Folks coming in and playing on both sides. You've got Junk Ship, you've got Brig play. It looks like it is starting here, so
Yeah,
I am
live.
swinging us into it now.
Once again, we have a team here with only 3 people. Interesting.
Folks are getting left out of some of these matches on start. I'm wondering if they're getting disconnected.
Could also be due to the schedule that we're ahead of. That
Oh, and it
people
could
just
be,
didn't
but I would.
anticipate to be, playing as fast.
Yep. So let's start with Trident, because these are teams that all like to spawn at Trident. So right now we do have 1 ship parked there. I am trying to get behind them, I promise. This is Karasis, so this is Ombo's ship right here. Ombo, missing 1 person on his crew, so it's Ombo, Ubermax, and Bloody. All 3 of them really, really good on the guns. Ubermax probably one of the most balanced players that I've played with in this game, and he kind of just does everything. You need something in particular, he's just on it. I would say not the he's not going to hit the top scoreboard on everything, but he's jack of all trade. So they're going to continue to loot Trident. They did get a chest off of that. We've got 1 ship leaving from swamps and another ship moving in, going straight for the temple there. Leaving, we've got, I'm trying to get a hold of it, the Black Pearl. This is Tornado, Ebo, the Storm, and Carnival. And they're going to make a push straight towards towards South Kraken Beach. Kraken, obviously, as you're seeing, kind of like this, aside from just being the actual central point of the map, definitely a spot where a lot of teams like to coalesce because it just has a lot of loot and typically has chests on it. It's also easy to port to. All right, and over here, this is the Dedicated Wham. So 2 brigs, I would assume, in this match. The Dedicated Wham coming in with 1, and I'm not seeing too much of their gameplay. I don't know how that's going to pan out. I'm very, very excited to see that. Dedicated Wham is Cage Moth, Rafflecopter, Reigen, and Matt. Matt, I know quite a bit. You've gotten to talk to him, the last couple days with all the practice stuff. Very engaged individual in the community. So, I mean, very, very bright mind, and I would expect good strategies out of it. And then the last one here, this is Bloodbath and Beyond. They also left from swamps, and they're going for Icy. So, both brigs going more or less towards Icy. I think that while Bloodbath and Beyond is going to park there, I mean, this could be a possible third party, although there's not a lot of loot on Dedicated Wham. They might try it, but I wouldn't say it's not unwarranted.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team that usually spawns at Trident and uses teleporters to their advantage to get loot snapped from other teams. They are the ones who would teleport, take your chest, and run away as fast as they can. So it's interesting to see that they went for a completely different maneuver. staying, near swamps, going to icy. Perhaps they just had a really bad spawn. Maybe it wasn't in their favor, and now they're paying with it by being, condensed.
I zoomed over because I heard small arms fire, thinking maybe it was a fight, but in reality, it's what we call lazy looting. Instead of rolling up close enough to actually melee crates and pick up the loot from them, it's just using gunfire instead to open the boxes. Earlier on in the metas, it was more of a thing that didn't matter too much, but since things have moved to the point where you are able to hear long-range audio cues for gunfire, it's become kind of a liability, but I think a lot of teams still just go with it anyways. So now we've got both Brigs. Man, I love the fact that this is happening. Both Brigs now chasing to the same points over on Buccaneers. So Bloodbath and Beyond now basically forcing an engagement with dedicated Wham. Here comes some cannon fire from both.
Huge though, because Bloodbath and Beyond, they have level 2 steering wheel, level 2 capstan, level or tier 2 golden cannons on both sides. Meanwhile, dedicated Wham has no upgrades at all.
Ooh, and that's a good trap shot from Bloodbath and Beyond. You got to get on those cannons, otherwise you can't really force this off, and at the same time you have to get that capstan up, and they've only got one person on it. This is not looking very... Ooh, that TNT missing by inches, though, over the top of the deck. Heavy still coming in. Another great trap shot. Looks like that one missed by an inch. It caught just in front of the ship. I thought that one was going to hit for sure. So Cannon Fire now coming back from dedicated Wham. They do have a TNT loaded, though, this time. And another trap shot coming in. This one hits. Turning the cannons away. They're not going to get their broadside with that TNT, and that's going to put them in a really precarious spot. This is one of those uh-oh moments if you're in a brig. And when someone else rolls up, they've got a broadside against you, and it's the front of your ship against them. Ooh, and what a cannonball. Reagan drills Vex with one right across. He takes his head right off. So, and that's huge. And this is kind of something that we talked about earlier. Also a good trap shot there. I think that's null on the cannons, but Vex, the dedicated cannoneer for Bloodbath and Beyond, also null with a great TNT shot there to kill Matt. He's going off to board. This is very interesting. I like the brig play from both of these ships. It sounds like Null's going to just port back and accept that he's missing it. Heavy fire still coming out. I'm not sure who's firing this now. Okay, Vex is back up. Great shots. This long-range accuracy with the heavy cannonballs really going to keep putting pressure on. And you'll see dedicated Wham not able to really do too much because they're constantly working on fixing holes. That heavy cannon fire just really putting them in a precarious position. Anti-cannon fire misses.
They don't have that much water, though. Like, they are taking damage, but they're not taking water as much. This is what we were talking about before. The brig being slower and taking water is giving them this freedom of taking shots and being casual about it almost.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, you can hear the water level getting a little higher down here, a little bit of bubbling. A lot of holes in here, none of them too big, though. So the recovery crew down underneath for dedicated Wham really getting the repair job done, but you're going to run out of wood if you keep this up. You've got to make a play here. You have to either disengage and get away from this, or you've got to turn and fight. Otherwise, you're going to run out of wood, and you're really going to put yourself really far behind when it comes to the late game fights. Like, there's not a lot you can do if you can see their wood supply. That wood's under 200. That's not good.
Yeah.
Typically in these scenarios, you want to have 400 or so.
Meanwhile, other ships are free to loot as well. I think that's not to be understated. They've been fighting for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, it is
other
also
ships just are looted up.
Yeah, it is also not a good situation to that point. You're absolutely right, Toasty, that if you're Bloodbath and Beyond, even though you feel like you won that engagement, like you pressed off, you're now in a bit of a predicament because you just burned a lot of cannonballs, burned some wood, you wasted a decent number of trap shot. I'm not sure how much they have on them. Like I think they shot like 6 of them. It looks like they don't have any. No TNT, no anti-cannon, and no Oh well, they are driving. They are diving for seagull crates, which should give them a little bit of a pickup. But no TNT, no anti-cannon, and no trap shot. Going for long-range cannonballs. These look like they're coming up way short. They're taking shots at, I believe this is Crassus here. No. This is the Black Pearl. Pardon me on that. So the Black Pearl rolling up. They will be trying to get in an engagement, it looks like, but they're they're catching the rocks here a little bit. Maybe underestimating the speed of their junk ship a little bit. Not that that's the worst thing. Like, you can easily get away from this. Front cannon now becoming active. This is one of those situations that can be a little bit sketchy for both of these teams. With the junk ship, you can get on that front angle that's blind on the against the brig, but if you are the brig and you continue to square up with this, you see like the back sails coming up on Bloodbath and Beyond here. If you square up your broadside, boy, that damage can build up fast. We're gonna see what happens. That junk, nice trap shot, catches it right across. Yeah, and some boarding by Null. That's not good.
Okay.
So Null's got 2 down. Here comes a TNT. Null's got 3 down here, and as the TNT hits, he has got a knock gun. 7 barrels, that's a great one-tap weapon. He clears the 3rd. This might be over.
This turn
So,
run
the
fast.
Black Pearl, yeah.
I thought Black Pearl might have had a chance here. Being in a previous fight, Bloodbath and Beyond was low on resources. They had the right angle, but being boarded and wiped really got them on their knees. And yeah, there still being a TNT from Bloodbath and Beyond was surprising.
I think they got it out of that. Yeah, I think they pulled one out of that seagull crate. And that's really what made the difference there. That one TNT just made it so much more potent. So they sent 3 to go grab resources from the sinking ship. That'll be a good boost to them. Yeah, I mean, that'll kind of help stockpile them up again. Let's see, did their situation change on the upgrades? I mean, it looks like they got an extra cannon, but I think they may have already had that. They've got 2 tier 3s on the back, 2 tier 2s up front. Tier 3 capstan, tier 3 wheel. And now this is the thing that you got to watch out for, is a brig with a lot of upgrades is a very, very, very scary thing to deal with. That DPS and the ability to get out of combat will make them really hard to get away from.
Take the wheel!
Crassus also has decent upgrade supply. They are ready to fight as well, I think. I think they're interested now in taking on a fight. Meanwhile, dedicated Wham still is lacking upgrades. They've probably been put off having that long fight. They had to recover a lot. They have resources though. They have got cannonballs ready to go.
So this is interesting. Crassus now knows where both of the other 2 ships are. I don't think Bloodbath and Beyond knows where they are. But Crassus now has had a quick glimpse at both ships, and you could hear them making callouts there and marking them out. They know that they have them split, one on the north side of Buccaneers and one on the south side, as they're opting to go through Buccaneers and probably go for the cutoff path, because here comes dedicated Wham, and they're gonna basically drive straight into this. I don't know if they're paying attention. They're looking up and around the corner, but here they come. You should see right cannons come live here, but this is not the best position, again, that you want to be in with the brig.
Interesting.
Swivel fire coming out.
I really was thinking that Crassus would go for the attack here on dedicated Wham. Knowing that Bloodbath and Beyond was so far out up north, they had a really good opportunity.
This is going to be interesting. Now, the question is, do they see Bloodbath and Beyond again? Because if they don't, they're kind of walking into a trap here. You're going to be basically standing 3 inches away from a trap shot. One of the easiest trap shots you'll be able to hit, right? It will be in that close range vicinity. You see that they're anchoring down now to hunker in. This is that classic brig fortressing. They did go for a capstan turn there, so they swung into it really fast. Now they can see, they've pointed it out. They've got Crassus rolling up behind them. Dedicated Wham. Where did they go?
They're sneaking in between the rocks, trying to sneak up on the other team's head. I think they feel a little bit underwhelmed or overwhelmed with the other team's power. I think they want to take a more gentle approach and really wait for an opportunity.
Yeah,
they already lacking with the Bloodbath and Beyond, and I think they were a little bit surprised, and they managed to just pull out on top in the end. I mean, not on top, but they managed to pull out the fight and survive. But I think it definitely gave them like a whoops. Oh, we have to be careful next time.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see here, a lot of resources, though, on their ship. They have a lot of battle drinks, so they should be ready for borders. That wood supply is looking pretty good. Probably a few hundred in there. I'm ballparking probably about 4, maybe 5. And you're going to see TNT. Well, maybe 6, maybe 1,000. Who knows? No, I mean, from where they landed and about the damage that they took last time and ballparking how much wood they had, it's probably in the 400 range. They've got some TNT, some trap shots, so they could engage. They just are lacking the upgrades. A brig with no upgrades on it gonna really struggle some of these fights. And you can see they're putting themselves in a little bit of a tricky situation here. Bloodbath and Beyond, just like I said, just putting themselves down, and now they're going in for the chase. Question is, where has Crassus moved on to? Everyone just kind of trading positions in this lobby. I like this, though. So Crassus riding the outside of the zone with the junk ship. The TNT up front, trap shot on the left. I'm not sure about the anti-sail.
I think all teams here are afraid of ending in 3rd position because it doesn't guarantee you moving on to the next round. I think that's maybe one of the reasons why Crassus has been holding back, being 1 man short for a long period of the game. They were only 3 people till only recently. I think they were really afraid of losing and getting 3rd position. Therefore, just playing the waiting game, using the terrain around them to protect themselves.
Yep. And they're very well looted.
Closing in. They are very well looted. That's why I was so surprised that they didn't attack.
Ooh, look at these long-range cannonballs coming in. Bloodbath and Beyond deciding to take this fight from outside the zone, which I'm not too sure how I feel about this.
There's people in the
land cannons. Ooh, what a play. So land cannons coming in here now. I'm not sure whose team this is. Okay, so this is from Crassus. Land cannons coming out and smacking both ships. It's a great way to get involved without having to put your own ship at risk. I love the play. Land cannons on Fortress, all sitting on the east side. I mean, they kind of just align against the east side of the island entirely. Great plays in my book. It's also set you up for a good boarding, and you have eyes on the enemy. So if you're Crassus, like, you can kind of cut around here, and that's what they're going to do. Look, they're going to go for the cutoff. Here comes Trap Shot. Misses a little bit wide, but they're in a great position here. Like, that was a great ambush opportunity. They got to make sure that they clean up quick, though. Otherwise, they're going to get pinched in between 2 brigs, and that's the one place in this game you do not want to be.
It's like being the bacon on a bacon sandwich. Everybody only wants the bacon. They don't want the sandwich. They just want the bacon.
Yeah,
that'd be sandwich between 2 brigs.
The brig bread? Yep.
The brick bread.
Yeah. So here they come. Crassus is coming in on a straight angle. I am not... This is a very curious play here. So this is an attack angle with a lot of junk ships, right? Now they're going for the straight broad... Oh, and here it comes. Missing the trap shot here, and a TNT lands instead. That's going to hurt. You're going to have to get up and move away from this. And if the trap shot comes out, it doesn't look like they're getting an anchor turn in. Maybe because they're busy repairing. All right, and that's... So this is what I was wondering earlier. They were trying to clean up their storm damage that they were taking. And that's why they didn't engage in entirely. Missed opportunity, in my mind, from Crassus, because going along that outside zone to take that attack angle definitely hurts the brig much less than it hurts the junk ship. All right, possible trap shot going to come in here. Should be coming from the right cannon. Here it is. Trap shot, lands.
Nice.
Oh, no. And so that might be trouble. They lose the angle as the second trap shot hits them, but they got to get it back here. No one getting the capstan up? Oh, they got it up instantly. Well done. Crassus is going to try and get away, and that's one of the things with the junk ship is if you get hit with the trap shot, if you are not on it immediately to get up and out, the struggle is very, very real. This is a good fight. I like this a lot. Crassus and Bloodbath and Beyond. Not to say that you have to worry about missing Dedicated Wham, because I think that they're going to have a really sneaky play coming up here. Like, if you forget that they exist, that could be the game changer.
They might just wait for the final zone. Wait for these 2 to figure it out and see whoever makes it out and take a stab at those.
Oh, here it comes. So this is the shot that you want to take with the junk ship here. They're going to try and go for the side cannon, it looks like, to land the trap shot. They land a normal instead. I mean, you just got to be careful. You can't trade shots with the brig for long. That thing will continue to put you on your back foot if it lands any heavies, because you won't be able to out-repair them.
Yeah, also
They've
Bloodbath
got-
and Beyond does have decent water, while Karas is okay. They're doing a little bit worse now, but they were really
Yeah.
winning that fight. Let's see how this
Okay.
goes. They're
I
staying
mean,
so
the
long
water
in zone,
levels-
both teams.
Yeah, the water level about the same on both ships now, keeping in mind that the brig sinks slower. I actually think that's still an advantage to Bloodbath and Beyond.
Now Dedicated Wham also joining in on the fun, taking long shots, trying to keep them out of the zone. They're like, this is my zone. I live here. Get your
I
own
like the
zone.
turn play here, but it also threw off their cannons, so you got to just make sure. Oh no, they're pug spinning. They forgot.
Meanwhile,
right.
Bloodbath and Beyond lining up behind them. This might be bad for him.
Yep, regular cannonballs coming out from the broadside of Bloodbath and Beyond. Dedicated Wham. I like the position that they're in. They're backing out of the zone, though. Oh, no. Don't tell me they're going to run right into Karasis, though. Nope, Karasis coming back for another. They're going to try and take another swing at Bloodbath and Beyond. I think this is actually them going for, like... I think this is them actually just trying to maybe clear what they think is the stronger portion of the lobby. I don't know. I feel like that's maybe a bit of a mistake. These broadside cannons missing, but barely. Like, look at these shots just whiffing on both sides of Karasis.
Yeah, obviously the terrain here makes it so much more interesting. There's so much more room to navigate and position.
Right,
And
this
getting
last
protection
circle...
from the rocks and
This last circle actually is much, much stronger for the junk ship because the acceleration is very good. Oh, look at this. They anchor turned and they're coming back. Now, if you're Bloodbath and Beyond, do you think about that? Do you think that that's what they're going to do? Or are you in trouble here? It looks like they forgot. Nope, they've got eyes on them.
They saw them.
Yep, here we go. And here comes the anchor turn. Deadly anchor turn here. TNT does land, but oh no. This is it. If you wanted to land a shot, this is it for Karasis. That's the play to make.
Borders on both sides.
Ooh, but anti-cannon comes out and lands on... Ooh, Null and Vex both get kills. 2 people left on Karasis. Are they taking damage? They're still under a little bit. If someone comes underneath, they land a kill here. This is trouble.
Yeah.
Knock gun from Null does not land. He does get the counter, though, on the melee. Both of them
Right,
going into the
are
dance.
shooting cannons.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's why. Third party zooming in quick. Here they come. This is what you got to do. If you're dedicated Wham, knowing that you don't have... Ooh, that's a tricky spot to be in, though. Now you're lined up in the broadside. Oh, no. It was so good, too, for a minute. Oh, no.
Anti-cannons going out. Yeah, dedicated
Ian
Wham
out.
probably should try to back off here if they can.
Yeah, I don't know if they can, though. They're in trouble. They're going to have to be in full repair mode now. Those broadsides they hurt so bad. And if you're Karasis, you got to take advantage of this right now.
Yeah, Karas is coming around the corner. They might sneak up here.
So here they come, making a pinch. This is really, really, really good. If you're Karasis, you're about to get away with a lot of free loot.
Yeah.
Because Bloodbath and Beyond is not going to be able to get over there that fast. You hear the
They've
cannon
definitely
fire,
shot
but
the
that's about all
most
they have.
cannons this game so far. Using all those resources might have been punishing on them. I don't know if they all have enough stuff for the end.
What a good trade. So that was almost huge. Bloody got on board. He boarded there, and Ombo also boarded. But it looks like they're trading out, and it's going to be pretty close here. Like, there's barely any water on the ship, and they cleared the borders, which means that Karasis is kind of just driving around with one person on board.
They are already respawning though, so we might see another attack here.
Interesting
Karasis
play
could
here.
line up. However, Bloodbath and Beyond does have the broadside if they turn correctly.
I love this play. So check this out. And Stoke going for a very interesting move here. They're picking up this this crate, but they're going to align broadsides and just sit here in the cove where they know they've got the advantage. They've got their back covered and their other broadside completely blocked by the island as well at fort. They're landing shots. I mean, if you're dedicated wham, such a rough position to be in right now.
It's almost as if Bloodbath and Beyond and dedicated wham just swapped places. Bloodbath and Beyond now safe in the zone, pretty much anchoring, keeping people out of the zone. Crassus and Bloodbath and Beyond having that little long distance, pokey with the cannons.
Oh, and this is trouble. Trap shot coming in, missing though. Oh,
that was necessary.
Vex is going to
have that trap shots to.
Vex is going to be thinking about that one for a while. I think that was so close, and it just right over the top. That's almost your dream scenario, to take that trap shot, and it just floated, I think, when they hit a wave. I mean, the waves are very, very punishing in this game. Oh, and Crassus sneaking up from behind. Oh, no. Are they going to turn around in time? I don't know if Bloodbath and Beyond can turn around in time. That's a really close distance to cover. Like, you gotta take advantage of this. Trap shot coming out. They land it. Oh, that's gonna hurt. TNT on both sides, but oh, here comes a second one. Border coming over too. If you're Crassus, you're in trouble.
The border is about to miss though. That was really good on Crassus. If they got boarded there, this might have been the end for them.
Yeah, they've got 4 of them repairing though. Here comes another set of cannonballs. Like, oh, they're playing a dangerous game. That's that nice edge if you're in the junk ship. Like, you're just right there. You get caught in one really bad fight, and then all of a sudden, it's over. Like, if you're Ombo, you might not make it out of this round if you get caught in one of those situations. You gotta be really careful.
Both teams still have plenty of wood. I don't know about dedicated wham, but both of the teams, they have resources. It's crazy.
Look at that. They're just putting down the back sails, hanging out. They have the cove to their advantage right now. That looks like it's center of zone. So if that ends up being the case and it zips right on that cove, they're going to be chewing teams up. Like, you can't really get through. But if the zone gets too tight and teams have to rotate around, it's going to be tough. I mean, it looks like they got more wood. I'm thinking they may have gotten it from a couple of containers. So, I mean, not the worst situation for dedicated wham, but it's about to get really bad. TNT blown up on the front of Crassus here, but they're going to definitely get a board situation going. Question is, will Bloodbath and Beyond get around here? Nope, they're on the other side of the island. This actually might be a very clean-cut fight. One of these ships should go down in this battle right here. Bloody getting 2 kills. So that's huge for Ombo's group. Yep, dedicated wham's about 50% under, and it looks like Crassus about 20%.
Yeah, this might be the end for
and that's it.
There we go.
But that's huge. If you're Crassus, you're going to get away with a good amount of loot there. Bloodbath and Beyond obviously showing up a little late to the party. Oh, and you've got to be just like so disappointed about that, because if you're on the ship already, like, this is your chance to get everything. Now, the one scary part about this is where the brig shines. There's a bomb launcher on there. If anyone picks that up, that's going to be trouble. There was combat happening on here. Combat on the dead ship. Null getting a kill on Ombo. Well played. That's going to deny Crassus additional resources that they would have gotten there. Huge play.
Needs probably as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been taking non-stop. Oh no. So I'm not going to get the zoom under control, but take a look at this wood situation. That's not good. If I'm estimating that's
TNT,
about...
though.
Yeah, but that's about 200 pieces of wood. And on a junk ship where you're really trying to just keep repairs going, in the last zone, mind you, that could be the death sentence. Like, that could be it.
Crazy to see if we had a sneaky border stealing wood. I'd love to see that.
I
right now.
love
That-
I love the stealing play. I'm a huge fan. Like, that's a healthy stack of wood there. I think, unless Ombo ends up getting the advantage here with, like, their resource, like, if they get their resources under control. Look at these two ships actually rotating. I mean, I think both of these ships are going to make it just off of score. Taking a look at it now, that's a lot of points for Karasis and a lot of points for Bloodbath and Beyond. Both of them getting good sinks there. Like, that last sync was critical for Karasis to get through. But, oh man. Here it comes. TNT coming out, but that trap shot going to swing them sideways. Love the play.
Oh, they need to
Here
anchor.
comes a
though.
border. They will once they get past it, I think. They've got one basically fighting on board. You can hear the gunshots going off. But the cannon fire just... Like I said, if you're Karasis, you're in a lot of trouble here. Look at that. Wood is down to, like, their last 50.
Ooh, that trap shot just missing as well. That would have been perfect for Bloodbath and
It
Beyond.
did. Looks like it may have actually hit. I think we may have just had a little bit of latency there, client side, because it looks like it hit. Not that it matters either way, because that damage, I think, is going to be too much. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be it. Karmfripov now, or, not Karmfripov, Karasis now out of wood, and I mean, they've still got holes to fix, and they're out of the zone. I think that's the game. I hear a lot of, yeah, a lot of
Repairs
fixing
going
going
on,
on
yeah.
here, but I mean, the water level,
There
yep,
we
and that's
go.
it. Yeah, the lack of wood just catching Karasis in the end, so
Damn.
Bloodbath and Beyond taking the win there. That was probably the most intense fight we've had so far. All three of those teams at the end playing extremely well. I like the plays
Way
that
beyond
Dedicated Ram
expectations.
did. Oh, absolutely.
I think a lot of people went into this thinking that one team would be dominating, and I think we've seen the complete opposite of that. This was awesome. This is why we're here. This is what I wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the first match that we've seen so far that the Brigs have come out really, really strong and more or less dominated a lot of the combat. Karasis did a good job of really dictating the flow of the fights for the most part. But anytime they engaged, it looked like both Brigs really were coming in really strong. Now, unfortunately for Dedicated Wham, an unupgraded Brig is very difficult to work. I'm impressed they made it as long as they did, lacking upgrades. But man, that was a really, really, really good game. The rotations around the outside as well. One of those things that I wasn't anticipating was the Brigs really just holding up to the end of that and, you know, closing out some of those fights. I would have just guessed that with a junk, being able to get around a little bit faster, having things in your way so you're not taking constant, you know, cannon fire, you can get up close. We saw a couple of good boarding opportunities from Karasis that just didn't pan out in their favor. But you gotta think that the Brigs really just felt that strong.
Right, but also denying the loot from the sunk Dedicated Wham, you know, Null getting the kill, Ombo there was huge. That
Oh,
must have been,
absolutely.
in my opinion, that was the winning kill. That that doomed Karasis. That put them down.
Yeah, thinking about it in the grand scheme of how that worked out. I mean, if you're Karasis, I don't know. Part of me, if I'm on that crew, I got to be thinking, man, we should have sent two people, shouldn't we? Right? Collect as much loot as we
Right,
can and get
right.
out. Sending one person out, like, it's definitely the sneakier play because you assume you're going to get away fine. But with Bloodbath and Beyond being on that, you know, on it as quick as they were, like on the wreckage, and a guy with a knock gun's going to win most of those underwater fights for loot. Like, it's just very hard to beat. It was well done. I mean, very, very well executed. I mean, very few, like, there were, I think, tiny hiccups for Bloodbath and Beyond, but like, that was probably some of the cleanest gameplay we've seen today. Probably short of just what Just Rush did, right? Not taking any damage in that first pool. But I think both ships really showed that they, you know, are razor sharp today.
On top of that, both ships, heaps of points, lots of kill. Ombo 8 kills, Null 7 kills. That's huge. That definitely, solidifies. Even though they got second place, Grassas will be moving on towards the semifinals.
Yep. Updated standings now on the board. I do have them up now. And yeah, you will see Carassus now making it in. So, and I have to get confirmation, but I think that this is a possible reshuffle is what we'll see for these second place teams.
Still one game to go, one elimination game to go. This is going to be the one on the North American servers. Different teams. Some people who are returning from a previous tournament.
Absolutely,
they didn't win
yeah.
that one, but I think they wanted to win this one. I think that's their goal.
Yeah. So this last pool that we're going to see in round 1 here, 4 teams: Anglerfish, Viet Gang, Down to Quest, and Kissing You. I've played against almost all of these ships numerous times. Like, I could tell you that I have great experience against Anglerfish. I think they've come out and challenged me to a fight every single time I've streamed in the past, 2 weeks. They've sniped every lobby I've been in and just been like, surprise, hey, we're playing with you. All right, I guess, right? But I've played a ton of games against them lately. Very, very strong. They've been a strong boarding team, and I think from what I noticed, they were a very strong boarding team to start, and then when the brig changes came into play with that last patch the other week, shifted their gameplay entirely. I think they took their strategy and said, oh, guys, I don't know if we're going to be able to win using the junk ship the way we want to. Maybe we should go for a much more conservative or a much more defensive play. Moved over to the brig from what I saw. A lot of brig play coming from them in casual lobbies. So I'm assuming that that's what we're going to see today from Anglerfish. Very, very, very strong, though, in that regard. They've got great borders. So if it comes to the defensive position, they should be able to protect themselves. That being said, if they get on board, man, watch out. That'll be a whole different scenario. If you have cannons going off and good borders on a brig, it's really hard to stop.
They're not the only team who changed boats, by the way. There's a couple of teams that changed from the junk ship to the brig just for this tournament, pretty much.
Yeah. Viet Gang. I'm trying to think what they are in today. I want to say they were in a junk ship. The last that I saw, that would be, I think, Jake Sama's group. Very strong team. I like their combination. They're very solid in almost every aspect. Nothing that stands out to me as anything wild in one direction or the other. They're just very, very, very stoic. They do a good job of managing to really just keep everything within their zone. Just play very down to earth. Get a lot of the natural strategies out, and they win games. That'll be a strong team in this as far as, maintaining general strategy, I think. Down to Quest, for the folks that aren't too aware, Down to Quest in the Streamers Tournament from earlier this month. Very strong team in that tournament. Really just got caught off guard in the last fight because of the way that timing occurred. But I think that you'll see that they are actually the... Yep, I just saw it pop up a second ago. Perfect timing, Toasty. But
yeah, I was like,
yeah, voting just.
I was like, oh damn, we need to do the voting.
Yeah, my mod is actually waiting on standby to see the scoreboards, and so he's popping them up.
Right.
So, what was I going for here? Down to Quest. Big streaming community. It's a streamer house out in Colorado. I do know that they have a I think it's 7 of them that they stream 24/7 at their house, number of different games. Handful of them competed in the last competition in the stream for the streamers tournament. Brought a couple of them back for today, but I know it's mostly a new roster for them. They do have the experience though, so that's something that'll be a little bit curious. Now, obviously, the step up from that streamers tournament and the strategies we saw in the streamers tournament to this is wildly different, and I think they may have to struggle a little bit with that transition. But otherwise, I don't count anyone out of out of this pool specifically, including them. Down to quest and down to sink your ship, in my mind, right? Like, they have to do what they need to do in order to win here. And if it's wait until the last circle and then crush a team, you know, so be it. It's going to be between them, I think, and who's the other second place? I think it's Blinding Light. Looking at the other totalities here.
I said before that 700, how much was it? 715? Yeah, right. 715 points isn't a lot, but we'll see from the next. It could be plenty, though. I don't know. We had some just huge games before, right? Both the game where Fast and Fishy took the lead in Pool 2, and of course, you know, the last game we saw with Bloodbath and Beyond winning in Pool 4. Huge games with a lot of points. So we'll see. I don't think Blinding Light is out of the tournament just yet.
I agree.
Potential.
I will say the one thing we will have to keep in mind of I'm not counting. We've mentioned the other three, but the one team I haven't talked about yet is the last one, Kissing You. That is captained by Luigi with a gun. An older player that I hadn't seen in a long time until the tournament came back around, but well known in the community for being a very, very, very strong boarder. I've played a handful. Oh, welcome back.
I'm back.
Stoat back from his match.
Yeah.
I would love to dive into all the deep stuff, but from your guys' game, because obviously, you know, coming back for the win, be great to like dive into some of the experience that you guys had there. But let's finish up this one in case they get the match rolling here real fast.
Yeah, definitely.
Stoat needs a shower anyways. He's been sweating heaps through the game. So
Literally,
yeah.
dude.
He's got to get a second shower in now.
But yeah, no, huge board like you said. He's been a long time player. Maybe took a little bit of a break. We haven't seen him in a while. But you know, we haven't actually seen that much boarding these sessions. I feel like
only
a lot
the
of it
first
has
pool.
been a lot of boat tactics. Yeah.
Yeah, only the
Potato did
first.
a lot.
More of that.
You're forgetting Potato sent all 4 of his crew members over on his first ram.
Right. But only
then
when
they
they were
backed-
ramming. We haven't seen specific people like drop people off in the ocean, wait for
Nah.
another ship to pass by.
Yeah,
hop
not a
on.
lot of the
take a
typical
jam.
stuff that we see.
True. Everybody's playing very close to the vest.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to watch. Though, I mean, like I said it earlier in the broadcast, when we saw a lot of the casual matches and even a lot of the scrimmages going on, there was a lot of boarding. Teams were just on top of each other for the most part. Now, that being said, I mean, obviously you have a lot more at stake because now, it matters. Right? So this maybe that's the difference here, but I think what we're seeing is definitely a much different strategic, I would just say just a general meta today. It seems to
Yeah,
be a little bit
interesting with
more
Ditch.
about the positioning and then going for the dive after. Like teams seem to be playing, like you said, very close to the vest.
Yeah.
All right, it
All
looks
right.
like we're starting up this
Next game
pool.
is starting.
And this is the U.S. pool, Murica.
Oh, I'm having some issues with the server password.
Yeah, it's not working for me either.
Oh, it's case sensitive.
Oh. Yep.
Get that. You mean I'm taking looks like a lot of people spawned on Trident.
Okay.
3
yep.
ships spawned on Trident. They've been fighting for this chest. I couldn't get who took it in the end. There's a lot of fighting going back
Guys.
and forth.
We had a little bit of an incident there. There was like 3 password changes is what I noticed. I was actually using the old one. So we're in it now. You hear snipers going off right now, so don't worry, we will be in some real action here, because it sounds like they spawned Trident, and they're really going at it right off the bat. All right.
We haven't seen it that much this tournament. That a lot of people spawn on one island and start gunfights early.
Look at...
We've seen it like once or twice, but not a huge fight. This might be the first of many.
Yeah, so as you saw right there, there was a two-man push there against whomever just died, which, that was Chungler, who belongs to, Kissing You. So, early conflict coming out here between, Anglerfish and Kissing You on Trident. Sal Please now getting a kill on Bosun Hands. So, it looks like everyone just trying to get in on some of the action here. The ship that we saw on the backside, this is Anglerfish. And over here, retreating away from the island, this is the Down to Quest ship getting away. We're missing... I don't see where Kissing You was. They may have ported over. So, Chess getting picked up, though, at Lunar. Another brig. So, we're seeing 3 brigs in this game so far. How about that? Sorry, this was Anglerfish. Who was I looking at earlier? This has to be... Yep, this is VIKINGS. So, interesting. All 4 ships were actually there. 3 of them were fighting, and 1 didn't engage any of them, but still was around and that entire conflict.
Poor professor's alone on Krakens with 2 members of Luigi's crew. From DTQ. He's no idea what kind of danger he's in.
Oh, yeah.
He's about to find out, I think.
Yeah, moving along there. This is interesting. So look at the ships all clustered together here. 2 junk ships. The one being Kissing You here with Luigi with a guns crew. And the Down to Quest ship here with the Brigantine rolling up behind them. So I mean, you're not going to really catch up to the junk ship there, but that makes for an interesting scenario setup. And then obviously here, we've got VIKINGS, and then on the opposite side is Anglerfish. And so all 4 ships really on top of each other just to start. Not a lot of conflict there, though. I'm surprised as well. That conflict that we thought was going to happen on Kraken between the guys looting just hasn't panned out yet.
Professor he took the Trident warp out.
Gotcha. Jake Soma getting a kill on Bosun Hands. They dropped people off, and now both ships are actually within cannon range of each other. Bosun's crew actually having the better look here. Anglerfish actually having a great angle, but it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the VIKINGS is going to do anything to really, like... Oh, nope, here we go. Both ships making a little bit of a misplay there, I think, as far as positioning. VIKINGS landing a great trap shot there, though. And it looked like anti-cannon to boot. But the trap still lands. Well done. Both ships landing beautiful trap shots. Cannon's now coming out, but if you're on Anglerfish, you're kind of in a little precarious spot. Ooh, and then VIKINGS in a pug spin. Man, we're talking about them being really good, you know, in their situation, or like in their positioning, but man, they're just having a rough time there. Border, though, coming over. He's on board. Okay, nope, Border came back. This is just going to be becoming one of those really tricky matches, and of course, having similar sails, going to catch me up a little bit. More trap shot coming out. I don't know if these are advised shots to be taking. That's long-range trap, and if you don't have a lot to spend, you're not really doing yourself any favors. A little bit of anti-sail now coming out as well, as Anglerfish trying to get this early engagement. Meanwhile, Luigi with a gun seems to have lost the Down to Quest ship, and they're kind of just cruising, it looks like. I would assume they drop people off at Landlubbers to probably loot, because it looks like, well, no, maybe not. They did not do that. This chest is cleared, though. Interesting plays coming out, because it's a lot of odd positioning where everyone is at right now. It looks like Anglerfish now deciding to disengage. They're just putting their long-range broadsides out, but I mean, it's going to cost them as far as their early looting is concerned.
Actually crazy how much these different teams are tiptoeing around each other. They've gotten so close to each other, but as far as actual confrontations,
oh, absolutely. And like,
avoided
look
them for the most
at
part.
how close these three are right now. Like, there should have been something that happened here. I'm wondering if the Down to Quest ship, like I said, probably some of the newer players as far as like their total hourage, but I mean, rolling up into this situation, I wonder if they try and take this fight. I don't know. I don't know if it's a valid trial here, knowing maybe they don't even know that Luigi with a gun is as good of a boarder as he has been. It's hard to say. Like, not having that knowledge of other players, right, can be a bit of a burden, I would say, for trying to make your way to the end. They do look pretty well looted out, though. They've got TNT and Trap Shot, as well as a decent amount of battle drinks, at least 20 of them, and, you know, a pretty moderate amount of wood. Basic cannons, though, not a great look. This is the same thing we saw with Dedicated Wham earlier, right? Like, not having an upgraded brig usually will come back to bite you pretty hard. It just doesn't give you any sort of flexibility to engage in combat without really getting the jump on anyone.
Pretty tough to overcome that.
Yep, Luigi with a gun, really just taking a very bizarre, odd, long-range route. I'm not sure if maybe they're just confused about the looting, because they looked like they were going to go to Icy, but they backed off from it. I'm losing a ton of looting time right now, and I mean, that can be really, really difficult. They do have a tier 3 capstan and a tier 2 cannon, as well as a tier 2 steering, so they're not in the worst position for a junk ship. Well looted, though, on bottles, too. Maybe I missed it. Maybe they got more loot than I actually thought that they did.
Hopefully, for their sake, that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in your guys' match, you don't want to be the junk ship that runs out of wood too early. That's one of the situations that you really can get, you know, you can put yourself in a poor situation knowing that you have to play aggressively at the very end. All right, well, and now Anglerfish deciding to land themselves on what I like to affectionately call Stoat Rock.
Don't hit it that much.
Yeah, for no particular reason.
Yeah.
So
But,
that a 3-hour compilation of you hitting the rock.
Me and Ice Prime both have our monuments on Krakens, apparently.
Yeah. So, we had one on Kraken earlier. Combat not really being anything, you know. This might be it here, though. This looks to me, if I'm reading this correctly, this is an attack angle coming in from Down to Quest. They're pulling that blind side up on the other ship. They are driving into the broadside of Anglerfish, so what I would usually anticipate here is they will pull up, fake as if they're going with the left broadside, and then usually cut right to get behind them. It looks like Anglerfish, though, just not taking any chances, and they're trying to get a perfect T-bone on this. All right. Swivel Candle Fire coming out. It looked like that was trying to hit the driver, which I love the play if that's what they were going for, because that's a great shot. Missing the trap shot there was a little bit risky. Looks like there may have been a shoulder cannon on Anglerfish's boat. Yes, there is. So that's some great firepower to have. They do have a little bit of damage. It sounds like they're getting repairs done. Maybe more than I thought. Not sure where all that came from unless they've just been ignoring it.
It's crazy how that missed trap shot made it go from they were straight in their opponent's broadside to their opponents were in their broadside. It's just that one miss turned the tables immediately.
Ooh, and a short trap shot there. I mean, it kills me on the inside to watch trap shot go into the water. I mean, I'm sure you're well aware.
They can be ornery.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's very difficult to land, especially at mid to long range engagements. I mean, it's not for the faint of heart, for sure. I'm curious what the play is here. Maybe they're just trying to reposition, but DTQ anchoring outside of the zone. Surprisingly, I was thinking Bosun might try and, or Anglerfish might try and make a play on this and anchor down themselves just to pinch out of the zone. We're actually getting pretty late in the game here, the zone being way outside of any of the major looting spaces. You can see Luigi with a gun and the Kissing You ship really just getting out into the zone first. I'm telling you, I'm thinking they may be having some troubles.
I mean, every time I flip over to Luigi, he's grabbing a box. I bet Luigi's crew has the most loot out of anyone.
Really? Well, maybe they're just looting that well right now versus everyone else. But I feel like they've just cruised past everything, and if they're only dropping one person, like, you know, kind of
quality over quantity.
Could be.
Luigi's not grabbing cannonballs for the most part. I've been watching him dump cannonballs to grab trap shots and health drinks and kegs. So
yeah, and maybe
they
that'll
might be
be all
lower
it
on
takes.
normals, but normals often aren't what you need to win the game.
Ooh, but Weck clearing Luigi from Trident, it looks like. So dropping his chest on Trident, which is going to be free loot.
Ooh, that's devastating.
Anglerfish hitting.
Oh, look at that shot going to the moon.
There's a
Oh,
fight
snap.
going on.
Yeah,
Down
and
to quest.
DTQ.
Anglerfish and Delta Quest, yeah.
Oh,
They're both-
that's not good.
This is
Yeah,
bad.
the DTQ in a pub spin being sniped from Kissing You as well. Hopefully that doesn't bother them too much. Lots of TNT
Oh.
going on.
Yeah,
The
this
shoulder
actually is
cannon
trouble.
Also really strong.
That TNT getting a double kill there, that actually might be the death sentence. They've got shoulder cannon, bomb launcher as well coming on board. So Anglerfish pretty well looted when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Oof. Devastating.
That was well played by Anglerfish. They
Very
really took
well
the opportunity there.
executed.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very well executed there to make sure that they were on top of it. Now another engagement coming the other side. A trap shot missed by Viet Gang. And another missed anti-cannon as well. Not a lot of... Oh no, so it looks like one may have hit earlier. They just cleared their cannons. And Kissing You just kind of taking the rotational play here.
They're gonna
They
get
may be trying
sandwiched
to get more...
between
Yeah,
the
I mean,
angler-
definitely...
Anglerfish and the other ship.
Yeah, now what would be scary is if the Viet Gang ship then turns westward and they both pinch their broadsides up here, like, you don't really have a lot of space to go if you're Kissing You. You just kind of run out of real estate between two brigs. But it looks like they're going to get to the outside, which is where you really need to be here. And
Take the
Anglerfish
wheel.
turning to really get an angle back against that junk ship. And, I mean, there are really two ways. There's, I think, two schools of thought there. You just take it and engage right off the bat and just try and clean them up. Or you take kind of the more conservative route and just play the middle and then swing in and react. Anti-cannon coming in, though, from Kissing You, and that'll land. And that'll kind of disable Anglerfish for a minute. Oh, no, as they're rolling up
Luigi
straight into the
barely missed the
broadside. Oh, and trap shot hitting the mast, and that's going to pin Viet Gang in, but they're in a great angle. Like, I don't know. Maybe a bit of an ill-advised trap shot.
Looking at Viet Gang's inventory, they don't seem to have that many resources either. There isn't a single trap, there is no heavies. Yeah, I don't know if they're carrying everything, but they might be low on
Yeah, they've got
resources
some
already.
on deck. So someone dropped it to board, and now actually boarding going on their ship. Luigi with a gun getting a kill on Weck. But it looks like traded out by Jake Sama.
I think Luigi with a gun is freaking tilted. He's feeling super underconfident. His ship, he's been so passive with his ship, so passive with his boards.
Yeah, I mean, and look, they're taking a very, very aggressive angle here. They're pumping, though. They're taking water from something. Maybe they're just trying to be precautionary. Not the worst idea, considering. Both brigs now getting into full combat. And we're seeing just full broadside swinging on both ends. Trap shot. That's a real long range one. Comes up just short, though. Ooh, buddy.
The junk ship
I'll take
is in a
places you
bad
don't want to be for
position.
200. Oof. And here comes the cannon shots from Viet Gang landing, and a swivel from...
Oh snap! Luigi's on.
Oh!
This is what we've wanted to see.
Ooh, that crazy ladder move, though.
Yeah, did he jump back off? Is that where he ended up? Was
He
just back
jumped
off
off
ship?
the back of the ship and managed to grab the ladder of a ship that was moving away from him and juke those shots.
Oh, well, oh no. Here we go. The boarding game has begun now for both teams. We were talking about, hey, we haven't seen a lot of like the long-range boarding opportunities. Meanwhile, now we've got a second one coming up. Drilled with a headshot on the Dragon Pistol, Jake Sama clears one out. If he can get underneath and get the repairman, this might be trouble.
Oh, he grabbed the freaking anchor on accident trying to snag the ladder.
Unfortunate. I mean, they're still not in a great place. You're still stuck between two brigs. You kind of got to get on the outside circle here, right? If you're kissing you, being between these two brigs is just basically asking to be sunk in 2 seconds. Although we've seen just an obscene amount of normal cannonballs and not a lot of heavies come out from either one. Luigi now on a different ship. He's now over here getting sinks, but I mean, this looks like a little bit of trouble. That's a lot of holes going on and not a lot of wood. To your point earlier, I mean, I think that if you're on Viet Gang, you're, you know, you gotta be on the outside here and just anchor down and start whaling, because, oh, they're going for a much more aggressive play. Trap shot missing here as well, coming out just wide. But the anti-cannon will hit. And now here comes the regular cannonballs. Now, they're all coming off the swivel, which is a little bit bizarre to me. I mean, I think that the strength here is that if you've got the broadside, you've got to be putting everything else on. Heavies and normals now coming out. And a TNT lands in the water and explodes. I'm expecting, for how close they were, I expect a board to be happening any second here. Another long-range trap shot. Some of these are just not... I mean, if...
They're going to be tough to capitalize on.
Out of wood.
Ooh, they are?
Yeah, there's no more wood in their barrel. They might be carrying everything, but I'm afraid that they're running out soon.
Oh,
They
no.
might only have a couple, you know, maybe 100, maybe 200 pieces left among them.
Losing to wood is just the worst feeling.
You wouldn't know.
Oh, and this is looking to be a little bit devastating right here, as now we're seeing combat on ship. Luigi getting a kill on first mate Relax and Bosun then cleaning up the revenge kill. It's a good trade. I mean, the unfortunate part is if you have the same guy going off and doing the same boarding situation, he's just going to keep ramping up his timer.
Yes, that's true.
And that might, I mean, I hate to say it, but that's a very sketchy situation to put yourself in. You've got to make an actual ship play here, because you can't one-man board your way to victory.
I mean, usually not, but if you get it at the right time, when they're on the back foot bad enough, it can be the
Viet
difference.
Gang actually in a really bad spot here, and hate to see it. Oh,
Jake
that
Sama
close.
missed the dragon pistol. Oh, he potatoed. He's freaking out. Guarantee you his heart's pounding right now.
Looks like Viet Gang did find seagull crates with some wood, so they have been recovering a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost the way that you have to play, is to stand on the edge of the zone and just keep picking it up. Now, Luigi with a gun getting back on board again and then getting drilled. Same deal that I'm talking about now. So, I mean, he's got 6 deaths already.
Yeah, that's true. That is a hefty timer. But look how many points he's got.
That's also true. I mean, if you're playing for second place right now, that is big. That is something that will definitely get you it. Now, you got to hope. I mean, and I think they should get it in reality, because if you're Viet Gang, you're almost out of wood again, right? They're on their last leg here. If you get hit with a TNT or like a couple of heavies, that was an ill-advised. Oh, they had TNT on the front. Oh, here comes a TNT. Beautiful shot. Followed up after that trap shot that they hit. TNT being returned, though. That might be the one that does you some damage. Gunner now getting on board. Getting 2 kills. Oh. Gunner actually killed Luigi. So there was a double board going on there. Gunner killed Luigi with a gun. some incidental contact, I think.
Dang. That's really bad news for Luigi. He's not even boarding and his timer's still getting ramped up.
Well, no, I think he was on Viet Gang's ship. It was a double board on Viet Gang that just turned into...
okay.
Yeah. Oh, that trap shot missing by an inch, but oh no.
Oh.
Two ships still getting hit with it, and now this is going to be trouble. If you're stuck on that junk ship for too long, you're just going to keep taking shots. Weck getting a kill on Chungler. And Sonny getting a kill on Luigi again. So now they're down 2, trapped a second time, and they're just getting pummeled.
Ooh, this is bad news for Luigi. His points won't matter.
And they
if
get
die
it again.
Here.
3 trap shots in a row. They literally can't even get the
no.
capstan up.
Yeah.
And here comes another
the
one.
2 breaks working together.
Oh, and they're gone just like that.
Goes down.
Wow.
And to think that would have been what they needed for it. They could win it even with low wood. This is just a great spot to be in. They're landing heavies, landing normals here, even though they're under upgraded.
Dude,
I hear a border on there as
hole.
well. Like, this is just getting out of hand. Coming out of nowhere. Look at that. 50% under and counting.
Water.
First mate.
Viet Gang might take it here.
Gunner down as well. Yeah, I mean, it's getting close. You can still get away with this with the brick. They're at 80%, and it's just getting closer and closer.
So bad.
They're not pumping, and no one's pumping, and that's going to cost them the game.
No
Oh,
way.
no, and Anglerfish is going to lose it, missing that pump. Oh,
What
my
a turnaround.
goodness. And out of nowhere with Viet Gang, like I said, they're just very good on some of like the base tactics, and they just needed an opportunity there. What a terrible... What a terrible time frame for everything to happen for kissing you. Oh my goodness.
That was hard to watch.
I don't know. I think that
Angler...
was fantastic to watch because in reality, yeah, an absolute
I think
upset.
Anglerfish made the mistake of joining in on kissing you. I think they should have seized the opportunity, perhaps focus on Viet Gang.
Yeah.
Like, Viet Gang had such a huge barrage already on Kishiyu. Kishiyu was almost done. But Anglerfish chose to fight with them on Kishiyu. They helped them. In the meantime, Viet Gang turned their ship, lined up. As soon as the other ship went down, they were able to shoot down on Anglerfish. Anglerfish wasn't ready. They were not aligned. They weren't turned the correct way. Yeah.
That was
Maybe that was a
wrong
mistake.
Decision.
Yeah, I think both ships there put themselves in very compromising end zone positions, right? If you're kissing you, getting on that inside edge, and they tried to get the starboard guns on Viet Gang there, and again, like I've said, not the kind of strategy I think you need to run into. That's just asking for trouble. And it was extra unfortunate because what ended up happening was they fired a trap shot with it and then got hit with a trap shot at the same time. And so they just spun away from it entirely. Now you can't defend yourself and you're still in the broadside. So
Absolutely.
You gotta get away from those brigantines if you're in the junk ship. You gotta just play the outside, take little pock shots, maybe take a good board on the outside corner. Can't get caught in the middle there. Unfortunate.
Mad props to Viet Gang for taking a tough situation, 3-ship stalemate and final circle with no wood, and playing the absolute right moves to make it a dub.
Yeah, talk about coming in coming into your own at the right time, and even that last fight, like they were broadside technically to both. They just needed to tweak the wheel the slightest bit, and all of a sudden, Anglerfish was then in the wrong place at the wrong time. Still targeting the wrong ship and rotating to get their broadsides up while they're getting pummeled with heavies and normals already, just was asking for it. And then on top of that, because all 4 players were previously on Viet Gang when that fight started, all they did was send someone over to board in the middle of the second part of the fight. Right? Like now you have one full focus. And man, the difference that made, being able to disrupt the cannoneers and disrupt the repairs for just like that couple seconds while you had 2 cannons wailing on Anglerfish, just relentless. well played. Really, really well played, considering where their resources were at. Updated standings coming in now. I'm going to pop them up here, and then we'll take a look at where this is aligned. So what we have is we're looking at, in the top bracket, we've got Just Rush, Fast and Fishy, Kiru, and Karasis versus Karmfreepov, and in the second bracket, not versus, in the second one, we've got Karmfreepov, Bloodbath and Beyond, Vietgang, and Anglerfish. I like both of these pools a lot. These are a lot of folks that I do know from playing against, right? So like these are very, very, very well seasoned players. The Kiru one is the only one that I don't know the players from, and so we gotta, it's a nice little mix into that.
Yeah, but I definitely think the Kyoto crew has definitely, shown their worth already. They've really came through really strong fights in the second pool. Yeah, I'm definitely rooting for them as well, even though to me they're rather new. Yeah, it's gonna be sweaty.
Yeah,
I'm still just mind blown that Vietgang took that situation and like they went from out of wood and final circle at the end with the double barrage heavy on Anglerfish with not a drop of water in their hole. Just seems impossible. It seemed impossible. If you told me that was going to happen 3 minutes before it happened, I'd have said you're on drugs.
You know what was critical in that? And I was thinking about it as it happened, but what I ended up saying at the end there was one death on the back of the ship was what happened. Luigi ended up getting knocked out again as they were trying to retreat, meaning they didn't have enough time to even get their capstan up as fast as they wanted to get out of there. Getting pummeled with those trap shots nonstop. Both ships just cleared it so quickly for them. Like, it's, the cost of boarding, really. It either turns your way and you get a lot done, or sometimes you just end up on the back end of that, right? I think 8 deaths for Luigi in a total, and, I mean, their ship really took a beating.
They were in a junk, but they were playing it like a brig. They weren't, like, pushing people. They weren't getting behind people, like,
and perhaps that's what it was. Maybe they needed a brig in there, to be honest, but I don't know. It was just such a very rough situation for them. And again, I can't say enough for Vietgang for taking advantage of the situation and then doing it again in the second one. They were so quick to react on both fights.
I don't know if the brig would have been better though, because their strength is their strong board, and I think they were just underconfident. I think they needed to play a little bit more and confident, a little bit more aggro.
Yeah, and just looking at that whole scenario, like I said, we're focusing a lot on that win. Across the board, that was a very good match.
Oh yeah,
very competitive from start to finish there. I like even the fight with Down to Quest, I felt like that was one of the most well accomplished attacks that I've seen from Anglerfish in a while. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Trap shot, heavy, TNT, heavy. Like, you just can't, like, it's just rolling punches. And they had them all in the right spots. Got 2 guys down with the second TNT. Really puts them in a bad position because now you can't do, right, the same thing that happened to Kissing You. You can't get the pump going. You can't get the capstan up. You can't get to the cannons. It's really hard to get yourself out of that predicament.
It really is.
I mean, it was really brutal. All right, and I'm going to try and... I'm checking to see the server status before we keep diving into this, because... All right, it looks like they're still loading in. It will be an EU server here. Someone asking if I could take it out of sub-only mode.
Wait, the polls are in sub-only mode?
Good question. I don't know if they are. I don't think they are. Let me do a quick check with my mod. Okay, he said it's not in sub mode.
Okay. Well, let's just ignore it and move on.
Yeah, interesting. Anyways, man, but such a good match. That was just so well played out from start to finish.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought Fiat Gang was done. I thought they were gonna sink any moment. As soon as one team focused on them, they would have been wiped, in my opinion.
Same here. It felt like that was the beginning of the end, really.
Yeah.
So
Insane how they turned that situation around.
yeah,
They
and
were
while
very
we're
lucky
waiting for
to
this,
be able to still get that Seagull crate, even though it was positioned. quite
oh, and that was
central.
such a good seagull crate to pick up. Like that bought them so much time. I'm floored that it got them as far as it did.
Yeah. Oh. Might have joined the server too early.
Oh, yep. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to pop up as well. So let's talk about because we didn't really get an opportunity. That Pool 4 game that you guys were in, Stowe. So that was a great match. Interesting play again. Like I said earlier, it was interesting this is the second straight game now with Pools 4 and 5 playing very similar. Briggs kind of dominated the combat.
Yeah, it was. We play defensive, you know. Like, we don't run from anybody, but we don't chase anybody either. You know, that's the
Right.
Briggs strength. And Ombo kept like diving in, and like we fought him for a good chunk out of zone while Matt F just had his sails up in the circle. And the thing is the Brig Leak's so much slower than the junk that we are at a massive advantage out there. Longer we can keep him out there, the better off we are. And,
yep, absolutely.
We took the
And that-
bait for a long time.
That those couple of fights there was a couple of engagements that were very interesting. The re-engagement as you guys rotated around the other side of Forgotten Fortress, where they ended up getting a dive on top of like Carassus, where it ended up diving on top of dedicated Wham on the outside of the zone, that inevitable, fatal blow for them. In that fight, then, you guys rotated up, and it looked like you guys were going to get there late. Null jumped off and got on the ship at just the right time with a knock gun. Made it really, really difficult for Carassus to actually, keep themselves afloat, because they couldn't even get wood off of that ship.
Ombo's critical mistake there, he grabbed the wood and he jumped off the boat. Null got onto the boat and then shot him from the deck. If Ombo had stayed on the ship, he could have fought back, but instead he was just swimming around on the surface taking shots, and there was nothing he could do.
Having
Yeah.
the knock gun there also definitely made it worse.
Yeah. The funny thing about that is we actually found a heavy sniper and a knock gun. And we were like, which one do we go with on our border? And we ended up going with the knock gun. It was absolutely the right decision.
And I mean, it looked like that was definitely, I would say that definitely played out in your guys' favor, considering the way that combat played. We saw, 3 boarding opportunities where they had folks on your ship. Null cleared most of them on those fights. Great plays by Biba, great plays by Vex as well. You were okay. But, well done to, make sure that the borders were cleared and as a whole from your team. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, Null being on some of those other ships, just devastating, especially in those early fights.
Null's insane. You should have seen the signing bonus we gave that guy to join our team.
But he had a great showing diving onto Black Pearl, and I think he cleared 3 people as you guys kind of chewed up their resources with the cannons. Like I said, fantastic to be able to make that kind of maneuver, and it looks like the server is starting, so I'm going to try and get us over there.
Yes.
Yeah, Null was telling us that was like the perfect board. He domed the guy on the wheel, he killed another guy with the cutlass, and then one-tapped the guy repairing with the knock gun. Just like crazy plays.
Oh, absolutely crazy plays. And give me 1 second. I'm having an issue with my stream stuff, and I'm popping over there now. So this should be the first pool semifinals game number 1.
I can't wait to see how this one goes. This is might be the sweatiest match in the history of the game. Might be. I don't know. That's a big claim, but.
Are you gonna say the same thing about the next game where you're gonna be in?
Oh, that one will be sweatier, of course, but our finals hasn't happened yet. I mean, semifinals.
So here we have Fast and Fishy, Karasis, Just Rush, and Kiaro. These are teams that, I mean, for the most part, we've seen a lot of really fast gameplay from them. I think these might all be, these are all junk ships, I think.
I think you're right.
So this might be the junk ship pool if we're going to see one. Kiaro coming from Lunar already. Looks like they got pushed off of it by Just Rush, who is now putting sails down to try and get around that. It looks like some free looting going on at Trident by, is this? I'm having trouble seeing the nameplate. I think this is Karasis at Trident. And so I'm just missing the one ship. Where, oh where, is Fast and Fishy? I hear someone on Kraken. But I don't see that ship.
Take the wheel!
And they're at one of the warp spots. Their crew's all over the map.
Interesting. So look at this. An possible early boarding opportunity here. Is Kiaro now driving past, Just Rush, who's actually now taking the pursuit angle. I mean, this is just classic them here, right? Get started early, get your crew positioned behind someone else, and then they take the very aggressive play right off the bat. This is kind of the Pac-Man of situations here for a team, right? So, oh, and look, they're actually interesting. They're backing off. Usually it's the let somebody loot a little bit, get some loot for yourself, chew them up, and then take all of their loot. I mean, being a good boarding team usually puts you in a good situation there. As we're missing a couple of kills, it sounds like Ombo getting some kills on Potato and Bloody getting a kill on Edmund. So that should be up here.
We might see a little more aggression this game because if I'm not mistaken, this is 2 rounds, right? So if things go bad for somebody, they could turn it around the next round. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes. So, and I made a mistake, and it's just because of the colorations. So this is Just Rush coming in now, pushing towards them, and it's just because they have similar sails. Ha ha, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it. This is Fast and Fishy coming towards them.
Great minds think alike, right?
Yeah. So Fast and Fishy actually pushing up and getting a little bit aggressive with Just Rush, who, I mean, if you go by the name, will probably try and take this combat anyways.
Very interesting to see Fast and Fishy's decision about where to put the cannon upgrades. They've got 2 silvers, or they've got a silver on each side, and front is not upgraded.
Ah, so and here's why. And this is me more knowing them more than anything. But this is a crew which is going to play a little bit more of the, hey, we're going to take our shots as they're going to go for the hit and run junk tactic. Play to the outside. When Briggs and other ships get trapped from one of those side cannons, they'll just continue to do a wide circle to keep their side cannon on them. That way they have the ability to disengage if need be. Now, the issue is if you get hit with a trap shot during that, you do a massive spin to the inside and then you're in a bad place. But that is the general play, and I've seen it seems to be a trend among both of the 2 Russian teams. So Fast and Fishy now dropping someone off at Kraken. They're now on Stoat Rock, kind of just looks like they're just hanging out. There they go. They were just getting loose.
That's not going to catch on, okay? Stop trying to make
it catch on. It's a thing. Just Rush still looks like they're trying to loot out. I mean, most of this stuff should be gone already. They're going to be kind of looting behind. Maybe they're short on resources. Maybe they're just overdoing it. They do have TNT. They have Trap Shot. And they have a decent amount of wood. Battle Drinks are a little low, so that'll be a little curious. Their boarding might be a little bit sketch. Quiet game so far. Not a ton of kills. We have 4 on the board total, but that's it. Karasis moved from the west side of the island to the north side of the island. Maybe they got seen by someone that was porting about, and they're just doing it to be safe, but that's the only thought that I have behind that, other than they just felt like moving. Fast and Fishy now heading down to Swamps. Probably going to go check out if there was any loot. I don't think they did any real porting down there, but they will probably run into... Kyoto here, and that'll be a really interesting fight early on. Two junk ships in a very tight quarters, very as you can see, I would say dotted portion of the map. This makes for a lot of not knowing when ships are rolling up on you until it's a little too late, and a lot of fast conflict. So you just saw one of the chests pop under Sunken Skull, and they'll be trying to port out of here, but they're going to get pushed up on now by Fast and Fishy. This is a great opportunity to try and theft that loot from him if you can get the kill. He's trying to get the portal off, and he will probably get away in time. Unfortunately,
they hit the beach.
Yeah, if they had just made it around that corner, I mean, that could have been a great play for them. Now, the unfortunate part about that is, I mean, they've been found out. Interesting play here, and I think they did this last time. Kiro moving way to the outside of the zone, kind of away from all the looting spaces.
We've seen them do this in the first game as well that they played. Taking the long route, being safe, you know.
Yeah, and again, maybe that's what it is. Especially now, knowing that you're in the semifinals, being safe actually probably plays to your advantage a little bit. Getting second place will more or less guarantee you a space into the next round. We heard someone on Kraken, but I don't see ships there. Karas is still just hanging out. They're having the time of their lives at Trident. Free loot for them, and that's a lot of free portals that they can use to get around. Zone closing in. That'll cut off all of Buccaneers, all of Icy, and a portion of Swamps already, as well as clearing off Lunar here in a second. Fast and Fishy now retreating out of the Swamps area. They're probably just trying to get some last-minute loot before they leave. Oh, and here we go. Getting pushed up on, and this is the fight that's going to be very interesting to watch. This is Just Rush rolling up on them, and I have to imagine that they see Just Rush pushing on them, but they've got no one on the top of the ship, and they're going to hit a rock.
Oh,
One jumps off. Oh,
there was two people in
things
their
you hate to
protest looking through
see.
the spyglass when that happened. Oh my god.
Oh no! So they're trying to push a border, though. He'll probably get onto the ship, but they're going to just start taking cannon shots here. And, I mean, they're going to go for the anti-sail and try and board. Oh, what a misplay, though. I didn't see the border get on, and I think they insta-ported to get back when they saw that they crashed. But now they're going to be trying to fix sails so that they can get away here. And in reality, Just Rush, yeah, trying to get into trap shot range. That looks really good. Ooh, and it misses by inches.
Oh, close.
The anti-cannon hits, and I mean, that's not going to do too much at the moment, except for maybe get people's attention. But I love that trap shot. Wow, was that close. I would have to assume...
Sails now. They're going to close the gap.
So, anti-sail coming back out. And that's going to keep pushing Fast and Fishy around Kraken. I mean, they're putting swivel shots on, so you're definitely still taking damage while you do this. That is the trade-off. Going for anti-sail doesn't really get you too much advantage, but at the same time...
Ooh.
Oh, and, well, I'm not sure if maybe they overcorrected. Maybe they're just backing off. Fast and Fishy, though, now going for the rotation. That could have been huge. Oh, managed to get away.
They're shooting somebody in the water.
Yep. So there was a border that was dropped, and maybe that was the play. Maybe they were just trying to get away from that. And someone is not going to make it back home. It's going to be Bloody who goes down next.
Oof.
And finally, after their long vacation on Trident, Karasis is on the move. They should be well looted now, though. Front cannon fully upgraded to tier 3. Capstan and wheel upgraded tier 3 as well. They have a tier 2 cannon on the side, but we'll see how much that plays into this. They have a sniper that they'll probably pick up for later if they need to. And let's see how they're doing for loot. Still a little low on battle drinks. Everything else looking pretty well looted out.
Yeah,
one guy has a fish launcher.
Seagull crates, so they've definitely got a decent amount of loot. Even though it might not look like it, they definitely do.
So Fast and Fishy now getting back on the aggressive play here. Going for anti-sail shot. They're going straight for Karasis. They're actually, and I hadn't realized this earlier, if that trap shot had hit, that would have been disastrous. A tier 1 cap stand for Fast and Fishy. That trap shot would have had them more or less dead in the water. They do have the tier 3 cannon up front and the 2 tier 2 cannons on both port and starboard, but that doesn't do you a lot if you've got 4 people on board and you can't get away.
I'm very surprised Mephisto let them get away. It's such an advantage behind the ship like that.
I'm wondering if they just saw the border and were thinking maybe we end up in a bad, in a bad situation where we're fighting someone off at the same time. Maybe they're just low on resources because they are diving for these crates still. Unless they're just trying to clear them out.
But there would be multiple borders. I have
It could be.
Teams do this, just all drop into the water and ghost ride wherever.
Oh, I honestly kind of hope to see a 4-team off the back of the ship board today. I don't think we will. I think it's a super aggressive play to go for, but man, do I want it.
Oh my gosh.
So look at this long-range combat going on here. Hero going for a long, lazy play along the outside. I think they are just taking the casual route. I think they're just, I hate to say it, I feel like they're just playing for second place. Not that that's a bad idea here, right? That keeps you from having to deal with some of this fast combat, and maybe they watched the first couple games and said, oh, those matches ended very quickly, right? But I think they're being targeted, at least from the way that this attack angle is going. This looks very much like a run-of-the-mill attack angle from Just Rush. This is usually where you'll see them get a little bit farther outside. Yep, and so here comes the anti-sail. And now they're going to start to turn into it.
Mephisto found a knot gun, which is horrible news for everyone else.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Knot gun
dear,
really
sorry.
strong. Having that 7-barrel right click that fires it like a shotgun. Oh, look at this TNT. Great shot. And a second one. Oh, if they land a third one, this is actually over. There's no coming back from that. Oh, no. And that's going to be it, I think. Fast and Fishy's going to have to repair for all that. I'm surprised they didn't all die, but man.
Yeah, they were chugging
that's
out of
it.
Oh, and now they're anchored. Yeah, they're dead for sure.
And that's the game for Fast and Fishy. Unfortunately.
There's no way.
Ghostman getting onto board, and they're all lit. Metric's getting another one, so that's the end of Fast and Fishy.
That was so unceremonious. Holy
They've
cow.
been some of the most long time players as well, being taken out first.
Man.
Definitely gonna hurt their pride.
Yeah, man, what an unfortunate, and Mephisto just coming in and cleaning things up. Fast and Fishy going down there to Just Rush. What a clean board. And those 3 TNT, boom, boom, boom. That like 90%'s a crew right off the bat. They're lucky they didn't lose people in that on those TNT shots. Meanwhile, they've got, minimal damage from the zone, barely any water. They just have to get back. They have people off board. If they get attacked right now, I mean, they're kind of in a bad situation, but let's see how Kiro plays this. No, this is Karasis. This is team.
Yeah,
this
they're
is
getting pushed right now. Krasus knows they have a tiny window here.
Yeah. Ooh, and a good trap shot. But here we go. The TNT coming out. That's a great TNT. I love it.
And for now, Karasis' rotation is keeping up with their speed.
Yeah, you can get back on that. You could do the same thing that they just did to Fast and Fishy. Get 3 TNTs out here, and it's game over.
They're in the danger zone here.
Oh, and here comes a beautiful trap shot. Well played to put it right on the back end. So now you're TNT'd, trapped, anti-cannons. They're getting their cap stand up, but...
And boarded. Wait,
and
no,
boarded. No.
That was
They're just clearing cannons, but man... This is where, oh man, this is going to be such a tough situation. If you're Just Rush, you got to get out of there.
Yeah,
Your crew is hurt.
The Cairo didn't, pick up on that and join the fight.
They just did. Mephisto, they just saved Mephisto's butt. They came over. The other team saw him coming and backed off, and Mephisto's now able to get his back under him.
That could have been another one that was over. That could have been it.
Very dangerous.
Oh.
That's the thing about the junk. It's a glass
That
cannon.
trap shot missing by an inch. But man, look at these aggressive angles people are taking. They're really not leaving Just Rush alone. But man, these shots from Guzman and Mephisto clearing 2 people off of Kiro, just really making it difficult. And Mephisto on board, he's He got drilled there, but he was causing a ruckus. I thought he was shooting from long range. That was just a close range combat.
Ooh, that was a rough one to miss.
Oh, but that was a great trap shot. I mean, it just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like Just Rush on their back foot here.
Yeah, they,
That trap shot just barely gonna
oh,
get
it counted! It counted! Oh my gosh.
I think some latency for us was what that ended up being. I think it was off of the mast, but just barely missed it. They get the trap shot and TNT. Here comes the board. This is what they usually do. This is a great go-to maneuver. They're a great boarding team. Now the question is, it's a double board. Both teams are being boarded right now. Oh, Guzman gets
Belamonte's
Ubermax
bone
though.
dry. Oh my gosh. No way!
Yeah. Pyro joining in and finishing off.
Cross is
Grass.
out in
Yeah.
third. Wow.
So,
Kiara,
I mean-
I mean, they were previously unknown, and they are just. I mean, I didn't know who they were, and they are demonstrating their value right now. Holy.
Oh,
cow.
and look at this. Oh dear, though. But making what I would consider to be a very ill-advised, maybe just accepting the second place victory here. Kind of, like I said,
don't know,
going
think
for
they're
an
aiming for
ill-advised.
first.
I had just a very ill-advised play to try and make that jump there. They could get on cannons, but they're gonna get TNT. This is just, yeah, you're kind of stuck. The second TNT
Also, the
comes
front
in,
cannon
that'll
was
kill.
still locked due to the anti-cannon.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
Yeah.
like, that's a kill on them. They've got to get themselves out, and they're not going to. Metarix getting a kill on Kiar. They've got one more coming up to get the cannon. And, I mean, this is over. No. Yep.
Shooting
And
a
there's
trap
that third
in
TNT.
situation.
And that third TNT,
Dang.
more or less, going to be a death sentence for any junk ship that it hits. And that's going to end it. Just Rush coming out of that one. Man, that felt like a fantastic... It was a fast match, but that was a great match.
Insane to see just 4 junks flying around like that. It was so volatile, you know? So, like, one was ahead, then another was ahead. And Potato going out first, like, wow. What a ride.
Oh, that was amazing. All right, and let's standings here as we wait for them to come back in. But I mean, that basically means that we're going to get a move forward from QRO and Just Rush into that final spot. Oh no, we've got one game. Sorry, I'm making an advanced decision here, forgetting that semifinals are 2 games long. So that's my bad. That doesn't end either of those other 2 teams. Now, getting a 3rd place finish, not the worst scenario to be in, right? Like, you can still come back from that pretty handedly. 4th place, a little bit more tricky. Just because usually in that 4th place, you're not making nearly as many points up. We're waiting for the numbers to come in now, but I would expect that means that Fast and Fishy will have a lot that they have to, make up for here.
There's a couple of scenarios where they could still move on, so we'll have to see what happens.
I would think that most of them will require them to get a victory here, though.
Absolutely. They would have to win, and Mephisto would have to get wrecked, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, definitely not impossible. It's something that we'll have to keep our eyes on going into the second game. I mean, oh my goodness, that was so fast. That match went by so quickly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with words to, like, really express what happened, but that was just such
Yeah.
an in and out kind of a play. I felt like we were watching, for the most part, like watching Fast and Fishy get hit by Just Rush was, again, said it back in the first, in the elimination rounds. As soon as a junk ship rolls up on the back of another junk ship, you're in a really, difficult position because they can just keep pumping shots on you and you can't really do anything. You're going to go the same speed, if not slower, because they're going to keep hitting your sails if they want to. So they were really in a bad position, and then 3 beautiful TNT shots back to back to back. And for general damage points and for the water intake, once that 3rd TNT hits, unless every single person was starting on the repair, and that tends to not be the case, almost impossible to get away from.
definitely.
So that was
It's
a
also
quick
interesting
one,
to
though.
see how some of the teams that played very passively before in the previous sessions now completely changed and went much, much more aggressive.
I think that last circle, it looked wildly different. The Just Rush team still looked. I mean, they isolated ships, which was critical. You got to isolate ships in order to survive some of those full boarding opportunities. If you don't, right, you get punished for it. Teams will end up rolling up on you, and you can't get away with one person on your ship, right? You got a 4-person board, clean them up, and then get out.
Yeah, there was so many situations. I mean, like round 1, we saw Mephisto just handily sinking crews, but round 2, they were on the back foot for a lot of that match. They still brought it out, but like that could have gone wrong for them easily. They almost went a little bit overboard with the aggression, but they treaded the line carefully.
Yeah, I mean, they did definitely. They were tiptoeing it for a good portion of that match, and it looked like it was going to get a little deadly for them when they were getting trap shotted by Carassus. I thought that was it. I thought they were going to get rolled up on in a 2v1, but instead it turned out that they, escaped it at the last second by Kiro coming in and just like shaking things up a little bit. But yeah, great game. Just to watch entirely, and I mean, there's so much action. That's the big one. There was just so much action to catch up on. So I have the point totals here for the first round, as far as what they got out of it. Just Rush in first place with 10 points. Kyoru coming in with second place and 7 points for getting that second place finish and for what they did otherwise. Carassus coming in with 5. Fast and Fishy coming in with 2. So yeah, with Fast and Fishy, that sounds to me like you kind of have to get a second place finish here at the very least. And you need Kyoru to be at the bottom of the list.
I'm curious to see if there's any team who's going to change tactics after the first game. I mean, Fast and Fishy, they definitely got surprised. They definitely got taken down very fast. And I wonder how they're going to take it to the next game and maybe avoid, other teams entirely, or be very, careful of who they approach.
I'm especially if you go against Just Rush again. Do you maybe change your tactic of how you engage with them? Do you just try and like keep close to some of the other ships and just fake engagements the entire time? I don't know if there's a solution to what happened there. You can't get rolled up on behind, right? That's the situation we've seen where they've gotten beaten down. Any ship in that scenario is gonna get wrecked pretty hard. So gotta make sure you don't end up there. And we are getting ready to start this next match. So as soon as it gets out of the spawn selection, we'll jump on in. Here we go. Pool 1, match number 2.
Semifinals, Pool 1.
Yes. Semifinals, game Pool 1, round 2. All ships looking like they spawned right at Trident. Who do we have here? This is this is Just Rush going straight to Lunar. It looks like they just didn't waste any time. But that's going to be unfortunate for Kyoru, who's going to try and come up and probably go to Lunar. But I don't know. You either have to like take this fight right off the bat, or it's got to be that, or else you just have to go loot somewhere else, and you're going to be looting very behind because your looting path has been taken from you. Meanwhile, Carassus coming in. They're going to try and loot up by Kraken, I think. Yep, drop one guy off, and they'll go straight for sunken. And then, ooh, we've got a brig play from Fast and Fishy.
Ooh,
This is what I'm talking about.
you
Now
called it,
it's-
Toasty.
Yeah.
Firefish Ammo is the name of the ship. And they're gonna.
I think that was a good call, to be honest.
I agree. I
Will
mean,
benefit them more. But it's gonna be
And
tough
this-
because they're not used to it. I've never seen them in a brig before.
I haven't either, but I mean, it's got to be the staple of your gameplay in this. Just getting popped on Buccaneers from a porter. I think he's getting out with a lot of upgrades. I saw some dual pistols there. So probably pretty well looted.
Yeah.
So they're going to back away from that, get some pretty good loot. Ooh, and you know what? That's unfortunate if you're Kyoto, because you're really rolling up on Buccaneers looking for stuff. And you gotta... You gotta be able to find a path here. Like, I almost think you have to drop people at Raiders and then go straight to Icy, because right now, the chests that you're going for are all being taken. So you're going to be low on upgrades, and at the same time, you've got to land some form of common loot. You've driven past 3 major islands so far that you haven't been able to loot, so you've got to do something.
Well, there is seagull crates. There's plenty of seagull crates on the map that does give you the bare necessities.
Edmund getting a kill on Rango. I'm not sure where that was occurring at. I heard combat, but I'm assuming it was just on Kraken. So one looting up the side of Kraken. I'm assuming this is still coming from Carassus, who have now kind of parked. They're swinging around all over on swamps. Just making sure that they're collecting enough loot, it looks like. I didn't hear any chests go off, so I don't think there's anything down here for them to pick up. Yeah, I didn't see any major chests that they could pick up there. Maybe one on Maze? Nope. So, I mean, they might be looting blind here. Not really going for any chests and just going for common loot.
In a match like this, there's a case to be made for that. I mean, if you don't have time to fight other crews, if you're already behind, like, you want to go for the least contested, the most loot. Like, you want, like, it's less loot, but it's more, you're more likely to come home with what you do get.
Yep,
So-
absolutely. You don't want to end up in one of those situations where you've got a full inventory, like we saw it late in that last game, right? Like, you can't get a full inventory and then, like Ombo did, and then get killed on the side of the shoreline there. In those situations, then you come back with nothing, and the other teams are going to stockpile all of your loot, and it's just reverse looting, you know, in that position. So another chest getting picked up on Fort there, and someone really looting away. There's TNT, there's some swivels, so they should be able to make away with a lot of goodies. On the plus side, though, now I won't get confused about which one is just rush and which one is
Fast and fishy.
fast and fishy. Now I'll just have to worry about just rush, or rather, I'll have to worry about the combination of Carassus and Kyoru, because those will be the two that actually have the same sail sets. Speaking of, so here they are. They're looting Swamp right now, and there's a lot of common loot to be had on the main islands that you can get away with. The one that's tricky is always going to be Maze, since a lot of it sits on the inside of that maze, and it's more of a hassle just to get to it. So they'll probably be a little bit behind on getting some of their common loot, but at the very least, they should have a decent amount of everything else to deal with. So we're seeing some TNT now being stockpiled by Kiro, because they've, you know, have probably been poking around at a couple of different seagull crates, to Toasty's point, and they're dropping people off to loot Icy. Icy got a really nice amount of loot on it for an island. If you really want to stockpile, there's some it looks like they have some steering upgrades and cannons that they can get, and that's going to be huge for the junk ships. Oh, and it looks like Metrix is just picked off Rango. Gunfire going on the island. I think that's right on Fortress. Yep. Potato getting a kill on Metrix then. So a good trade out there. And you can see that Just Rush is creeping around the outside. So that's porting is what's going on here. And then since this isn't a direct porting island, that means that they swam over here from Buccaneers.
Looks like
Interesting
Just Rush
plays.
found their first target as well. And
Yep.
take a poke at Ghetto.
Yeah, and you can see them starting to line up this formation. They kind of do the same thing every time. They go for a long outside angle so they can try and get onto that blind side of the ship. It's a spot where it's a little bit tricky to get fire off if you're trying to shoot backwards with the swivel cannon. And at the same time, it opens you up to a lot of, direct cannon fire. So they're getting their, you can see they're getting their sails going now so that they can kind of catch up. Ooh, and a really long range anti-sail that's going to go wide and not do anything, but now it's going to alert Kyuroku that there's someone, sneaking up behind them.
I'm sure they noticed. Everybody's head's on a swivel in this game.
Oh, meanwhile, Potato's boat still hanging out at Trident. And we're missing one. Where? Oh, where has Carassus gone? There we go. Looks like they have... Oh, my goodness. I'm just getting caught up on the zoom, and it's making me sick. A little low on battle drinks for Carassus. They do have a decent amount of... or a little bit of wood to deal with, and they're almost fully upgraded. Tier 3 cannons on the port side and on the bow. Tier 3 capstan, Tier 3 steering. That's going to be huge for them. That'll help them get around really fast and really get cannons on from any angle. Meanwhile, you can hear the gunfire going off. It's just a long-range fight right now. Carassus is just kind of putting defensive fire on from behind with the swivels, but they're taking anti-sail. Not as long as they're not hitting, as long as they're managing to avoid these, I mean, they should be able to get away pretty handedly. Musket fire also coming in too. I mean, I really like the plays. It's very intriguing because it's at a very wild range. It definitely benefits the team that's shooting backwards. An anti-sail just missing on both sides. They're just having a rough time trying to aim that, it looks like. Shots going wide on both sides. I mean, it is hard to hit junk ships, especially if they're swerving like that, but... I mean, these are going wide on both sides. And they're taking hits. Like, that's got to be sniper fire coming from Kyotoku, because that's landing pretty precise. Oh, I think it's a heavy sniper. It is. So that's a heavy sniper coming in from Kyotoku. I'm assuming they just picked it up flat off of the island. Off of Icy.
It's a huge get for them.
Oh, especially in this situation where you're firing backwards, yeah. This is a great defensive weapon to have. Gives you the capability of really keeping that cannoneer from landing consistent shots because he's just got to keep swerving to get away. And you can see it's actually deterred Just Rush. They're going to back off now as they see that Carassus is rolling up behind them. Now, to be fair, this is right in their wheelhouse, right? They want one ship isolated by itself. That's what they've been going for most of these fights. And right now, Carassus is just trying to beat the storm. Anti-sail fire coming in, also going a little wide, but these ones are a little bit easier to aim because you've got the flat side of the sails to aim for. And you can see at long range, and we'll zoom back over there in a second, but a lot of upgrades coming in here. This is a strong-looking brig, at least as far as upgrades are concerned. Capstan might be a little bit weak, and maybe that'll cost them if they get hit with a good trap shot, but otherwise, that's really, really good looking for fire fish ammo. I keep forgetting that it's a change of name. More anti-sail coming in from Just Rush. I mean, it looks like they're starting to land a couple of these, and it is really paying off some dividends. They're catching up quite a bit. As all 4 ships are now kind of getting to the zone and, you know, aligning. Ooh, and there's a potential... Is this going to be a potential looting or a board? They see him, though, so I guess it doesn't matter in any case. He's going to get blasted from 3 people at the same time.
Tato and Kiara are going toe-to-toe.
Oh, wow. And yeah, this escalated quick. Trap shot coming in from the front. As players going down on both sides.
This might be
oh, no. Yeah, Potato now getting 3 kills off of that as well. So I think all 4 of them are down from Kiara, because... And that might be the end of it. They're now corked.
Yeah,
They've got holes on them.
There's no way. Yeah.
Yep, and down they go. Huge take by Fire Fish Ammo.
Yeah, knocking them out was huge for Fish Ammo.
You would have thought with how conservative they were being earlier, they would have, you know, been a little bit safer on that. Meanwhile, a trap shot came in earlier, and that's what pinned down Carassus, as now they're getting blasted by Just Rush. And down they go as well.
Oh, snap.
Oh, scoots. And just like that, I think that knocks them out entirely. So Carassus pulling in a 3rd place finish in both games, that's going to knock them out.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
I mean, we talked about, hey, it might be possible for Fast and Fishy to get it. I mean, that's the way you have to do it. They did kind of the same thing that Just Rush did. Isolated a ship. Unfortunately for Keto, I think they maybe underestimated that brig and rolled up assuming that they could get a lot of good shots off. And in reality, I mean, now they're on an almost fully upgraded brig. They are on one now. Everything tier 3'd out. That's a strong, scary ship. Now, the question is, can you get on there and stop them from using all that utility, right? This is where the communication comes into play. Oh, and look at, they're taking a little snippet out of the Stoat book as a long-range trap shot comes and goes wide from Just Rush.
Everyone who takes pages out of my book will immediately do better.
Yes. That's another great shot. I like these trap shots. Like, they're taking the right shots for these, but... Okay, that one should land. Now, the problem with that is you just landed it while they were turning, which means you're going to be stuck broadside. Here comes the TNT. That's what you got to watch out for. And then they TNT'd themselves. Not a great look there. If they get up again and in turn, they could really put some punishment down on Just Rush. They're already a 2 and TNT down. Yep, and you can hear the gunfire coming in. Oh, they had people underneath repairing, and here it comes.
No
TNT trades.
But like
Metrics.
a TNT trade benefits a brig so much because the junk ship's made of glass.
Oh, and look, here comes a boarder. Metrics did get a kill, but the boarder here may get a good play. Belamonte actually clearing Rango. Great play from him.
Yeah, that was a huge deal.
They're still pretty dry, so they had enough repairs there that it didn't matter.
That's
Both ships not really taking too much, but that trap shot.
That was an insane trap shot.
Oh, and this is it. Oh, the great TNT again.
Yeah.
This is where you got to take advantage of the brig, though. You've got to be putting cannons on with both, and it doesn't look like they're doing that, and now they're going to pay for it. Here comes the boarding opportunity.
Been outmaneuvered twice, and they're overcoming it because they're killing the players, but Potato's naval combat is outclassing them.
Oh, and then this might be the end. Yep, and there goes the cork, and just like that, they're going to get a second place finish.
Dang, they're just so dangerous once they get on board. It's like...
That's the critical part, is it's one thing to just play with the brig and say, well, playing with the brig will get us a win here. It's another thing to know that you have to use the strengths of the brig. you got to keep those cannons rolling. If you don't keep the cannons rolling, they're just going to, you're kind of defeating the DPS portion of that ship. And then that's what ends up happening.
It's tough because there's so many priorities. Steer the wheel, adjust the sails, raise the anchor, shoot the cannons, fix the ship. Like, what do you do, and who does it? That's what makes the difference.
It really does. And so just like that, I mean, so the first pool now completely cleaned out. I'm assuming you're going to book it here in a second. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta go.
Yep, and we'll catch you probably way later at the end if we do. Go get your team ready there, bud.
Hopefully we make finals, and if we do, then I guess this is the last time I'll be on the mic. So, fingers crossed. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go hit a rock next to Kraken. Peace.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Well,
Oh, and just like that, I mean, we're done with the first half of the semifinals. It felt like it went by so fast.
Ooh.
Both of those rounds went by very quick. I mean, I don't think we made it
but-
to last circle in either of them.
Correct. So, looks like Just Rush will take the lead and win the semifinals pool 1. Karasis ending up in second place, actually. So Fast and Fishy, even though doing so well in the second round, didn't make it. Karasis will be moving on.
Interesting. So they are going to hold on to that. And oh man, that is so unfortunate, especially for coming in as strong as they did. They did have to land that first place finish. Man, it just so close. What a bad break.
Yeah, damn. That wasn't expected.
I totally agree. But you know what? I mean, it's showing the strength of Just Rush right now and the way that they play in that close range combat. Again, I think it's one of those 50-50 things where, sometimes you lose that ability to get into the thick combat when you're doing so much boarding. But that was a great showing from Potato's group because they were right there with the brig. They almost came back and had that. A couple of mistakes, I think, ended up costing them there in regards to the actual scenarios where they entered combat itself. Like they had a couple of positions that looked like they were going to be very strong, but they didn't take the initiative, similar to what we saw in the combat with Karasis versus Bloodbath and Beyond, where with the brig, you have the opportunity to land that trap shot, and then it kind of puts the other ship on their back foot, right? Because then they have to react to everything happening to them because they get stuck in a spin, then they get hit with a TNT, right? Like, you can take advantage of those situations way more with the brig. But it looked more, I mean, to a degree, it looked more like we were seeing a brig operated by a junk ship crew.
Right, but they still prove that they, with some more practice, that they would be a solid brig crew as well.
Yeah,
being so under-leveled in their upgrades, still really good play on them. They hit some good shots, they maneuvered well to take down Pyro there at the beginning. Oh, was it Karasis? I actually don't remember. It was...
They took down Karasis at the end of that.
Right,
that was who
Karasis.
they actually
My
beat
bad,
to
my bad.
win.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, beautiful play.
No. You're right. I made a mistake. No. It was Kiro that ran into fiery fish ammo, but then it was Karasis that got caught against Just Rush on the backside of Lunar. So yeah, I mean, that was it was one of those combat situations that you know, in both of those you got to figure out when to engage and when to disengage. But I think with the junk ships, showing that aggression is always to your favor, whereas trying to punish other teams for their mistakes is kind of the stronger part of using the brig, right? Just because you have the more firepower and it takes you longer to sink, you can take advantage of that junk ship that's, say, rolling up on you, trying to get a good angle on you, or trying to get around.
Yeah, it also proves how important it is to have TNT ready at all times. It
Yeah,
is dangerous,
absolutely.
right? Because you have to carry them both on you and have them loaded. But if you die, that would be really bad for you because you might lose that TNT shot. And TNT, even though not that uncommon, you need them. They are very, very strong. And losing a fight without TNT is definitely possible, but it puts you so much further ahead, especially against those junk ships, that the TNT really it just forces people to repair instantly. While with heavies, it's such a longer period. You give them more time on the cans to fight back.
Yeah, and the TNT really coming in to show how much it actually does, I think, in this tournament. A lot of teams you see using it more as an initial slam, right? Like a lot of, hey, drive-by, hit him with a TNT plays in casuals that I think really doesn't bring a lot to the table because it's just repaired immediately, right? Like you may as well hit someone with 2 heavies if you're going to do that and you actually deal more damage. In reality, the bigger benefit of using TNT is the fact that it deals player damage. That sets you up for a lot of really strong boarding opportunities, as well as prevents boarding opportunities, because if a team boards with 50% players, right, they're just asking to get one shot with a musket or with a fast sniper. Those are weapons that will instantly knock out a player that's under 50 health.
Exactly.
So it's very interesting to see how that pool has played out. And as you guys can see, with the updated standings now, we've got Karasis and Just Rush making it into the finals here. So, on the backside of this, now we've got the matchup of Karm Freepov, Bloodbath and Beyond, Viet Gang, and Anglerfish. So we saw some really interesting gameplay out of Anglerfish. Some flashes in the pan of sorts, right? Things that looked really spectacular the way they set it up. And then a couple of times where they looked like they got caught, a little flat-footed. For an example, that end of their last game where Viet Gang really took advantage of the fact that both they and Anglerfish were firing on the same junk ship and just they turned first, right? That positioning and all that, like you could pick up your capstan to kind of fix that, to get around, or there's a couple different ways you can look at that as what you can clean up in your gameplay. But it was a very, very strong showing, I think, regardless, for Anglerfish.
Yeah, no, Anglerfish definitely has a good footing. They made some mistakes, and I hope they take those mistakes, learn from them, and show us what they can do in the next game.
Yep, absolutely. And then similarly, we saw Karm Freepov, Bloodbath and Beyond, both in their independent, matches, really coming in, and they looked very, very strong. So the question is, where do you go from there? The 3 winners of that, Viet Gang obviously played a very tactical battle in regards to their positioning and making the most of like a critical situation. But Bloodbath and Beyond and Karm Freepov cleared their lobbies pretty handedly.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I mean, Bloodbath and Beyond definitely has a strong crew, but I think it's been proven in the previous game that they're maybe not that far ahead of the other people. I think everybody has a really good chance. Obviously they have Stoats, which isn't the best boat driver. He only got his license like last week. But they're all good crews, and I think we're going to see a lot of tactical play in this upcoming match.
Yep, I absolutely agree.
Teams are much more strategic rather than gunplay and maybe cannon skills.
Yep.
The previous games was a lot of rushing and boarding, very like quick, snappy, like trap shot, 3 TNTs sometimes. Like,
so they are getting into the match, so they're in the spawn selection. So we'll jump in there in a moment. I'm going to thank right now the folks that followed: Metarix, the Dandolf, Flint, Ninra, Saltuk, Bloody TR, Babyfish. I can't pronounce that name because I can't read it. And Vampire Chick, thank you guys all for the follows. Welcome to the tournament. And we are going to get back into this next match here in a second. In progress, and here we go. So, semi-finals. This is part 2, first game. And this is made up of Bloodbath and Beyond, Anglerfish, Karm Freepov, and VIKINGS. We'll start with Trident. Typically, this is the fastest action if any ship shows, so we'll always go here to check. It looks like there may have only been one ship that spawned here, though. And, of course, this is Oh, so there was 2. VIKINGS coming from the east side of the island, but off of the north spawn. This is Karm Freepov. That should be an immediate engagement, unless one of them decides to back off right now. I mean, I think if you're in a brig, like, yeah, gang, you got to back out of here. Meanwhile, chest getting picked up left and right down on Haunted Swamps, and Bloodbath and Beyond, I think, getting the better of those. I'm looking to see where the other ship is at. Oh, no, they're both there. So they may have traded. Early shots coming out from Bloodbath and Beyond as well. Just catching the sails on Anglerfish. So 2 brig players on, or 2 brig teams on this side. Anglerfish looking like they're going to play the seagull crates and maybe try and get to Icy and Maze here to pick things up. No chest inside of Maze either, and so there's not really a good weapons play there for them. On this side, it looks like the retreat has been made by... Oh, Karm Freepov dropped people off and then booked it. I mean, taking advantage of the junk ship speed for sure there. VIKINGS also moving forward. I didn't see who picked that up, but that was definitely someone that ported that just picked up that chest on Raider Camp. Left a couple butcher's knives behind too, so they got a decent amount of loot out of that. Jake Salma getting a kill on Roman right off the bat there. I'm assuming that had to have been on Lunar, since that's where they both just rotated from. And a port just coming out as well. Shoulder cannon, it looks like, for Jake. That's going to be a really, really, real strong person to give that to. Jake showed a lot of really good fights early on. Also, look at this. Driving basically right at each other. Karm Freepov and VIKINGS about to get in an instant conflict. Ooh, and that's a good start to the fight. You don't want to be like this when you're in the brig. VIKINGS might be throwing the start of the fight here as they look like they're just trying to get the board done. Cheese are down by William Tran, and Flint gets knocked out by Weck. And then Tran taking out Monomatrix. A little bit of water, not too much though. But there's a bunch of player chests down there. That's not looking great. They're corked now, and I mean, what a fast assault. Karm Freepov just taking damage left and right. They're corked as well. Kind of anchored at the moment, it looks like. So this is going to be nothing but boarding contact here, and not much that they could do. Trap shot comes in to keep them from doing anything. William Tran just stacking the kills right now. Shots coming off from the shoulder cannon and from the regular cannon to put kills down left and right. And I think that's going to be it. And down they go. Karm Freepov seeing an early exit from this game. Getting drilled. Wow, and really I would have thought that would have went the other way around. I'm surprised that they went with the junk ship dive and then didn't get a lot of shots off with the cannon. That shoulder cannon for Jake coming in really clutch. You could see the splash damage kind of catching everyone. But the sounds of the combat, like blood in the water, drawing Bloodbath and Beyond kind of over to the area. And so it looks like they're trying to just see if they can scavenge up an extra kill out of this. Perhaps maybe actually going to rotate over to Kraken, but they are eyeballing it. Unfortunately, we didn't get a good loot situation on that last boat to see how Karn Freepov was doing, as a chest gets picked up off of Icy. Nah, not looking too hot on the TNT, but they've got Trap Shot and they've got Heavies, and they should have got a couple of upgrades off of that. Looks like just the wheel, though. Interesting. So not the best of situations for Viking as far as that's concerned, and they're going to be a little bit behind because they haven't had an opportunity to loot, and they just had to burn some on Karn Freepov. I don't see any ships over by Icy, though. Am I crazy? It must have been a drop-off situation from Bloodbath and Beyond. And here they are. You'll see Tier 3 wheel, Tier 3 capstan on Bloodbath and Beyond, Tier 2 rear cannons on both port and starboard. So, I mean, that's a very good-looking ship so far. And a jaw blade in somebody's hands. So that'll be a little bit scary to deal with up close. They do have a decent amount of wood, TNT, and trap shot available. Now, we saw that last time, that they really, really enjoyed engaging using the trap shot to start the fight, and then rotating trap shot to keep people stuck in place. So the key will be whether or not they can land the initial trap shot, or if they get caught a little flat-footed there. 3 ships remaining. We're going to have one stopping in over at Icy, and that's going to be Viet Gang. I'm going to pull away there, and we're kind of, I'm looking around, I'm missing the other ship. Here we are. Bloodbath and Beyond leaving Lunar.
Lunar, yeah.
Yep. Getting a little parched, and it's catching me a little off guard. But both ships are now heading directly towards Buccaneers, where, spoiler, guess who's hiding on the inside here? That's right. We've got anglerfish kind of just sitting off on their own. Let's see what they were doing for loot. A little bit of TNT. They're looking good on the battle drink, looking pretty good on the wood. Trap, TNT, ready to go. Upgrades, they're looking very strong on one side. So, and this is one of those, hey, how do I play the brig upgrade questions, right? You get a bunch of upgrades for cannons, where do you put them? Do you put 2 of them on one side and 2 of them on the other, so you have 2 gold cannons? Or do you just stockpile and go strong side one part of the ship? I think it's kind of a decide what your preference is and how you want to play it, but obviously one gives you more flexibility, the other one gives you much more firepower. Got to make a trade-off at some point. So we're looking at a Tier 3 wheel here and a Tier 1 capstan. Not the best situation to be in, as a cannonball goes flying past. That's the shoulder cannon from Jake-sama firing from Viet Gang, and obviously they're going from their back sail all the way up to all the way down as they're trying to pull away from this. They are going to get their strong broadside lined up here, it looks like, if they get an anchor going, but they've really got to keep they've got to get that angle. Trap shot going to go wide. Yeah, unfortunately, you're never going to hit that one. The angle's just way too tight, and the brig keeps you from doing it with its momentum. Now, strong side cannons here. But a TNT coming in. Oh, no. I think anglerfish got caught off guard. No one getting the cannons. They have TNT loaded. They're boarded, and they're hit with a second TNT, and Heavy's coming in. Oh, this is getting so bad.
Damn.
Oh, and this might be it. No one on the
Yeah,
capstan. It's a basic
so much
capstan.
fire.
No one getting off. They're taking non-stop shot from the main cannons. They're 2 TNT'd, heavied out, and that's going to be the end of them. Boom. And there goes anglerfish, the second one to drop. These kills coming really early in this game so far.
Meanwhile, Viet Gang has no water at all. They didn't take a single hit point.
That's and that's so unfortunate. And again, that's one of those things. You can use the brig as a ship, but you've got to keep somebody on the cannons. You got to make use of the DPS as well as its large health pool. If you don't, then you end up getting caught in one of those situations where you can't do anything. Then your hands are tied.
Oh, looks like Bloodbath and Beyond.
They're on the backside of every single one of these fights. They're just kind of hounding people almost. So you're seeing some swivel shots coming out. Obviously not as much to deal damage as it is just to be a nuisance. It is a broadside though for Viet Gang. So I mean, if they can get around to it, they're not in too bad of a position. Now, they did just come back with a lot of loot from that sunken ship. That'll do them a, wonders if they can get, if it had TNT in it. Oh, Bloodbath and Beyond going for a really tricky. Oh, look at the trap they're setting up here.
This might be huge.
They're getting strong side cannons, and look at this. They're turning backwards. They're turning back into it, and this should be a trap shot coming out any second now. Normal cannonballs coming across from both cannons. Should be here any second though. You can see the trap shot right behind. That means there's probably someone getting ready to board. Trap shot's gonna land. Great trap shot, but it's gonna come back. Oh, and it didn't hit. TNT lands though. Vex getting a beautiful trap or a beautiful TNT, and two more coming in. That second one gonna go high.
That one is for the fishes.
Yep. Oh man, but what a good shot. Oh, and Null gets drilled with a cannonball, but here comes the second TNT. Vex is gonna get 2 kills. 2 people not gonna be repairing here. That's gonna be trouble for Viet Gang now. Look at the holes.
Quite fine though.
Oh, but they've got no one repairing and no one pumping, and now they're turned away. Here comes a third TNT. One guy tries to board and gets drilled in the water. And I think that's going to be it.
Trap shots.
Game, set, and match for them. And Bloodbath and Beyond just going to walk away with this. Oh my goodness.
I didn't see this game going like this at all.
I didn't see it either. You know what? I actually think this was the fastest match we've had so far. And it was all Briggs.
Very slow gameplay. Like, end game circles for ages. But no, everybody played differently.
That was just wild. So, we just had 3 Brigs and a junk ship, and yet it played faster than the games that we had with all junk ships in it. It just blows my mind. What a fucking match. Just some of those battles were unbelievable. The TNT shots, that was what was critical there. Those late TNTs from Bloodbath and Beyond landing back to back from Vex got those couple kills underneath, and that cleared the deck or the underdeck of repairs. Massive play. I don't know what you do there though if you're. It was a very well set. Even the trap setup was great. Rotating backwards out of that made it look like they were going the wrong direction, but they got their capstan up so quick and had wind behind them. They showed up broadside with their strong cannons against it instead of the other way around.
Now I'm curious. Are we going to see a team switch from the break to the junk? That would make my day. If there's a team now who wants to get the maneuverability, right? Because if everybody's a break, you all have the same speed. Correct? So maybe switching to a junk, trying to get behind everybody else, could work. Be like the third party guy, you know? With the break, you just show up too late. With a junk, you could just be there, right there.
I'm floored. That was such a fast match. And honestly, the part that I think really caught me off guard the most, now that I'm just sitting and thinking about it, was the fast. I mean, that's what it was. It was a fast exit by Karm Freepov. Not what I was expecting at all.
Not at all. We were saying before the game started, we're gonna see like a lot of strategy, and we did. But the strategy was so condensed. It was just, obviously it was technically very well played by all teams.
Yeah, no. This was still a spectacular match.
Yes, it showed how technique in the boat play matters a lot. Getting the right.
Yep. And honestly, watching that was very, very specific about the boat play, very specific about the way that the cannons went off, positioning, cannons, making sure that you kind of set up the right speed. I mean, even at the end of that, like, and I think it was something that I not necessarily called out, but did happen and I think had a major impact. Anglerfish ran into, or Viet Gang ran into the rock at the end there because they were trying to recover, and then they were just pinned. And those last couple TNTs just came, boom, boom, and cleared the rest of the people under the deck, and you can't do anything. That's a game over once that happens. But I mean, that's a rough way to go out. But Viet Gang gonna get the second place there, and I mean that helps them solidify a good chance of making it into the next match. A real strong showing from them. So we're waiting for the next match to come up. It looks like they're finishing up filling out the lobby right now, and then we will jump into it any second now. We're just waiting for it to get into that spawn selection, but okay, and it looks like they were thinking about maybe swapping in a reserve player on the anglerfish ship, but they've decided against it. Now, there are reserve players that are in the pool for each of the teams that they can decide to swap out. It looked like they decided just not to go for it. An interesting strategy, though. If you want to just flip things on, like flip the script entirely, you could swap in a strong driver or strong cannoneer that you probably wouldn't have been using previously and maybe change the strategy up around that. Something I hadn't thought of previously, but is totally viable as far as this is concerned. All right, and they've entered spawn selection, so it should be starting up any second here. All right, here we go. The last game of the semifinals. Pool 2, Game 2, and we are off. So, obviously a spawn on Trident. Oh my goodness, all three ships are on top of each other. And they're just more or less just ricocheted away from each other. Someone did get the Kraken one, so there was a good port that went on as well. Doesn't look like any kills have come in yet, but there is gunfire on Trident. Oh, and look at this. Just kind of splitting up the area. Two on this side. Not sure if the third person on the right is in crew or not, but man, they're just cleaning up. So Viet Gang now rolling up on the backside of a junk ship that is probably Karm Freepov. I feel like we've seen this familiar little setup before. Now, the question is, does Karm Freepov turn and fight this again? Do you ram them? Do you just take another crack at it? Like, this is your last showing here. I feel like you have to play conservative and just book it. They are going to get people off and onto Lunar to start looting early, and so they're going to get the first crack at all the loot that's on there. Meanwhile, Anglerfish heading straight towards Kraken right now. Straight from the southeast portion of Trident. Which leaves us with one boat missing. And there they are. Bloodbath and Beyond spawning up It looks like they spawned at Fortress and are just backing out of it now. Must not have been any chests, or must have been one early that we had missed them picking up. But they're going to start heading towards Icy to start collecting loot in that location. And it's almost in the exact same spots. Look at this. So we've got VIKINGS rolling up right behind Karm Freepov, and then we're going to have to find out whether or not they actually try and turn away from it or turn into the fight. Meanwhile, Anglerfish must have dropped people off, but they're leaving Kraken now and heading back out, it looks like towards Lunar. I wonder if they know that it's already been double looted and that teams have both arrived there. You can see the elevator coming up, meaning combat probably about to occur here any second. Gunfire going off. And that's the chest that was on Lunar up top. Oh, and this is the late showing. Look at this. Crossing up the stairs, and yep. Oh, what a shot from Shazara to clear Jake. And that'll clear up some of that loot, and fortunately, that puts Karm Freepop in a much better looting situation than they were previously. Last time it was Jake Sama clearing Roman off of that island as well. That being said, Jake had a shoulder cannon in that fight. More conflict going on. They're on top of each other. They're just kind of ringing around the rosing on that roof. One's got a dragon pistol, though. And here we go. Blunderbuss. Ooh. Weck and Shazara, though, trading. And that's unfortunate for both of them, because neither of them are going to get the loot from that. So, I guess in response to that, VIKINGS going back towards Trident now. Maybe to try and recover some of the loot that they lost there. They did drop people off on Wilson to collect a little bit that is on that tiny bit of land. Karm Freepov now leaving from Buccaneers. They would have dropped people off at Bird's Reef, and maybe will drop people off at Raiders. You'll see Anglerfish now rotating back. They went up from Kraken, crossed in front of Raiders, but I don't think they got close enough to drop anyone off. Now they're heading out towards Icy. Ooh, but they may be in. They may not find that to be friendly waters, as Bloodbath and Beyond looks like they've been there looting for a little while. You can see that most of the boxes up this whole landing have been cleared, and they've already got the chest.
Yeah, Anglerfish should definitely know that the chest has been looted, so going there, they should know that there's people.
Yeah, but the question is, do you know whether they're still there, like if they're parked or not? I mean, you have to. You saw the other ships at the start of the match, so you need to. You got to know that it's Bloodbath and Beyond. Like that's the only ship that could have made it there in time. So, knowing that, do you push this, knowing that they've had free looting this entire time?
Fight.
I honestly don't have an answer for this. You could push this, but you've got, if you get the ambush here, obviously puts you in a great spot in the standings, but at the same time, if you flub this, you had a kind of a third place outing last time, that more or less eliminates you from the finals.
Exactly. To be surprised for both teams here, seeing each other suddenly behind the rocks. Could be
so
devastating on both ends.
Bloodbath and Beyond got someone up top. I don't think they're looking the right direction, though. Oh, that might be trouble.
That is Null looking over the wrong horizon.
Yeah, I think he just likes. Yeah, I think he's enjoying just that red outside coloring of the storm. People porting back though for Bloodbath and Beyond. Oh, but a cannon goes off. So I mean, fired. If you didn't know, if you didn't know earlier, you do now.
Oh, there's people here.
Should hear. I marked the location. Oh wait, does he have a knock gun? What does he have? Because that could be devastating. Knock with a knock gun on Null again would be absolutely chaotic. We saw that in the first elimination game when he got on board and cleared several ships with just a knock gun himself. They are going to take zone damage here, and you're going to see backside swivel combat coming from anglerfish. A couple of those hitting
Also,
sails,
yeah.
but it looks like not dealing a lot of damage.
Also, if you haven't noticed, Bloodbath and Beyond changed out the secondary flag. They used to have the US flag.
Oh, and they have the pirate flag now. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, political statement of the year? Not sure. You can see Swivel Fire now coming from the front of Bloodbath and Beyond. I mean, they're still going to continue to take zone damage, so, I mean, the loss is definitely more to theirs than the other way around. Here comes the return Swivel Fire, going a little bit high, and a little bit to the outside, it looks like, as well. These dodges on the swivels are actually pretty spectacular. That one will hit, though. Oh, and Gunner hits Stoat. Oh, he's on board. So Gunner manages to get a kill on Stoat, but immediately gets drilled by Null, and so both teams are down one person in this scenario. Oh, no, and here they come. No driver for Bloodbath and Beyond, and here comes Anglerfish trying to get a good, aggressive play. Here comes a trap shot from somebody. They've got to be. There it is, the trap shot. And that's going to go wide, it looks like. Just miss. And the trap shot, though, from Anglerfish going to land. Oh, but not in the turn that you wanted. Ooh, and just missing the mast there. Heavy shots coming out. I mean, both ships... Oh, and the TNT coming up short. They're having some trouble landing these shots, and that might be trouble for Bloodbath and Beyond. The accuracy costing them a little bit here. Although, second TNT coming in. If they can lock cannons here, they may be able to get away safely. Third TNT, I'm not sure now. All of a sudden...
of the first game, actually, back in the pool 4, right?
And that might be it, though. All of a sudden, Anglerfish, they get caught way too tight on their turn, and they lose the angle as that trap shot hits. And now they're just getting pummeled by heavy shots. They do get a clear off of one of the cannons by shooting one off with one of their own. And they're going to go underneath to repair, but it might be too little too late. I saw 4 TNT go off, and that's it. And Anglerfish not going to make it into the next round off of that death. Again, another really... That was a very aggressive play. Not sure if it was well advised, but, I mean, that was a good chance of clearing the first place team. Water on Bloodbath and Beyond, not looking too hot either. Fortunately, with the brig, that should clear pretty fast.
Yeah, that was a little bit reminiscent of the early games. They also weren't hitting their shots. The very first game this today, Bloodbath and Beyond, we were just missing heaps of shots, and this was then, you know, a big struggle for them. Now they were able to recover, but this could have been the end for them. This could have been big.
Yeah, that could have been it. That could have been one where you kind of take down the giant in the lobby for a minute. But, I mean, it was just an unfortunate combination of how that played out. I thought for a minute, the way that those trap shots were landing in the first TNT, I thought, oh, this might be it. Maybe, and this could be the case, and this is then, again, one of those fights you probably just don't take, but if you don't have TNT available, then you're just asking for trouble, right?
Right. Overturning on the anglerfish, definitely, I think that was maybe the mistake.
I think that was the nail in the coffin, but it's not a lot that you can plan for, right? Other than maybe putting your own anchor down on your own accord. But, I mean, it just an unfortunate outing for them. Or ousting, rather. Because, I mean, the outing itself, I mean, they looked like they were playing really well in the first game of the semifinals. That one just seemed to catch them a little bit, you know, a little bit hanging loose. They left a little bit, you know, kind of exposed when they brought their ship in.
Karm
Freepov.
Yeah, Freepov with their unupgraded steering wheel on a junk ship. That's gonna hurt.
Yep,
you've got to maneuverability. Yeah, when you need to cut those corners, get behind the brake, not having a steering upgrade is really going to be difficult.
So, and this is one of those situations where I've you know, I'm very pro upgrading the front cannon on a junk ship versus the side cannons. Right. I mean, to each their own. But when you don't have an upgraded wheel on the junk ship, it becomes very hard to maintain that angle. And so now you've got upgraded side cannons, no upgrades on the front cannons, so the chase portion of your game is out the window. Now you're going to have to go for your little wheel and deal, but you don't really have the wheel to do it. Oh, and so here we go. This should be interesting as well. We've got Viet Gang coming out of Lunar. They finished sweeping up the rest of the loot there, and they're just leaving now. Bloodbath and Beyond, I think, sees them and is going to try and get to the outside angle. Cannons are looking not too bad. It's a little bit mismatched. They've got a tier 2 on the back port side, but a tier 3 on the front starboard. So it's kind of at like a cross angle. Tier 1 cannons, though, otherwise. Decent amount of wood. I mean, if anything, it looks a little bit low. About halfway on the battle drink, so that might be a problem. Oh, no. No TNT, no anti-cannon. No heavies. He could be. I mean, they have some of them on deck, but... Oh, that's a scary situation. I don't see TNT out there, obviously, but... They have two of them loaded and they're in side cannons. Yeah. I don't know. I guess the question becomes, does Bloodbath and Beyond have any more TNT in their inventory? Or how much do they have? And what is Karm Freepov going to do with their rotation?
Right, but hitting those Seagull crates could change all of that again.
Right.
Seagull crates are a great resource to get, more TNT, fill up the wood supply, get a couple more battle drinks in. So it could easily switch just 1 or 2 Seagull crates and, you're back in the game.
So Karm Freepov opting to just kind of casually stay out of the conflict, which not the worst idea, especially considering that things just opened up with Anglerfish making a quick exit from that match. That almost more or less seals the deal for Viet Gang here to take second place.
Exactly, they need to hit first place to stay in the tournament. If Karm Freepov doesn't get first place, they're out. So, yeah, it's definitely important for them, I suppose, at this point to stay behind, be careful, let the others figure it out, wait for that perfect third party, little hook and snatch a ride and perhaps get a win of that.
So we're seeing regular cannonballs coming out from Bloodbath and Beyond, and it looks like they're just tossing them out to toss them out. But not quite sure what the play is there. And you can hear repairs going on immediately, so very interesting. There is a lot of trap shots sitting on the deck. So they do have some. You may be right. They're just stockpiling it on the sides of the cannons.
Oh no, they hit a wall again.
Oh, but
Viet Gang hit the rock.
On the plus side, at least they weren't taking too much damage when that happened. They should be able to come out of that just fine. Now, if anything, they could get a good rotation on this. Bloodbath and Beyond is taking a very, very sluggish approach from outside of the storm, but their cannons are just kind of pushing teams to the outside again.
Karm Freepov getting pinched here could be really bad. The rock there blocking their path of escape. They might just about make it out, though.
Now, in Karm Freepov, and this is the one scary thing, is that the team is not made to be very board-centric. They like their cannon play, and they like to do this hit and run. Again, when you don't have an upgraded steering wheel, though, I don't know how you make that work as well. As I said in the first elimination game, they have a dedicated cannoneer, and so you're seeing a lot of cannon fire coming out of them. Also, a lot of concentrated fire on Bloodbath and Beyond.
They're teaming up.
Yeah, I think this is a good
the best play here. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is the best
definitely the best play, because this at least helps you get yourself back into the match. I was just saying, I don't even know necessarily about it being a teaming up as much as it is just convenient, because Viet Gang trying to make sure that they get damage on. And the TNT goes up and over, and in not a very good spot either, because that's very easy for you to run over. That trap shot
hits.
Last second, it submarines its way over and manages to hit Viet Gang, and it looks like tell me that hits.
More trap shots.
What a shot! Both ships now trap-shotted. What a beautiful shot from, I'm assuming, Vex on the
must
trap.
have been
Oh,
Vex
and
or... That was amazing.
Viet Gang runs over the TNT that was shot earlier too, and now they're just in a world of hurt as they get trapped again. And that might be the end of them. Running over that TNT just may have cost them that bit. Oh, and another one goes up and over.
Sucks so much. You don't see them as, you know, when you're steering the ship, you don't see it. You don't see them in the water. You need your team to communicate with you.
And look at
damn.
that. And now Viet Gang out. So the 1v1 situation here. Also, I don't know if they see that TNT. They're not. They might run it over.
I don't know if they did.
Oh, they're gonna hit
They
it.
might have shot it.
No, it's in the water still. But
Okay.
that's a good trap shot. I like it. Oh, and it just misses, just barely behind. So Vex, though, getting a kill on Flint using the cannon. A really good shot. As Karm Freepov trying to get on the outside edge here. That's a great trap shot.
There we go.
Good hold. But it looks like, yep. So now we're going to see some basic cannon fire, I think. This is where you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. You can't really rotate out of this, and you're going to see heavies come out from both ships. The Brig's going to be the favorite in that whole scenario, and there's a TNT. Oh, no. Like I said, and so this is the hit and run. Yeah, but you've got to be afraid. This Brig rotation is going to be slow enough. Ooh.
Another TNT.
Bloodbath and Beyond ran over the TNT that was in front of them. But it looks like Karm Freepov is going to try and retreat away a little bit here.
Yeah, they're really underwater. They have to repair as much as possible right now. They were able to clear all the water.
No, 90% under for Bloodbath and Beyond. They could be in a lot of trouble here. And that TNT's still in the water. They might run it over.
I think Karm Freepov notices or knows that they're this deep in the water. They could really just...
Good anti-cannon, and that might save them, because that heavy goes over. They've got to clear cannons now. Vex getting a kill on Chizara. Oh, and they blow up the TNT in the water. Karm Freepov should be taking damage from that. Yup. Null getting 2 kills himself. He's on board. I think that's 3 down right now, and he's got a knock gun. 4 down. Null just cleared the entire ship. They're about to go from 90% under on Bloodbath and Beyond to maybe a clear here. Oh, no. You hate to see it. What a turnaround. Null with a fantastic board. He's got a Jawblade and a knock gun, and man, what a play. Bloodbath and Beyond taking the win in both of those. Now, I think, and I'm trying to think about what that scoring was from the last game. But
I'm sweating.
Yeah, so am
I. I'm not
I.
even playing and I'm sweating. Damn.
I was feeling pretty confident there at the end that Karm Freepov was going to get the upper hand there in that fight just by landing a couple of cannons, being 90% under, and just finish it right there. That would have been it. They were so close. So close. That TNT that both ships ran over devastated both of them immensely.
Wow. I'm lost of words. Like, I don't know what to say.
I mean, that was a fantastic fight. And I mean, like I said, that was a really good cannon play there near the end. Like, we saw some fantastic shots. The 2 trap shots that Bloodbath and Beyond fired to trap both ships at almost the exact same time was stellar. That's one of those shots that you just love to see as a whole. That put both ships in a really, really tough spot because they were both so close to each other, but still taking gunfire from Bloodbath and Beyond the entire time. Ended one, didn't end the other, but man.
So the points just came in. Bloodbath and Beyond obviously go through to the finals. Second is Viet Gang. Viet Gang are going to take 2nd place and will be joining us in the finals. We're going to update the standings as soon as we can here. We're getting everything set up. But yes, Bloodbath and Beyond and Viet Gang are both moving on.
So and that gives us our finals
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, This is gonna be. I'm so hyped for this.
Oh, this is going to be so good. And this was, I mean, this has been devastating. What I'm really intrigued to see now is that we've got two really strong boarding teams in Karasis and Just Rush, right? And two strong Brig teams in Vietgang and Bloodbath and Beyond.
Yes.
So it is literally Team A, it's Team Brig versus Team Junk Ship in my mind. To see which one of these really is going to play out better. I think you're really going to have to deal with, if you're Just Rush, you've got to play around how that Brig is. Like, you've got to really win those those close headshots. But man, they looked sharp. But that last fight could have went either direction. Very, very close.
Yeah, especially if you reconsider the beginning, where Bloodbath and Beyond and Anglerfish were having a little bit of a stab at each other. You know, both teams really went almost under. Right, Bloodbath and Beyond was so close to dying. Anglerfish just about, just didn't make it. This whole battle could have turned out so differently. On every point, every turning point could have been a completely different standing. Wow.
Oh, fantastic games all day. Literally from start to now, it's been
Fantastic
just wonderful.
Fantastic casters. Oh, sorry. Wait, I wasn't supposed to.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, oops. Oops. But that'll get us, that'll get us our final there between two very strong junk ship teams, two very strong Brig teams. Vietgang has me a little bit intrigued. They've been playing a little bit different, like, they don't feel like they have like a standing format for how they want to play. Very strong playing in tight quarters with the Brig. Pretty decent at playing at the long range, so I don't know what you do there. Do you just hybrid it? Because I don't feel like you can trade. Yeah, I feel like you can't trade gunfire necessarily with the way that Bloodbath and Beyond have been doing. But you also can't get too close of quarters with Just Rush in there. So, a question, it begs a question. What do you do to really change that up? To change up the way that the rest of the game is going? How do you take control of the flow of the game? Because those have been the two ships that have really been driving a lot of it. So we're waiting for everything to get situated for this finals, but man, that was just absolutely killer.
Looks like we have the updated standings.
Yep, I will. So standings should now be updated on the stream, and as you'll see with the way that it panned out, right? Just Rush, Karasis, Bloodbath, and Beyond, Vietgang gonna make it into the finals. So covering this real quick, what we're gonna be looking at with the finals being the way they have, or the way that this tournament has been set up. 1 game for the elimination round, 2 games for the semifinals. Finals will be out of 3. Same format, and so we'll be looking for, obviously, whoever has the most points after 3 games. Couple ways you could play this. Since you do have 3 games, you can kind of 50-50 it. You can be a little bit aggressive and then come out and be passive at the end, right? And try and take a second place somewhere along the lines. Like 2 second places in the first might win it for you if there's 2 other, winners. But if a team comes out and gets 2 wins, then you've got to knock them out first in order to make sure that you seal the victory.
Yeah, like you said, there might be a more tactical play here where you just settle down, find a hiding spot, wait for everybody else to get rid of each other. And, you'd even say, like, I'm not even going to try as hard, right? We're going to save our energy. for the, for the next game, you just take second place, get the points. Risky, but possible. Right, so it looks like we're gonna take a small break. Well, you're already
Yep.
writing it in chat, but
Yep,
I
I
thought
was
I'd
posting it in
verbally say it as well.
Yep. So I'm going to post it in chat. I'm actually going to leave this up for the standings so that people can keep an eye on it. We will be back shortly. We're going to take a quick break so that we can kind of get up and limber a little bit. It's been a long day so far. But we will probably join back with you guys in about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll be ready to go again. Polls should be coming up for the finals, though. Jump on and take a look at it. Put your votes in. Who you think is going to end up taking these finals? And we will be back shortly.
Is it 10 minutes though? It says in 25 minutes.
All right, and we are back from our break. For those of you guys that are just joining us now, we're waiting for the finals to get ready to kick off. That should be in the next about 10 minutes or so. Hopefully a little bit sooner as they're getting things just kind of up and rolling. Of course, I'm joined by the lovely Toasty Stomp.
Hey,
And
darling.
from the Anglerfish squad, we've got Captain Bosun. How's it feeling? How's it going, Bosun? How's it feel getting through all these matches back to back to back to back like this?
Oh, I mean, it's it's brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I'm really glad that this tournament was put together to play against all the skilled teams. I mean, the last 2 rounds in particular, brutal for us, but it was. I'm really excited to see how Jake's team performs from here on out.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys, I mean, it looked great. I love the brig play that was coming from you guys, and we kind of gotten into the conversation of, the changes with the brig and your guys' group in particular, right? A lot of casual play with the with the junk ship. Yeah, it died in my head for a second there. I blue screened, but
It's all good.
yeah, very very very, very big jump, right? You're making a transition then from that junk ship play over to the brig, and obviously, different strategies with that. We saw a lot more in casual play of you guys being aggressive from the start, immediately jumping ships, trying to take advantage of the front cannons, right?
Yep.
Obviously, a different play.
Really well, and I think that works really well in pubs. But I think here in the tournament, we knew we had to play more conservative because we're up against people who are very good at fighting on deck or off deck or shooting across the bow, or even landing long cannon shots. So I feel like we had to take advantage of the new brig buff and stick with that. Whereas in pubs, I think you have a little more flexibility where the junk affords you the ability to just go wherever, loot wherever really fast, board really quickly, disengage if you need to disengage.
Yeah.
But here it's like these teams are too strong for us to just really easily disengage or just wipe them out in a close fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we saw a lot of that, especially, I think a resounding difference in assault from Just Rush against teams, right? We saw them hit really hard in both phases of the game. They know they have the gunplay skills. They absolutely do, and they take that into full account when they jump into those fights, right? We had them basically pummel the entire lobby. I think they cleared all 4 ships in the elimination round. And then in the semifinals, right, they came out immediately, crushed down on Potato Ship, on the Fast and Fishy ship, and then really just dominated when they had to fight against Carassus, and then again against the brig version of Potato Ship, the Fiery Fish Ammo, right? A lot of really, really strong gunplay from them, and it came to the boarding portion. So I think that really goes to show just how strong their skills are when it comes to the guns and that type of combat. Now, flipping to the other side of that script, right, in the same realm of you saying like, hey, we had to make a change for this tournament because of moving to we wanted to move to a ship that gives us a little more of that affordability and that strength. We've seen a lot of the highlights of the brig being brought on with, I'm sure you guys got a good feeling for, since you guys got a couple of those matches. Bloodbath and Beyond came in with really, really strong gunplay on the cannons. A lot of long trap shots, a lot of really, really aggressive TNT plays. And it felt like they were a little overwhelming with the cannon fire.
I mean, you saw that double trap shot from Vex last game, like that. That's really difficult to deal with, whether you're up close or from afar. Just if they're going to continue landing shots, especially difficult to achieve shots at high speeds.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, to that point, Vex landed a beautiful trap shot to put one over the Via gang ship in order to hit Karm Freepov on the other side of it, right? And to hold both of them still long enough to put shots on. Really threads the needle. And it's one of those shots that it looks like it should be accidental, but in reality, it's just a really well-placed over-the-top shot.
they've also got the loot to back it up. They've always done a great job of looting such that they can afford to take those long shot trap shots where they don't feel like they're cutting into their loot by doing so. Like for us, we're always like, okay, well, maybe we can make this shot long term, but we've got like 4 or 5 traps left. So it's more of a gamble for us.
Oh, absolutely. And so we were kind of wondering that when we were watching in that last fight, as Bloodbath and Beyond started up in Buccaneer Bay and immediately rolled out and went straight to Icy. And then they just hard looted there for, I don't know, the majority of that match. Yep. And you guys came around and you took the north side access to them and kind of got, on the inside track.
Yep.
But we were wondering then at that moment, like, because you guys looked like you were kind of chasing down a new spot to loot, kind of like in their trail.
Well, we were trying something out where we were having our gunner jump off and try and board. If this, I think we're talking about the same round. Near Icy.
Yep.
Our demise against Stoat's team. Near Icy. Yeah, no. Well, we were trying that, and then we were kind of preparing for a fight, and then we were unsure whether we wanted to just wait it out and try and loot more. Like we were just above the threshold for what we considered safe to, start a fight, and it just didn't end up working out. I mean, they ended up having outclassing us in barrels, so just outright damage. They had the advantage there, and then on top of it, we missed a pump at the end, which was crucial.
Yeah, that last second pump was the one that we looked at and we went, that's just unfortunate, because that 1 second of just making sure that you hit that sometimes, right? That's the critical point, and especially on that brig.
Stronger than it looks, yeah. Yeah.
That 30% sink difference really does give the pump a massive advantage in that regard, because now, instead of you just sinking and having to repair holes to make up that difference, you can just avoid repairing for longer so that you can just pump it away, or you can get the repairs on and immediately start pumping a little bit earlier to get your water level down. So definitely a bigger buff to the pump than it was as much to just making sure that it's sustainability on the brig.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's, of course, one of those things that across the board then makes it a defining trait for the brig versus using the junk ship. It allows you to get into more of these large-scale cannon battles, right? And we kind of saw that happen with Karm Freepov and Bloodbath and Beyond in that last fight, where Karm Freepov had a lot of really good, accurate, heavy shots. But once you start landing TNT and then more trap and then more heavies, right? It just starts to, the toll just starts to build. And it's really hard to get out of that in a junk ship, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially, you've got the odds stacked against you in terms of the base stats of the ship, and also the how many crew have to be occupied in undoing the damage. But I guess, makes up for it in that you only usually have one cannon active at a time, so maybe you can devote more crew to repairs, but it doesn't always work out that way in the middle of a fight.
Yep. So we've kind of covered the strengths really of Just Rush and Bloodbath and the Beyond, I think, pretty well there. It's a lot of strong gun combat versus a lot of really strong defensive brig play. Well, let's talk about the other two teams in that pool as well for the finals. So we have Karasis, that is Ombo and his group, and then Gang, which is Jake Soma and his group. So let's talk about Ombo's first. One thing that I have noticed about this that I was really peculiar about is that Ombo I have not seen with a dragon pistol, and maybe it's just me not seeing it, but it seems like they've been very, very hesitant to engage in some of these fights. And I'm wondering if maybe the lack of a dragon pistol, which is usually pretty common in a lot of these games, just him not finding it these last couple of times trying to loot might be what's costing him that.
I mean, yeah, it could be. I mean, we both know how strong the dragon pistol is and how much of a game changer it can be, because it's, I mean, if you're decently good at headshotting, you can take out 2 or 3 of the enemy's crew before they deal with you, if you know what you're doing. So yeah, it's very possible it's just they got hit with some bad loot spots, or not the guns they wanted, and it cost them. It's small amount of RNG is part of the game.
Yeah, and I think that might be part of what is maybe hindering them just a little bit in their catch up, but that could turn around in the next 3 games, he could get one right on the shoreline. Could just walk away with it. But I mean, that's a lot of what we've seen out of his gameplay. Is a lot of watching his streams are he picks up a dragon pistol, crushes a crew of 4, and they kind of onboard full sweep.
Right. And maybe they just didn't have the appropriate like backup strategy for that, and that's why they're hanging a little behind. But again, they'll have a whole nother role the next 3 rounds, so we'll see. So we can keep track of which guns they get.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll have to watch out, and we'll have to make sure that if we see a dragon pistol picked up, we got to try and identify who that is. Obviously, it's a little harder for us to figure that out, but we shall see. And then that leaves the last one, right? And I mean, this is the team that really has caught me the most off guard of all of them. The Viet Gang ship, really, really, really strong in that break.
Great team.
Was not anticipating just how strong they were going to be. We saw a lot of really, really powerful gunplay. Jake Sama picked up that shoulder cannon in one of the matches and just ran with it.
Yep, that was devastating for sure. Because having 2 cannons active and the shoulder cannon on you is just brutal damage-wise. If your team can't snipe them, then you're always going to be at a disadvantage. In that case, I just couldn't land my hits. But yeah, he was up in the crow's nest, which is pretty difficult unless you've got like a sniper or if you're just good at aiming down sights. That was brutal, and they know how to make use of whichever loot they find. I'm sure they would have adapted a different strategy. It was more aggressive if they were limited to maybe just like blunderbusses or whatever they found.
And one interesting strategy that I've seen from them in particular in relation to their cannon fire has been they've been taking their loot out and leaving it on the deck of the ship.
Yes.
Kind of a 50-50 thing in my mind, right? You're getting it ready in case you have to have anyone get on cannons.
Yep.
At the same time, it kind of puts you at one of those disadvantages where you may want to go make a play, but someone could just as easily theft whatever you're putting on there, right? Like you see trap shot when you're getting boarded, or when you're boarding someone, you could just snag that and go.
That's true. I think that's pretty rare though, especially in a tournament environment, for someone to try and pull that off. Maybe I think they'd probably just be more vigilant in a tournament if they're doing that. And also, you can wait to do that until you're at the stage where you're just going to fight. Because as long as your ship isn't stationary, I think it's pretty unlikely someone would go for a heist and just go for the cannonballs.
Well, and it's funny that you say that, because one other thing that we've noticed so far has been sans your guys' attempt, because to your point, you guys sent Gunner over partway through that fight that rotation away from Stoat's crew, right? Is there hasn't been a lot of long-range boarding. Typically in a lot of, again, and maybe it's just the tournament environment, but in a lot of these tournament matches that we've seen so far, there hasn't been a lot of these long-term boarders. And we have a lot of what I would consider to be the notorious long-term boarders in here, or long-range boarders. The Captain K-Ones of the world, the Luigi with a gun, the folks that are just trying to get on board your ship and just cause as much havoc as possible. Exactly. We've seen very little of that.
Luigi boarded us like 4 times in one round. We just had to keep just smacking him down. It was very persistent, but that is their strategy. And
that one in particular was interesting.
Yeah.
Because with Luigi, the way that it turned out was, I think he ended that match, and it all was constant, back to 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 back, 8 straight deaths. It's a lot to put on your team, because now you've got one person off your boat the entire time and or dead, and at the same time, like, you're just racking up a respawn timer. So that last time that he ended up even dying, I think they had been turned away. I'm trying to think who sank them. I don't remember if it was against you guys, but whomever they were turned away from, they were facing the wrong direction and just got pummeled from behind over and over and over. Oh, no. Sorry. It was from Jake's group, because...
Right, because it ended up in the triangle. After Down to Quest was down, it was between us, Jake, and Luigi's crew.
Yeah, and so that situation really put them in a...
They were already at a disadvantage, and exactly.
And again, that was one where he died right at the end of that, and it seemed like it costed him. And I think that's one of those things that it's kind of shown that there's a very interesting, complex connection between the, hey, if you board too aggressively, you punish your team as a whole in all of the rest of the combat phases. And at the same time, though, you do see teams like Just Rush who are making very effective use of their boarding strategies in order to win.
Right, exactly. I think it just comes down to your individual combat skill there. Like, just that I think is the primary factor for what determines how good you are at boarding, or how much boarding is going to be a good strategy for you versus just playing conservatively and trying to engage in cannon fights. I guess it also depends on how confident you are in your cannoneer's ability as well. Just to land the really long shots.
Right, and that whole relationship between everything. So, and I'm assuming it looks like they're almost ready to go here. They're getting people into the lobby and set. What I've got to ask is, so we're down to obviously 4 teams. Who is your favorite here, and why do you think they're going to get the benefit in this finals?
Oh, that's a really tough one. I mean, I honestly think this feels like anyone's game. And I don't say that lightly, but if I had to pick a favorite, I would probably go with Jake's team. I think they're underestimated.
I think they are definitely underdogs, and I think that I think that them winning though would be totally justified in the way that they've played so far.
Exactly.
They've made the best of a lot of situations, especially in the fights that they had against you guys. I'm not sure if you're aware of that whole situation. They had no wood going into that last fight. They had like 50 wood at the end before they got into that whole conflict. Got a couple of really crucial seagull crates, which got them like about 150, 200. And that's what they were riding on at the end of the game there. That could have been, I mean, that's as close to a make it break it moment as I think you can get.
Oh, absolutely. No, they've got great strategic potential. I think obviously like maybe the fan favorites are going to be Just Rush and Bloodbath. Bloodbath in particular, I guess, if you're American. But they're both, I mean, I guess more if you're into brigantines versus junk ships. But I'm putting my vote in for Jake. I think the Viet King is going to be strategically on top here. But we'll see. I mean, we got 3 rounds to figure it out, too. So we'll see.
Oh, absolutely.
Long term.
All right, Toasty, poking at you. Who is your favorite here to win and why?
I'm still gonna go for a team that I know least about in this situation is Rasis. I think they've shown great potential as well. They had a lot of fights where they, came out just about second, or just about, there or there. So I think they have maybe the most motivation of like proving themselves. If that makes sense.
I think so, and I think they have the most.
I think Viet Gang has a very strong strategic game, and I'm hoping to see some amazing strategy in his game as well. We know that Just Rush is a good team. We know Bloodbath is gonna hit you with all those rep shots, so I'm hoping that they find a way to circumvent that.
Yeah,
find a way to work around and use it against them maybe. So
yeah, I think the only difficulty I think that Just Rush and Bloodbath are going to face is that their strategies are known to everybody. Their preferred strategies are known, and I think that's going to be, I guess, a strong advantage for Viet Gang and Karasis, as we're not as sure what their play is going to be, and hopefully they'll have an interesting counter strategy over the course of the 3 games.
Absolutely, and as I pointed out earlier, it will be 2 junk ships against 2 brigs for the most part if things continue to play out the way they had prior to the finals. And so what that looks like to me, at least in that regard, is that with an extra junk ship in the mix, with 2 brigs, those always get your attention, right? They're large targets, slow moving. One of those things that you kind of want to get them addressed as soon as possible, / always keep them out of in the corner of your eye in case you line them up incorrectly. But with an extra junk ship, if you see one junk ship going in for a dive, it is just as easy for you to get in and do a third party because you know that there are 8 people engaged all at the same time.
True.
I like Karasis in that play there, but I'm also torn because I think Just Rush really does take an advantage out of a lot of those combat situations because they get on board. They don't really care who it is, what team it is. They just are clearing crews out. And I think that the big highlight of the two crews just in particular there, I think if I was going to pick one person from each crew and say, this is the person I think is going to have the most impact, I think it's Guzman on Just Rush, Vex on Bloodbath and Beyond, Ombo on Karasis, and I actually think it might be Jake on Viet Gang. I think
agree.
all four of them have shown really, really strong gameplay throughout this series so far. And so wherever they end up taking this should be to the point of, a last second, like, kind of a play. So I'm going to roll us in. We are now getting into the game. We should be getting started here in a second.
Do I join here or watch through this?
You can pick.
Your choice.
You can do both
Yep.
if you want.
So here we are. First game of the finals. Bloodbath and Beyond. Viet. Oh, they changed it. Correct. Oh, did they change their ship, maybe?
Interesting.
But it's Karasis. I'm going to continue to call it the Viet Gang ship because we're going to keep it a little friendly
has
here.
Switched to a junk ship.
Ooh.
Just Rush is actually pushing right on that. So, and that's interesting. I don't know how to feel about this. That's 3 junk ships and 1 brig now. I think that gives a little bit more potential to, Bloodbath and Beyond, since now they've got, a little bit more predictability to deal with. So right off the bat, I mean, this is just escalating really quick. Cannon fire now coming from Just Rush, and they are just putting shots on Viet Gang. The crazy spot to try and stop at, because now here comes a TNT, and it's perfectly landed. That's about...
They do have that original 50 wood, though, so they could be
Yeah.
fine if they can get out of the range. They dropped 2 players, one already went back.
They got to
Wow.
get wood back, though, now. That's about that's 46 pieces of wood, and now that's 55. So you're going to have to make up that difference either in wood that you pick up, or that's got to be made up in just full retreat. Like, you just got to absorb the pump. Here comes a long trap shot now.
Oh, that's
And it
darn
comes
close as well.
just short. Wow. That was a great shot and almost hit it. Man, and right off the bat, we're getting a lot of aggressiveness out of Just Rush and not what I was anticipating.
Do you
Meanwhile-
not anticipate aggressiveness in Just Rush?
Yeah, I guess not. Just at least for how they've played so far, I was expecting a little bit of a casual behavior early on, but maybe it's because they know everyone well enough now. Maybe it was because they saw there was a change from the brig to the junk ship. So here's Karasis. They're kind of rolling up on Spine's end here to probably get some loot in a chest. Which means that likely, yep, there's the brig of Bloodbath and Beyond retreating from Sunken Skull, heading over towards Icy to go loot up. So Just Rush now in a full anchor, and it looks like they're just going to try and loot up and kill everyone on the island. Oh, but it looks like there may not be anyone left there. It looks like there was a full retreat from Viet Gang.
That means they're going to get all of Lunar, which is quite a bit of loot to start with.
A lot of loot to start.
Yeah, but they do get Buccaneer in return. Nobody's been to Buccaneer's Bay. They get all the islands there, like forts, etc., etc. So they're definitely going to be able to make up for it and get back in, get the weapons they need to fight back.
So first chest, there's 2 chests it looks like over here on fort, and they went straight at it. And they're going to get the first one on the west corner. The second one is at the top of the actual fort by the land cannons. Looks like a sniper and some melee weapons for the most part, and a couple of upgrades. So as long as they get more upgrades and or a decent primary out of the second chest, it'll absolutely be worth it. They are sending the ship over to Icy. That might be a bit of a mistake, considering that they're now going to run right into where Bloodbath and Beyond are, where they're looting.
Oh.
And if they have 2 people off ship, that might be a bad time.
Bloodbath
It's
has
worse.
killed quite a few ships here at IC this tournament, myself included. So I think.
Oh, and look, they're
has a
parked
lot of
right
corners
there
you
in
can get
front of the
stuck on.
elevator.
Yep.
And that's dangerous. Now you've got to rush back to get to your teleporters if you know, but
They're going for it.
only one of them's going back right now. Oh no, that might be trouble. Now you're going to have guys coming back late when you need everyone on to repair. Shots are missing though. All normal
like they might be
cannonballs so far are
disengaging.
just going over. Yeah, and all these shots are just going a little bit wide, which is great if you're a V gang, because this is just coming wide. Oh, but they're turning back into it. So this could be taken either way. If Bloodbath and Beyond misplays this. Oh, and that's a TNT shot that's going to go straight into the middle. That's unfortunate. Wasted TNT there. But side cannon's still firing, and that's a good sign. You want to see that because that means that you're going to have a good opportunity to make a play here. They're on the backside, and a missed trap shot by Bloodbath and Beyond, but they land the anchor turn on it. Well done. Border coming over from Via Gang, and he's going to get on board for sure. But cannon, here comes a TNT shot, and that's going to catch the side.
It's bad news for a junk. Bad news for any ship, especially for a junk. So.
Yeah, and they do have one guy boarding, but he's instantly taken down.
Crap.
Shots.
These trap shots from Bloodbath and Beyond have been very punishing so far. And you can
Oh,
hear
they're
the repairs and
far
sinking
under.
right now.
They're
Yeah,
at
and
90%
Barely got the
water.
caps in.
And that's unfortunate because they've got to get this clear. One more cannonball hits, that could be done. It's going to be really close here. As long as it doesn't catch the top, they're fine though. And they take another cannonball, and that might be okay.
If they keep pumping, I think they could make this.
Yep, they're in the negative
They're
now,
moving
so
in the
that's
yep.
good news.
That's okay. They're gonna outpace the break.
Almost
Easy.
devastating, which is really... It's not the place you
But
want
it
to be
gets
if you're
worse.
leaving. Yeah,
Just
well,
Rush is just joining in the fight. And
That's what
they're
I was gonna
probably
say is-
be able to finish up here.
if you're anyone right now trying to take advantage of a third party, I gotta think you gotta be just Rush and make a toss on this. Now, interestingly enough, I think they're just going for the first place play here. You can see they're going for the brig and trying to take the wide angle, but I think they may have overestimated where they were going through at. Now here comes that long angle of attack that they usually play on, where they try and get into that blind side again. Now the question is, do you see a trap shot come out from Bloodbath and Beyond, or do you see them go with TNT to start?
I see them going out with the trap first. I think
Now-
it's really devastating if they can land one and then follow up. Especially when there's multiple teams involved in the fight. Having
There goes the anti-cannon, and that's a good shot. Although a second anti-cannon there is going to land, and it's not going to do anything because they will already be clearing. That one will do, though. And here comes locked cannons and well, I guess it's already locked, but here comes the borders. And this is where you've got to be very careful if you're Bloodbath and Beyond.
Their blind
And
spot.
TNT.
TNT
Not like
lands
Mr. Bloodbath.
and a heavy. Guzman getting 2 kills right off the bat, and no one's getting them. They're in a pug spin. Guzman really wreaking havoc, and no one on the cannons for Bloodbath and Beyond.
Trying
And
to
that
do
might
damage
be it for
control,
them.
but they're getting interrupted.
Yep. Biba gets the kill, but they're pretty much done for here as they've got no one up top to get them clear. They're trying to get the capstan up, but they're going to end up sinking before that ends up happening.
Yeah, they need 2 repairmen or they're done.
And that's an extra TNT as well at the very end. So Just Rush going to clean it up and put Bloodbath and Beyond out right out the gate. It's a solid third-party play and definitely a great way to take advantage of the zone pushing in. Huge implications there, considering that now Bloodbath and Beyond out in the first round, the first one out in the first round, putting them at the back end of the points total.
Yeah, not what I would have expected for the first round.
A very tactical play if you are Just Rush to really target someone that you thought maybe was going to play so, you know, against your strengths in the way that you play with your cannons. So this is Karasis, and they're moving back down into swamps, and I don't know if they know that most of this has been looted. One guy gets off to go loot, and so they'll be digging around trying to scrounge up whatever they can that's been left over. Meanwhile, Just Rush coming out of the red. I mean, they're still cleaning up a little bit of the damage, but they got away with a lot out of that. And I mean, extra TNT coming in, an extra bunch of trap, and they've got more than enough wood and battle drinks, which is just what they need.
Yeah, that's gonna be a strong fight. They have enough to engage really solidly if they have TNT. And I haven't seen a lot of TNT on the bow plays so far. I mean, especially, I guess maybe it's just the difficulty in getting up and close enough to ram any of the ships in a tournament like this, where people are very vigilant about their ship's positioning.
Also, it's very dangerous to bring it out front and then, you know,
True.
having other people shoot it down from a distance, and you'll just take team damage.
I didn't think that did damage to your own ship if it got exploded.
Not to the
It
ship,
doesn't, but it does to the
player.
players.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
So for a lot of these junk ships, that ends up being very, you know, it can be very difficult to deal with if you get hit with a TNT and they shoot the TNT off of the front, because that's an almost insta-kill for whoever the front cannoneer is.
True.
So it looks like all three ships know where each other are now, as there's gunfire coming in from Just Rush on both ships, just small arms fire so far. They are rolling up on VIKINGS, and I don't know how well that's going to pan out if Karasis ends up pinning them into the middle of it. This might be one of those situations where you see a really good third party again. Full speed, though. They've got full wind behind them because they are outside of the zone, so they will definitely catch up here.
Jake's team doing a good job of finding bird box loot. Getting what they can on the run.
Question is, where's Karasis? When are we going to see them come in? Because the anti-sail is going to start coming up here soon. And that's the part where Just Rush has really been being aggressive in making sure that they try and land those and catch up to the ships that they are trying to pursue. Is that one anti-sail gets through both sides of it, and now that back sail is pretty
Looks like Jake is about to board.
lit right now.
We just boarded Mephisto. Shot
When he gets
Belamonte.
Belamonte cleared and then jumps off anyways,
Yeah.
and so they're just going to
Jumped
go
off,
back to fire at him. But
teleporting
now, that's interesting. Double trap shot fire there. Here comes a TNT. You can see it kind of lining up here with the long reload time. That's a great angle though, and that's going to hit. Renner though kills Mephisto, who I think was boarding in that situation, and that second TNT will miss. That's good if you're on VIKINGS, and now they're rotating away. Two TNTs kind of wasted there, thrown into the water. They are going to catch the rocks. They seem to like the rocks a lot in this. A lot of them missing, a lot of them having to bring guys underneath to repair, and that, you know, obviously causing them to ram. Ooh, Karasis going for a very, very sneaky third party here. Look at this coming around the outside of the rock. Now, if you rotate on this, though, do you think they see the TNT? So Heavy's being traded out here, and oh no, anti-cannon just coming across the top. Karasis runs over the TNT, which I kind of was thinking might happen. And now they've got to deal with damages
Rush
of
is
their
gonna
own.
hit it, the TNT. Oh, they just miss it.
Nope, wait. Oh. They skiff past it. So now, 3 junk ships, all of them kind of rotating in the same area. You can hear the pumping going on Just Rush as they clear the rest of their water out. But Karasis, I think it looks like they're going to try and just push away a little bit. So Mephisto gets another kill on Renner, and
It's happening below deck.
and Jake does get a clear. Wow, that's a long position to be at for this to be a combat. So
And
Jake
Mephisto's
ends up getting
freaking out
Mephisto, but
quite a
Mephisto
while there.
clears a lot of them.
Oh yeah, it was definitely a good trade for Mephisto there. Cleared out their crew, and now they have to do some damage control and rewrite their ship's path.
Almost out of battle drinks, so not the best situation in that regard, and it doesn't look like they're in too much trouble otherwise. TNT loaded up front, so that's going to be a curious play. They're really trying to be aggressive with that. And we've got a tier 2 cannon on the port side, tier 1 with trap on the starboard.
I think that's a good play. I think it's important to get the TNT damage out first.
So, and I like this
more
a
so
lot
than
too.
to lock them down.
Great strategy play here. Harass is using the rock to keep Just Rush off of them so that they can't land those anti-sail and trap shots. See, look at this shot coming up. It's going to land against the rock and not
trajectory.
quite have a good enough angle. As Bloody dives and gets a kill on Belamonte, but Metrix will clean it up afterwards. Both teams now down one person. And you can see one diving off. Metrix gets a kill on Ombo. So now they're down 2 men. I mean, that's a really dangerous spot. And here comes a TNT. Oh, and they catch the rock.
Strong hit. Yep, but they're stranded.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate
Yeah,
waste of a TNT now because...
Yeah, they're going to repair it no problem.
I'm assuming, I'm not quite sure who... Someone must have said something for that comment to come up. But I can't imagine who it was. And I would assume that that's just an admin moderator warning. Oh, this is trouble, though. So trap shot's going to hit. Both shots are going to trap. Oh, boy. And that's a pug spin.
Pub spin, yeah. They don't get only
Oh,
cannons.
but they're going to get away. Yeah.
Yep. They're
Now you've got to land a long range.
Yeah.
They don't have anyone on the front cannon. They're not going to get them in time. Oh, but they're going to hit the rock. That might give them another opportunity.
Yeah. Jake clears Mephisto, but now they're going to come rolling up.
Yeah,
They have
need to
one guy
reposition
up
fast.
on cannons, and he's putting trap shot up. What a great shot. Catches it
Oh,
right on the
wow.
mast. I mean, if you are Harassus, this is the moment you've been waiting for, right? You've got to get around and take control of this. Can't get caught in one of those situations where you run out of wood, like they did in the elimination game, right? You've got to be aggressive here and go for the win. Because these two ships aren't going to make it easy on you. They're playing up on each other. Oh, and that's a good anti-cannon shot. Way to ruin the plans on Just Rush, is now they've got to clear cannons out. And a second one hits.
Ooh, an anti-cannon. It's going to be a pain.
So they clear their side cannons, but the front cannon's still ouchy, and their sail's a little bit sore as well.
Yep, they've got a lot of damage
Viking,
control to do.
that's a very strategic play by Viet Gang to keep Just Rush occupied long enough to make a play on him.
Exactly.
Just Rush now is going to actually have to do something.
And
They're running through TNT really quick, and so I can't imagine they're too much better off. Nope, it looks like they might be out now after that. They've wasted a lot of it. Oh, and a TNT cuts in between the masts.
Oh, and that's
One
it.
does land there. Now the question is, what's going to happen as Carassus comes to a stop from that trap shot? Just Rush rolling up. Oh, that is a long trap shot. And it's going to come up real short. Just Rush and Carassus now touching each other. Oh, this is not the situation you want to be in if Viet Gang has a TNT, though, because that will hit both ships.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have the firepower to fire back either.
Oh, and there it
They're
is,
not
and
going.
that hits both of them. Bloody
There we
goes
go.
down from that.
Switching to heavies, and they are just opening up on the Carassus. They're probably going to switch between targets. Yep, there they
Yep.
go.
And that's a
going for
great
Just Rush,
play
taking full
by
advantage
Viet
of it.
Gang. Well
We can
done
go
to
through the
put
agency.
shots on.
Yes, good positioning too. They're going to turn, can't get the trap off.
Oh, and Carassus
That's
will
the
go
end of
down.
Carassus. Now,
Now, Just Rush is going to be in trouble too. They probably only have one guy on board repairing here. They have two on board. So repairs can get done here, but if they don't get back in time with the rest of this, oh, that's a excited trap shot or TNT if I've ever seen one. Now look, they're rolling up to try and yep, they're trying to get the
Just
repair
Rush
or
is
the
90%.
oh
If they
yeah,
get
they're
a little
holding.
more heavies.
on repairs, or it's over for them.
Yeah.
Shots are landing.
Yep.
That's a good situation to
land.
be in. They are landing shots, and they have a border on now too. But William Tran is going to go down to Metrix on board.
It's going to make it
Yeah,
impossible.
but it might have been
to
enough
repair.
to just distract them from the repair. So
They've got to land a TNT or some heavies here because they're really not. There we go, and there it is. And the TNT is going to come in, but it's going to come up short, so they'll maybe run it over. But it depends on when it activates.
second TNT also comes short.
Oh, and you hate to see it, though. I think Viet Gang probably gave them just enough time to clear their water,
Yep.
as they're down to about 90%. They are still on full repairs, so they still have an opportunity, but they're making the most of the situation.
Both teams are more or less
Anti-cannon
out of
goes
grog,
through.
too. Looks like Just Rush still has a TNT in their inventory, so it's not looking good if they don't have it loaded up here on the Viet Gang.
There we go. That's
And there's the TNT fired, and Guzman's going to get Jake with that kill. And here comes the boarding party. Belmonte with a good clear there. They've got all dragon pistols so far, so I expect this to go relatively quick. Guzman gets William Tran, and I think that that's a full clear. There's the cork.
coming out.
The trap just to make sure, and now it should just be regular cannon shots coming in.
Another TNT gonna blow up soon.
Yep, that's
There we
it.
go.
And down
Wow.
they go. So,
Great fight.
Just Rush taking first place, and Viet Gang taking second, Karasis taking third, and Bloodbath and Beyond taking fourth place in that one. An interesting, I mean, that was an interesting development across the board, and I was actually a little bit afraid for them early on because I thought Just Rush was going to take down Viet Gang right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, they it was a long and drawn out fight by the end of it. I think that owes to both teams' ability to manage their damage in a crisis.
So we walk out of that one and we saw, I mean, a spectacular choice to go after the Brig by Just Rush right off the bat, and really to take advantage of that, that situation as they were trying to push away from the zone. Fantastic boarding, and the fact that, I mean, they landed the TNTs they needed to. Everything about that came off super clean.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they really nailed their engagement style there, such that it wasn't none of the damage they put out was wasted. It all went towards setting the other team off the rhythm. I think they did a good job with that.
Again,
And
no,
we
but
saw
it's
a lot
really
of-
impressive how Just Rush also was able to, get back into the game because they were pretty much done. And that's why I was wondering, maybe there is a ping advantage here, that because this was a EU server, that maybe the Viet Gang maybe missed a couple of shots due to latency.
And it could be. I would expect that there's the potential for Viet Gang with where they're at, that could have been the case. It looked like they were struggling a little bit, and it's very hard to, especially in the melee game, really block shots, like to block melees and to counter off of that when your ping is so high.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I believe they should be rotating the server next. I'm double checking to see where it should be going to. So that first round was on US East. This next one will be in EU.
Oh, it was in US.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was an EU match.
You know what? Yeah, it's also because I could have sworn that Jake's ping is better against the US servers than it is against the EU, and I could be mistaken. That's something we'll have to clarify for sure.
I think this game is actually pretty well optimized for lag. Like I'm surprised at how obviously it still makes a difference, especially like at a precise competitive level like this, but it handles high pings pretty well firing wise. Like I never feel stuttery when I'm playing, at least even when I'm playing on Asia servers or Oceanic or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
But no, I agree also with you. It is true. The game just plays fluently no matter where you're playing. And I haven't ever felt like the ping was a disadvantage. Except when I'm lost. You know, when I lost,
Right.
it's obviously the ping.
Right.
And then it's clearly always the ping's fault.
Yeah.
Your connection is always at fault that time. My connection.
Connection.
So it looks like they're getting everyone into the server. They should be ready to go here in a second. It looks like they're just getting it ready to kick off. And they're in spawn select. So we will jump into that in a second as soon as it allows us in.
I'll be right back.
All right, and here we go. So right off the bat, we've got 3 ships spawning at Trident, and all 3 of them go in opposite directions. All 3 appear to be... Oh, 2 of them appear to be junk ships, and 1 is a brig. It looks like the return of the brig for... Is this Carassus?
Viet Gang.
Nope, Viet Gang is back with their brig again.
Yes.
An interesting choice, because I felt like they did pretty well in that first game.
I think so too, but I think maybe they realized that the extra survivability would have been in their favor. Also, really funny to see how they're chasing Just Rush. Quite the opposite from last game, where Just Rush was chasing them. So,
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
very
And the
fun to
last time
see.
that this... Yeah, and the last time that we saw something like this, Viet Gang came out the victor in that battle. Similar to what happened with Carassus, where both ships pushed in the same direction and got caught on Lunar. Now the question is, do we see Just Rush park, or do they keep trying to go to avoid getting into conflict? We're just scoping around to see where the other ships are, because obviously Carassus backed off and then came back again. They kind of took the long angle and then swung back as the Kraken chest gets popped. But so does Buccaneers, rather than one at Fort. And Bloodbath and Beyond, obviously starting at Buccaneers. This seems to be their starting spot of choice right now. Back at Buccaneers again as they get 2 chests, and now they're retreating over to Icy to load up on loot. This is a very familiar route for them as far as getting everything that they need to get into combat. They tend to do pretty well when they get Icy to themselves. Now the question is, will they get Icy by themselves? Likewise, an interesting...
I see a lot.
Oh, we've seen them absolutely go a lot. And this is very interesting as well. We've got cannon fire going off from land cannons. I believe this is Carassus taking land cannon fire shots at Viet Gang. Not sure. It doesn't look like any of them hit, but I like the pressure that brings with that. Unfortunately for them, that then puts them right towards Just Rush, and now the decision's going to have to be made. Do you try and engage, or do you just continue to float your way towards Buccaneers? Floating towards Buccaneers, if it's already been looted, means you're not going to get anything there. If you at least push at Lunar, you run the risk of dying early, but also get the loot at Lunar if you win.
They have a border. That gang has a border. Or were they just meeting each other? No, sorry, I must have been wrong.
Just swinging at each other. You gotta have fun
Just
sometimes.
staring at each other.
Sometimes you just
There's
gotta
our
have fun.
internal frustration.
Yeah. So 3 ships up north, and 1 ship one ship heading south. This is Carassus still moving around. They're getting free reign. Oh, so far they've gotten free reign of Trident almost every time they've gone to loot there.
Well, I expect to see them looting this fully. Looks like they're pretty good though, already on TNT, wood, grog, etc.
Yeah, I think
for a fight if it happened to them.
Yeah, a little short on. I would say they're a little short on the battle drinks for any long-term combat, but the rest of that does look very strong for them. It looks like everyone's looted out too. As you can see, there was a bottle on their deck, so they definitely traded out weapons. Checking in on Icy real quick. It looks like Bloodbath and Beyond may have just dropped people off and left, and so they're rotating on, and it looks like they're going to head straight for Skull. Just Rush leaving Lunar now. They are lazy looting, as you can hear gunfire while they're popping crates open left and right. It looks like muskets for most of them. Not that that's uncommon for this group in particular, but that'll be what they probably run with for a hot minute. They are going to have to...
Musket
They
headshot,
maybe...
the melee combo is brutal. Sorry about that.
Yep, no, totally agree. And it's one of those things that, especially with a crew like this, that they are very accurate on their shots. They have a bomb launcher on board as well. It's just sitting there. And so I would expect that to get traded out. Now, that's another one of those things that putting it on the deck, I mean, if I'm on board, I would be stealing that in a heartbeat if I was a boarder. But
I think in a
here they
situation
come.
like this, it's really hard to focus on that while you're boarding. I think you're more focused on who's shooting at you, if any. I think it's pretty rare that a ship like this would be left completely unarmed or unmanned. But it looks like a fight is starting here.
Yep. So V8 Gang taking a anti-cannon, and this
Ooh,
trap shot
bong.
looks really good.
Oh,
Oh,
so
and it just
close.
goes over.
A little too high.
Guzman gets a kill on Jake, who I think was boarding their ship, and I think that was just a preoccupying position more than anything.
Another border.
Another one on there,
That's a trap
but
shot.
Guzman gets him as well, and they're going to land the trap shot, and this is going to be trouble because now you're going to see them do a wide swing. Now, are they going to get outside of the broad? And there's, it looks like cannons aren't even going to come out from V8 Gang.
Though. But again, they're doing
Cannons?
such a good job of boarding that it doesn't really matter. Looks
Yep,
like they're going to
and
hit the
Mephisto
coast here.
clears the rest of them. That's unfortunate because now no one's going to get it. Cork's going to get pulled, and this fight's going to be
That's
over.
probably it.
So V8 Gang going from second place to first out in the second game.
Brutal. I mean, sometimes it just comes down to when you get targeted and by whom. You know, by what type of ship, rather. And there they just kind of lost that engagement to a junk coming up on them.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part about that is that does a lot to solidify Just Rush's win potential here. Getting first place in that last match and then clearing the team that's in second place now puts them in a pretty good margin ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be scary to fight from here on out, just like at the start.
Interesting play here. Karassus seems to be pulling Mikiro card here, and they're just kind of driving way outside of the zone. Kind of taking the scenic route out and about.
Do they have anyone out and about looting, or are they all just nope? All
All
are on
four
board.
of them are on board, so
Yeah.
not quite sure what the play is here.
No, it's because it's time spent not looting and not fighting, so it's always hope they're fully looted up and ready to fight. Then
Oh, speaking of being fully looted, though, that's a terrifying sight to see. 3 tier 3 cannons, a tier 3 capstan, tier 3 wheel on this brig, and Bloodbath and Beyond look like they're ready to fight. You can see that trap shot and TNT loaded in both sets of cannons already, and they're definitely getting ready to jump into
yeah.
it.
Vexenold is not ready to be first out again, or be third out again, or second. He's loaded up. He's ready to shoot. Those tier 3 cannons are going to be devastating if they get their positioning right, which chances are they will.
Yeah, and game 2 here, I mean, it really is going to depend, because if we see 2 first places out of, just like, let's just say, Karassus or Bloodbath and Beyond, that may make things very close, but I'm not sure how that's going to play out for Just Rush, if that's actually going to impact them enough.
Is Karassus going to hit the coast there? Or are they threading the needle?
Threading the needle.
yeah,
They're
moving.
just going to make it past. Bloodbath and Beyond, they look like they're also taking the casual route here as well. I lost Just Rush, but yeah, it looks like they were trying to loot back over Icy, and I think they're going to find that most of this is probably cleared. Although it does appear that there's a couple of boxes on the short side of it. Actually, quite a few. So it looks like this went, for the most part, unlooted. I'm not too sure. Unless they were just prioritizing certain loot, maybe just the
Maybe they're
TNT
low on
and
grog
trap
or
shot
something.
early.
It looks like they have TNT in their hull though. All the specialty cannons as well. Maybe it's grog, or maybe they need more cannonballs for their bomb launcher.
Oh, and that could be the case. If you weren't grabbing bombs earlier, or if you weren't grabbing cannonballs earlier and now you have the bomb launcher, you obviously want to change your priorities a little bit. Gunfire coming out on Kraken. And that shot's coming down from Karasis, firing down towards the boat of Bloodbath and Beyond.
Not sure what they're going to get out of this fight.
Yeah, I don't know if the value is necessarily there. I've never been a huge fan myself of taking shots at moving ships, but...
Unless you have a plan to engage, but it doesn't look like they're close enough to do anything.
No, all three ships pretty well spread out at the moment, but that'll probably change here in a second as both Bloodbath and Beyond and Just Rush now take different trajectories towards each other for an attack. Actually, Just Rush just took a hard dip and went the other direction. Maybe because they saw the front that was going on, a brig that drops their anchor there. A little bit to be worried about, but not at this range.
It'd be interesting to see some stationary cannon play from the cannons here at Kraken, but
and it could be if the zone drops in there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could be perfect if you're set up right, but it also could be just a really goofy move to do at this point.
Oh, absolutely. The fortunate part about using those land cannons is that if you do get the opportunity to use them, it's a 0 risk to your ship while you're getting to take shots as long as you're not double engaging, right? So,
exactly.
Here we have Just Rush now trying to pull up parallel. I'm not sure if they're all doing circles to avoid each other, but here comes an anti-sail shot from Karasis that just dips over the bow of Just Rush, and you can hear them just ringing the bell left and right.
Yeah, I think neither of them wants to be the first one to engage, but they're in a position where it's going to happen regardless.
Interesting play here from Bloodbath and Beyond to be on the outside. This is typically the junk ship play. You can hear the port back, so someone just came back with a lot of loot, and I would assume that that was Just Rush that dove over it. And it could be that Just Rush is only targeting the brig, and that's why we haven't seen anything happen yet. And now you can see cannon fire popping out, and that's a long trap shot, which should not land.
It's a long shot, but it was worth taking.
As long as you have enough, I think it's worth taking. The unfortunate part is at that range, even landing that, you still have to turn into it. You got to know it hits first, right? If you dip too early,
right, exactly.
and that doesn't hit, then that brig is going to chase you down. If it hits and you don't turn at all, they're just going to get the capstan up and do the same thing anyways. So it's kind of a, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Bloodbath and Beyond's resources, they're a little bit under the cap for their drinks, but everything else looks fine. They are fully upgraded. So that's a little bit scary for a ship. Cannons are actually looking a little bit scarce on Just Rush, but realistically, they don't need it as much as long as they're wrecking on the boarding portion of this game. Tier 3 capstan, Tier 3 wheel, and then a Tier 2 front cannon. Very strong in that regard, so chasing should be a good spot for them.
We expect to see Bloodbath, I think, skirting that edge for a while, if they can gatekeep. Since they've got their cannons fully upgraded, I feel like they're going to do a good job of just keeping the other two ships at bay for the time being.
Yeah, the question will be, does Just Rush try and make a play on this? Yeah,
they're going to be third partying here again.
If they make it over this rock, so this one always sits really low in the water and it's easy to catch. They just miss it, and that's a good position to be in. Now the question is, does Karasis see that? Because it looks like Bloodbath and Beyond is setting up to fight this. They are definitely putting people on both sets of cannons. As gunfire comes from the top, that might be sniper fire. Sniper and musket. So that could be anything from there. Trap shot comes out, but that's going to actually turn against them because here comes the TNT that's going to strike. Really, really difficult to land shots against that brig when they're turning away from it. Oh, and that might be trouble. So Karasis maybe sensing a little bit of weakness here, goes for a play. They're going to get trapped as well. Now, both junk ships are kind of a little bit hampered in the way that they wanted to play this scenario.
So
although the place you don't...
Brigantine shepherding them in. Just kind of forming a wall, pushing them rightwards.
Then that poor trap shot coming in really low, and that's unfortunate. Hopefully they had a lot more in the bank, because that TNT would be doing so much more if they had held on to that trap shot and put it down after. Interesting. I love the play on the sails there from Karasis, to pull it down to get an extra bit of turn at the last second. And that'll allow them to dip away from combat. A really cool hit and run play that not a lot of teams take advantage of. Just Rush
important
going.
to know when to hold and fold them. Oh,
Ooh,
is that trap gonna hit?
good traps from both, and both are gonna hit. Oh no, but I don't think you want to be in this position if you're Just Rush. Now there's 2 TNT loaded in those side cannons, and that could be trouble.
Just
Will they
Rush
go
Rush
for
is
it though?
they're in trouble. I think they've got to play this one out carefully, or they're gonna get.
Oh, and so this is an interesting play as well. This is a full set of capstan turns that you're seeing from the brig, and now they're going to 180 to get back around. Kind of a bad spot to be. You've got to rush this almost, because if you try and push the zone, you're going to get broadside cannons right on you. That's a good TNT. It's going to land right on top, and that'll catch at least 3 of the crew, but they're insta-healing. Second TNT comes out and also
Another
lands.
TNT.
They're devastating.
Trap goes over, but that 2 TNT shot really, really strong. That means that any musket shot could kill somebody here.
Definitely are trying to keep distance here. They don't want to have anybody boarding, because that would be the end of them.
That's another trap. This could be their
Oh boy.
killer play.
TNTs go back. Another TNT, just about
But that
missed
one's
it.
going to miss. And that might be devastating for them. Now, the question is, do boarders come
Another
out here?
TNT?
Oh, no. And they both started moving at the same time. Hopefully, oh, they're going to do it. Oh, no. So, Null lands a kill on Metrix now, and we're going to see some boarding coming from Bloodbath and Beyond. This is a little bit of the reverse play, because Guzman gets Null. TNT,
Another TNT.
I didn't see where the TNT came out. Was it the cannon?
That was
Oh.
below deck.
Oh, and here comes Karasis
Karas-
to try and get the third party.
Bloodbath and Beyond is very high on
Everyone's
water.
involved.
I think both of these ships actually are going to
that's-
sink as
that's-
Bloodbath and
Ah,
Beyond
damn.
goes underneath.
Bloodbath
And look at
Beyond.
these
Rush
holes,
down.
and this
Rush
might
is
be
almost
it.
dead.
Just
Karasis
Rush is
probably
also
gonna
going to go
take this
underneath.
one. Just
Well
Rush
played
run
by
on repair gets
Karasis.
over. Yeah, well done.
Karasis taking advantage of the third party there, and what a fantastic strategic play to jump on that.
Yeah,
The commitment from
honest,
both teams became trouble there.
I was thinking I was going to see a team up between Karasis and Bloodbath against Just Rush, knocked them off first place. But they went further. They just waited for them to fight and then join in. Show them what, show them what they were made of. Damn, it's huge.
And that is going to put a massive dampening on Bloodbath and Beyond to win this now. Since a fourth
Yeah, it's gonna be real
fourth place,
difficult.
third place, that more or less requires Just Rush to go out first. And for them to win to have a chance. But I don't even know. I mean, I'll have to see the math, but I'm pretty sure they may not have a
So-
chance now.
Just Rush is going to be at 17 points. Karasis is going to be at 15 points. Bloodbath and Beyond are going to be at 7 points. And Vietgang is going to be at 9 points.
So yeah, a fourth place from Just Rush and a win. I think it's got to be fourth place for Just Rush, third place for Karasis, second place for Viet Gang, and then first place for Bloodbath and Beyond. That I think is the only way they win.
Yep, that's a tough ticket.
So that seems rather unlikely, but we do have one game to go. Obviously, Just Rush still in a really good position here, although Karasis can give them a run for their money now that they've placed as well as they have. Another first place, I think, seals it for Karasis as well. And Viet Gang really will also have to, I mean, they have to get a really good showing out of this third game. Really come in strong.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what ships everyone chooses too. Wonder if there'll be any switch ups. We've got the new bracket here.
Yep, and so now we're updated on the standings, 17, 15, 7, 9. So yeah, in order... Oh, well, maybe not, because I think fourth place gets 2 points, right?
Sorry, say again?
second or fourth place gets 2 points, right?
Exactly.
So technically, Bloodbath and Beyond cannot win.
Wow.
No, they cannot. Because they've
Was
got
not
19
expecting to
points.
see that this early on.
Yeah.
Yep, and Viet Gang still has a chance to really pick this up. They could still win this with obviously a win here and with Just Rush getting. They are the ones that need that specific scenario. They need to get first place. They need Bloodbath Beyond to get second, Crassus to get third, and Just Rush to get last. And I think that's to get the tie.
Exactly. There would be a tie for second place? Yeah, math.
I think it'd be a tie for first
Math.
place if that were to occur between Viet Gang and Just Rush. Crassus obviously having the better chance of winning of the teams that are on the bottom section of the leaderboard right now. But a really interesting set of games that we've had here, and not quite the way that I think that I anticipated it, but still very, very wild.
A lot of upsets.
I'm wondering
for
if
sure.
we're going to see another boat switch.
Who do you think it's
Oh.
going to be from?
Imagine if Bloodbath and Beyond switched to the junk.
Well, I mean, they've got nothing to lose at this point. They know they're not.
I know, yeah.
They're not getting the hats, so maybe they're going to try and just go on a killing spree. Maybe they're going to try and get revenge on whoever took them out.
Just Rush and Crassus, yeah. Also curious to see if that gang is going to go with the Brig or the junk this time.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah.
Good questions for sure, and it looks like they're filling the lobby, and so it should be starting any minute. But yeah, we've seen a lot of. I mean, the gameplay from Just Rush has been pretty strong as far as their boarding, and the cannon fire has actually been much more stellar than it has been in the past. A lot of those trap shots landing at very long ranges.
I'm sure we'll see some crazy skill shots in this one.
I mean, there's been a lot. I want to see. I would expect that we should see a lot more of the boarding. I do agree, though. I'm wondering if we will see something similar to the Streamers tournament, right? Where where Foxdie got out to the lead in those and then got chased down by 3 ships. And we may see the same thing in this one, where Just Rush having that advantage and being out in the lead may get pummeled by all 3 ships, even though in reality Crassus is only a couple points behind.
Right. I think everybody probably wants a piece of them. But I guess we'll see in the gameplay what happens.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I think if we compare the tournament game with practice games, where we have seen Bloodbath and Beyond have an upper hand over Just Rush. They've played them a lot of times already, and they've won a lot of games as well. So Just Rush coming back now into the actual tournament and completely flipping the table, playing very strategic as well. All of a sudden, I mean, not that they weren't before, but they're always been like very hunt down a ship, get on board, kill everybody. But now they're playing way more strategic, and I think it's going to their favor.
I think both teams are playing to their strengths. Definitely, you have Bloodbath playing to their strength in cannoneering and landing those long shots, and you have Just Rush playing to their gunplay abilities and making every boarding opportunity worth it.
So here we go. We're in the last game now of the finals. We've got 3 ships spawning at Trident. It looks like Just Rush just immediately backing away from Trident and going straight for Lunar. Crassus on the west side, kind of in the notch behind Neptune's Cove. And then we've got Bloodbath and Beyond spawning at Trident. So this is a
We
new
gotta fight at Trident.
play here that I haven't, we haven't seen before. And this looks like it's a
Large
full
gunfight
team
at
fight.
Trident. Oh, it's a
Vex gonna get kill
a
on Medrix,
bloodbath.
and that's gonna put one of them behind. Ombo gets a kill on Stoat. So right now it's Karasis and Bloodbath and Beyond kind of wailing on each other. I mean, Bloodbath and Beyond, obviously, kind of being the kingmaker in this situation. Ombo and Vex killing each other there, so Null will pick up the remains of everything that they have and then back out. So Karasis is now going to leave, and they're just going to head straight south for the winter. Maybe go to stop over at Swamps, but it looks like there was already a port down there, and someone's... Oh, more fights going on here as loot is being grabbed. Looked like two of them ported from... Oh, no. These are two opposing teams, I think. Oh, one of them got away. Okay, so that was Just Rush. Two folks from Just Rush on Swamp fighting against someone that I couldn't tell because they immediately ported after they grabbed stuff. So some weird little gameplay going on here. Just Rush also spreading people out on their portals at the beginning, and now they're all going to go full loot on Lunar.
It's gonna be
Bloodbath
huge
and
for
Beyond.
them, but it looks like they have company in a minute here. I expect
Yeah,
them to loot and then move on. Buccaneers.
Yeah, Bloodbath and Beyond now pushing up on Lunar, and over at Buccaneers, we've got Viet Gang. They are still in the junk ship, so it looks like no ship changes this time. But they are pushing up on Icy, and there's a lot of loot to be had there. Game started off very quick with the gunfire, but now, I mean, and maybe I'm just crazy, but it looks like a vendetta mission here.
Maybe they have a bone to pick after last round.
And that could be the case. It looks like we've got Bloodbath and Beyond going full sails towards Just Rush. Now being ironic in this scenario since they're not rushing and being rushed.
Just rushed.
Yeah, just rushed.
Well, for a team that's rushed, they've still got 2 tier 3 cannons and a tier 2 cannons, tier 3 steering wheel, and a gold capstan as well.
So it
they're
sounds
doing
like that.
just fine.
Yep, and I'm thinking that chest that they picked up, those 2 chests that they picked up down at Swamps were probably both upgrade chests, and it looks like they're almost fully kitted out in that regard. They are
Yeah, they
picking
got
up
the
common
entirety
loot
of Lunar
real
too.
quick. So they will be getting Seagull crates and picking up a lot of loot over there, and Bloodbath and Beyond are highly, like, right on their tail.
We have Viet Gang looting the icy area. Just grabbing what they can. Looks like they'll be unopposed here, but they got a lot of ground to cover. This is always why I hate looting icy caverns. Is it's just so much space in between the loot. I think it's like the polar opposite, no pun intended, of Lunar lands. It's just whereas Lunar is just bunched up and you can grab the loot in 1, maybe 2 runs. Here you have to cover so much distance just to get over to that chest.
It is very interesting that they parked all the way on the opposite end of the chest, giving them the longest distance to get to it, because if anyone else was coming from the other direction, they wouldn't even be able to get there.
Yeah, maybe they just really need the loot.
So we're searching through here, and Karasis is now parked. They're just going to pick up everything else that was left behind at Swamps. Well, it looks like most of them have already been cracked open at the very least. And left only the cannonballs behind. Also porting to Kraken, as they have access to that teleporter up there. Meanwhile, we've got gunfire coming out right off the bat. Here comes... And maybe this is just to try and take advantage of the looting situation, but Bloodbath and Beyond now taking long-range normal fire at Just Rush.
They're gonna make it difficult for Rush to pick up any excess loot on this island, even if neither team needs it. They're gonna force them off it, make sure they have nothing. Not much loot here to grab anyway, it looks like. In fact, this might have already been gotten.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they were shooting, if maybe they thought someone was on that island. They do drop someone off now. But not quite sure what they gained out of that overall. Yeah, and so he's going to port back. So it looked like he was actually already looted. Like, I think Just Rush may have beat them there by just enough to pick up that loot and go. Back swivel obviously popping off here for Just Rush as they, you know, take advantage of this junk ship speed that they have and just putting distance behind them.
They're taking the risk of going around Icy again. So just a lot of corners for ships to hide around there, but it's probably also to their advantage in masking where their position is going to be after this turn.
Well, and I would expect them to go for a swing turn here to try and play up on it. They may just try and go around, which, I mean, still a great play, but it looks like that's the direction that Bloodbath Beyond is going, maybe to try and cut them off.
Yep. If they're super aggressive, they'll just take a hard starboard turn and go straight at them, but I don't think they're ready to fight yet.
So, Be a Gang, though, coming away with a lot of that loot on Icy and then booking it, and I'm surprised that they actually didn't stay for longer to clear the rest of it, but in any case, like, this still helps them get along to the outside of the maze, which, you know, still puts them into a great position to pick up the areas that no one else has hit. A lot of common loot to get there, and, I mean, you also have Carassus, who I think are... Oh, and there's another chest that no one picked up.
And remember how we were wondering if Ombo would get the dragon pistol? Well, he has the dragon pistol. So we'll see what happens there.
Interesting, because that could make a huge difference in this match. Because if you're saying, hey, the guys on Just Rush have really good accuracy, wait till you see this guy with the dragon pistol, because for some reason he cannot miss.
Everyone's keeping their distance so far.
You know, it's
Oh,
COVID.
look at the play here.
Yeah.
Trying to keep
Social
them from getting
distancing.
away with the upgrades. Carassus is fighting for their upgrades, and ooh, Bloody is going to get a kill on William Tran, and that's going to unfortunately save it for them.
Oh, he got a kill from each team, didn't he? Killed Vex and William.
I didn't even realize Vex
Meanwhile,
was
just
over there.
Rush hammering down on Bloodbath and Beyond again. Multiple TNTs are being shot back and forth.
Oh, and a trap shot miss off the front,
Oh,
and
this could be a fight.
oh, that cannon hits though.
They're
that
maneuvering
one
into their
just
blind
caught.
spot, but they're trying to
Yeah.
hard turn to counter it. And that TNT is going to go off and hit. Not looking good for the Bloodbath.
No, and this
Yeah.
might be the end of it here. Those two TNTs are really going to deal a lot of damage and player damage. The heavies here are just going to continue to slam, and now they're aligning the front cannon.
Position.
Here comes the
They're
boarders.
gonna border, and it's gonna be a. That's gonna be it, I think.
This is like when a
Unless they pull a
crocodile
miracle.
clamps down its jaws and does the death roll on its prey. It's really, it's brutal. As soon as
Yeah.
they're in that blind spot right behind the ship, it's over. If they have TNTs or trap shots out.
Yep, and that's going to be it for Bloodbath and Beyond, unfortunately, as they're going to go down there. An unfortunate showing, like, they're late, because it seemed like they were really just trying to play Kingmaker, and they could have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for that meddling trap shot at the beginning. Here comes Carassus, though, to try and pick up the pieces at the end here. I mean, a sync on Just Rush nearly solidifies them a win. It does solidify them a win, I believe. All they have to do is get a sync on Just Rush.
There goes the
That's a
TNT.
good TNT, and that's right on
Ah.
the back of the ship. And a second one comes in.
Hard to counter.
Oh, and if you get one more on there, this game is over. And I think they may have just landed a third one.
They anchored. Oh, they got an anti-cannon in there. Interesting choice. Especially
I
considering
was
they're facing
expecting
the
to
other
see
way.
a trap shot.
Yeah, me too. Looks like they're gonna repair this damage. They're gonna get away.
But they've only got one on right now to fix the repairs, and if anything hits here, this is going to be trouble. All right, second one gets down.
Repair, yeah.
If it does that,
I think if they keep out of the fight, they'll be okay. If they get trapped again, of course, it's over.
Oh.
But looks like they got every available.
All 4 hands now on deck. Harass is putting heavies on though. If any of these hit, that's a TNT, or that's a heavy that's going to come up short. And both ships coming in.
Focusing down Just Rush. Oh no.
Another TNT. Oh, hits as well.
Yeah, but it's going to land out front. Oh,
they're gonna. Oh, they just about missed it as well.
And that one
drive over their own TNT.
Although this is totally to the advantage of Just Rush.
Harass is just taking what they can get too. Giving Just Rush some time to reposition.
So the Just Rush should be trying to clear water, and that's it at this point. Yep, and they're cleared out. Another TNT hits, and now a heavy hits on top of that. The question is, will they... Oh, they do get a trap shot off on that side cannon. Now here comes more heavies. Oh, and both ships are looking to finish the fight against Just Rush. Another TNT hits, and Guzman's also going to get a kill on Ombo, though, so this might be... it might be Kingmaker for them.
Oh, there goes a trap shot on Just Rush. Anti-cannons out in the red with 2 ships, very angry.
Oh,
and Just Rush is going to go down, and I think that basically solidifies it. Karassus is going to end up winning the whole thing here.
That'd be very impressive, but it's not over yet. Yet gang still.
I don't think so, because this
high
is
water level. They're in danger.
Yeah, sorry, I meant for the tournament. The game for sure, but I think that's it. I think Karassus has just more or less sealed it on that win. I mean, in retrospect, I think that was also Viet Gang basically playing Kingmaker there as well. Or maybe they weren't aware of the situation.
Actually, you're wrong.
They're looking to ram.
No, you're not wrong. I'm wrong.
I was going to say, there was 15 points for Karassus, plus an extra 10 there. Should give them
I thought
25.
Third place got 7 somehow as well, which would have been both 24. But I just miscalculated.
That's a good shot to clear that TNT as well. I mean, the Viet Gang really putting up a good fight here. They've been really strong on the cannons in this match specifically. They're just pummeling
down
right
on them. Yeah.
I
kind of feel bad for him.
But Bloody jumps off, and so does William. William Tran ends up cleaning that up. And here comes the Ram with the TNT, and then popping shots from the main cannon. Ombo, there you go with that Dragon Pistol. Getting the first shot off and clearing.
Yep, finally comes into play.
Yeah, underneath it looks like a very little water on Viet Gang, but pug spin going on here with Karassus, as they've got no sails and not a lot of spots to go. They may be in trouble here.
They're only at 60% water.
But see, the junk ship's advantage is its speed, and I don't think they have a play to make here if a trap shot lands. That anti-cannon will hit, but I mean, no one's up top to fire the cannons.
Yeah, if that gang is also not getting the angle for a trap shot if they had one.
They're just putting themselves back in the circle, and looks like trying to pursue.
Damn. Sails are being destroyed once again.
This has been the most brutal beatdown on sails I've seen so far. Like, even the shots that Just Rush were making, I mean, they kind of stopped after a point because, you know, repairs were going on. And this has just been relentless. Uh-oh. But that's trouble. I think this might be it, and Viet Gang really going to make a good push here. Jake Sama getting a good cleaning kill up. Ombo getting a kill on William Tran. And so both of them down one player. Cannon going off from the right side. And Ubermax getting a kill on Weck.
Lots of fighting.
Great melee combat.
From one ship to the other ship.
I mean, this has just been a little goofy here. They're still being boarded, but they're getting cannon shots off. That one goes flying off of the bow of Karasis.
They're just doing what they can.
There goes a trap shot.
We're
already piped.
I'm not too sure what's happening, but Ombo gets another drilling shot on Renner with the dragon pistol. And now Heavy's going back and forth from both ships. VIKING, I mean, they've got the position. They just keep putting it through the sails. I think they want the sails out.
So they just want them to stay still for once.
Another boarder coming in.
For the love of all that's good, hold still. I mean, not like you can get the capstan up and run away here. You've got no sails.
Right.
Weck now getting on and dealing some damage. And Ubermax. Whew. There they go.
Goes down.
Oh, man. And so that was a absolute wonderful tournament. What a crazy play, too. And the last round, I mean, Karas is really playing consistent throughout. Right? They looked a little shaky in the first couple rounds, but then picked it back up, and they were just consistent. That's what I mean. Both of those teams, both them and VIKING, both teams were consistent, and I think that consistency just helped them throughout the entire thing. Sometimes you got to keep in mind it is a tournament and not just a one-game thing, and so trying to play for second place sometimes not the worst thing.
Right, it's the long-term strategy, and they definitely played that out successfully.
Yeah, I mean, so tie. There is a tie between Just Rush and Karasis.
Is there between Just Rush and Karasis?
That's what the host is saying.
Oh, that can't be the.
There'll be a draw match.
Against 15 plus 7 versus.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think there's a draw. It's still, I mean, they were still down. They got third place, and so they didn't get enough points because Karasis got first, right?
That's what the admin is saying.
It's 15 plus 7 versus 9 plus 10, right?
Wait, that's too difficult for me.
Oh, hold on.
Plus 7. I mean,
it's been a long day. We've been here for like 7
it's been
hours.
A very long day.
Yeah, we've been here for almost 7 hours, so I'm totally burned out on the mathometer.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to see a tiebreaker match, just a 1v1 between VIKING and Karasis for the gold. But I don't know if that's in line with the format that's been laid out.
Right, so we are waiting for the officials to give us the final verdict, because we can't figure it out.
Well, I mean, it should be Karasis, I believe, by the metric.
So, Just Rush, 22 points. Karasis, 22 points. Bloodbath and Beyond, 9 points. Dead Gang, 19 points. I don't know how
that is now.
Wait, are these points for kills in addition to standing?
No, it's position in standing.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to math at the same time, and it's just really, really hard for me. But
yeah, I'm looking at the numbers. I'm also like, how do numbers?
Yeah.
So yeah, the final showdown between Just Rush and Karasis. This might be tricky. This might be very tricky to see. You know that Just Rush is a very strong team, especially against individuals. And Karasis have been using their position along with other ships to gain an upper hand. So I'm curious to see how this is going to turn out. I'm rooting for them. I'm definitely rooting for them.
All of them?
All of them. Even
Rooting for all
Beyond.
of them. Yeah. So it sounds like we're going to indeed get a tiebreaker match between Just Rush and Karasis. And it sounds like that's being set up as we speak. I'm just waiting to see how this aligns and what server they're going to pick for this. I would assume that it's going to be EU.
I think both teams are EU, so that would make sense.
Took me a second to figure out the math as well. I was just okay. I think I finally understand.
Right? Yeah. It just my brain was a little bit My brain's a little sore at this point.
Is the art tournament organizer telling a bunch of pirates no sabotaging?
Arr. No stealing each other's peg legs.
So what have we seen out of this so far? Karas is really, I think, taking the more strategic fights today. And like I said, playing definitely to get into that strong last position. Just Rush obviously playing a little bit stronger to their name. And this will be very, very interesting. I mean, what do you do? In a reality, you could just easily pressure the second team and prevent them from looting here, right? Because if they don't loot and you get people off, yeah, you could just keep pressing it.
I guess it would be in either team's advantage to pick whichever spawn they don't think the other team is going for, if they intend to just get their loot out and go for winning the loot game, winning the late game. But if they're rushing, I guess it's a game of where do you think the other team is going to go? Because I think those early points, those early fights are really what's going to determine whether they're prepared. Also, is this best out of 3 or just best out of 1? Just one game tiebreaker?
It might just be one game.
I would assume this would be one game as a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
All right, that's exciting then.
So we're just waiting for the server to roll up. And again, this is the same narrative I think we've gotten through, right? This is the borders of Just Rush and the led by the Dragon Pistol of Ombo. We did see some really, really good plays out of Ubermax and the rest of Karasis. They were very, very, very tight there on the gameplay.
Oh yeah, they knew that both the short-term and the long-term strategy they clearly had in mind. And exactly like we were saying about the Dragon Pistol in the hands of Ombo, it turned out to be just as much of a game changer as we expected.
Just waiting to see what actually picks up here. As that server.
It won't pick up. Take us away. Fly away.
But for those of you guys that are sticking around and catching the last of this finals, after we're done, winners will end up getting these exclusive hats. If you guys haven't gotten to see this yet, let me flip over and show you guys these bad boys. 3 hats for the winner of the competition. Very, very fancy.
Can I have one?
Gold trimmed. I'm sure you already have one.
I do already have them. I actually already have it equipped as well. But it's,
of course you do.
But you can't see them yet because they're not in the current version of the game.
So they will end up getting their hats, and then after that, I will probably go on a short break when we're done, and then I will be back to my scheduled stream in like another hour and a half after.
Oh wow, you're doing a marathon.
Oh, listen, this was part of my routine for today. I was like intending on being on forever anyway, so this is about me getting some exercise for a quick minute so that I'm feeling stretched out and then get right back in.
Yep, there you go. Make sure to take a bathroom break.
Yeah, right? Let me tell you, the pauses between games have really made it rough.
Gotta go full Amazon worker.
looks like the server has been made. People are filling in.
All right.
We'll just give them a second to get everybody into the lobby, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And this was a good showing today, and I appreciate everyone coming out and catching as much of this great gameplay as we have. A solid 50 plus viewers for most of the day, and I hope you guys have been entertained, because this has been very entertaining to me, for sure.
It's rare that you can get all of these teams on at the same time, too. Especially with the time zones.
Absolutely.
Fire the right cannons!
To get everyone on and on their A game, too. Like, you're not catching everybody at their, at 3 a.m. after 4 or 5 beers, trying to land a trap shot. Everyone here is dialed in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is kind of the dream for this game, is to be able to catch people really playing at this high of a level.
I can't wait for an MMR or ranked system to be implemented.
I can't wait to be able to compete in one of these competitions.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the second straight one I've had to miss.
Yeah, you need
the
another
right
streamer to
cannons!
compete with. Another caster.
Yeah, I'll have to find someone else to do it for me. I have some folks in mind that if I could teach them to play the game, I know some actually really stellar casting talent. I consider myself to be pretty novice for what I do, and so they are definitely way more experienced. And if they played the game and got a grasp of all the, mechanics behind it and the math, they would be stellar. And I would be able to play in some of these. So, yep, we're just waiting for everyone to get into the match. It looks like they're just trying to finalize it. And it should be starting any second now. We'll go through real quick, and I will thank everyone that has stopped in now. Where did I stop at last time? Stoke getting a tier 1 sub from Toothbotto. Make sure you thank him for the wonderful emotes you get to use now. Toasty putting another 10 subs in. Oh, you're my favorite, Toasty. I just want to let you know. Thank you for the follows, Denora, Metrix, Dandolph, Flint. Oh, these. Wait, hang on. I went through most of these. Hang on. I'm at the wrong part of the chart. Thank you for the follows, Vampire Chick, XTR, Adam CSGO, Support, Kovish, and then Toasty for his 10 gifted subs. If you guys got a sub from Toasty, make sure you thank him. And he's done an awesome job today helping CoCast.
No.
For
Thank you.
7 hours. And for the one that he gave to Remix.
Alright, let's go in. We're starting.
Alright.
I have the password wrong.
Yeah, I have to go find it. I actually stepped off of the... appropriately named, or appropriately passworded lobby here.
They don't give it away.
Oh, and combat going right off the bat.
Wow.
Yeah. Interesting how both teams happen to spawn at Swamp.
Yeah, this is very... So, and this is kind of what I was wondering. If you're Karasis, you're in a really bad position here. This might be over in 2 seconds.
They might not have the loot to compete.
Yeah, a lot of
If they get
anti-sail
boarded
coming in
here-
there. Oh, but it depends on what goes into this left cannon.
Oh, what
So-
a big fight. The melee fight is strong.
Yeah, I hear a lot of parries going off from both sides. They're both
this is
boarding
so
away.
good.
Guzman getting a kill on Ubermax, and there was shots on Karasis, but most of it was coming down from anti-sail, but the regular cannonballs are going to deal almost double the damage. And so every regular cannonball you land, even though it reloads the same amount, deals much more.
Yeah, it's making a huge difference.
Yeah, but they do get corked there,
Oh,
so a play
yeah.
needs to be
They are
made,
getting
and
corked.
all of a sudden,
Just Rush is about to get corked. Oh no, they killed him.
They leave
the
their
pump's
cork
going.
open?
Yeah, I
Did
guess
they
they're
leave
leaving
their
their
cork?
cork.
Did they not realize
Uh-oh.
that they didn't put it back? I'll bet they did the thing where they both did the cooldown, and so it one canceled out the other. It looks
Yep.
like they got it. Oh, that was worrying.
Oh,
for a
but
second.
there's a big hole down there.
Oh, yeah.
No repairs coming in. There's TNT being loaded. I wonder if they know they'll sink first if they do that.
Yep.
That heavy
They have
coming
to
in,
know.
though, from the side cannons.
Another
Oh, look
one.
at that.
Good for Just Rush.
Oof.
Oh, and then they
They gotta
TNT'd
TNT their own.
themselves. Now, the question is,
Yeah,
did
they
they kill
took their
everyone on
command.
board with that? Does not look like they did. They're going to have to get repairs on really quick. They've got
Both
holes,
have a,
and they have
yeah,
no
but they both
wood.
have about the same water.
Yeah,
No.
but Just Rush has no wood.
Yeah, this might be it for him.
Oh, but here comes a cork.
Take
No,
the
no.
Oh,
wheel.
this is going to be close either way.
Another heavy as well. And a second. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
And just like that, Karasis is going to go down. And
Wow,
that's
what a
it.
game.
Just Rush rushes it and
Yep.
cleans it up at the end there.
Damn. That was a great 1v1. That was a
Oh.
beautiful time.
It's so quick. Oh my goodness.
What a fight! That was immediate, blink of an eye.
Well, there you have it.
Oh.
It was clearly on
And
site.
so- Yeah, which I kind of anticipated to a degree, and I mean, you almost have to do it in a 1v1 scenario there. It really puts the other team, in a bad position. But Karasis fought them off really well. Just like that, though, we have our players tournament champions. That would be Just Rush. The team of Mephisto, Meterix, Guzman, and Bellamonte. Well done, and they're gonna walk away with some nice fancy looking hats there.
Oh, you'll see them on the ocean.
Yeah.
When you're out there.
Oh.
Ooh.
Absolutely. I mean, you definitely will see, you'll definitely see those hats out there for sure playing the game.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh,
Hard fought.
What a long
So-
day. What a beautiful day.
what
So
a
many
yeah.
beautiful battles. So many good teams that we have maybe never seen before. Pulling through, right? Like, I mean, the list goes on.
That was really well done.
From- Yeah.
Every team in really put together a fantastic effort, and the games were so entertaining. We saw a little bit of everything, right? From including, I would say that this was a tournament that really showed off good usage of anti-sale. Like, I mean, that's not very common in most pug games, but we saw a decent amount of anti-sale being used fairly effectively.
Yeah, no, I think people are taking advantage of the fact that they can slow at long ranges. Since at this level of play, it's really close to get into that sweet spot, distance damage wise. And so they're, taking the new mechanic and putting it to use.
Yeah. So just like that, though, we have new champions, and I mean, I'd like to thank everyone that got involved here today. Rias and Chizara for putting together the tournament, the devs for supporting it on the backside, so appreciate that. Obviously, Toasty for, being there as part of the dev team and for co-hosting for the entire day. Not Ian, my mod, who was in and really just making sure that spoilers weren't popping up left and right. Thank you to Stoat. Thank you to Bosun for stopping in and helping co-cast. And I mean, this was a great day, guys. I really couldn't. This was awesome. This was everything I wanted it to be and more. So, with that, I am gonna call this for my portion of the stream, and we're gonna head on out. We'll probably roll, like I said, some games a little bit later today. Maybe catch up with Stoat if I end up playing some matches with him. Have a good day, guys, and peace out.
Thank you all
Great
for
casting,
joining
man.
us.
Yeah, happy to join.